페이커는 분명히 2014년에 실패를 했습니다. 팀이 월드에 나가지 못했고 상처를 한번 입었다고 할까요? 하지만 상처를 입음을 통해서 더욱더 단단해진 페이커이기 때문에 지금의 페이커는 2013년의 페이커보다 더 무섭습니다.
한번 내려왔다가 다시 이렇게 올라갔다는 것 자체가 거의 불가능에 가까운 일이라고 개인적으로 생각을 합니다. 노력, 그리고 결국 끊임없는 본인과의 싸움 아닐까요?
그냥 시즌3랑 지금이랑 비교하면은 그냥 여러 방면에서 뭐든지 더 잘하는 것 같아요, 그냥.
쿠타이거스는 SK텔레콤과 정반대에 있는 팀이라고 할 수 있죠. 왜냐하면 만든 지 1년도 되지 않았습니다. 그리고 페이커처럼 믿고 따를 수 있는 그런 리더가 슈퍼스타가 있는 팀도 아니거든요.
엄청난 이변까지는 아닌 것 같아요. 전 개인적으로 쿠타이거즈가 SK텔레콤 T1의 전승 우승을 저지하는 팀이 될 것 같고
저희는 이길 수 있다고 믿고 있고 그거대로 연습해서 이겨볼 생각입니다.
쿠가 분명히 대회 때 잘해서 나온 거겠지만 저희는 다른 팀과 다르게 쉽게 무너지진 않을 겁니다.
이지훈 선수랑 페이커 선수한테 둘 다 져본 기억이 있어서 그 생각들이 많이 나는데 이번에는 달라야죠.
Part of the mystery of FLICKR is that no one really knows why he continues to be as good as he was, how he can have such a deep champion pool. No one's been able to emulate it.
승리, 그것만 바라는 것 같아요. 다른 것들은 어떻게 보면 다 부수적인 것들이겠죠.
FLICKR wreaking havoc inside the base. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Coup will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Finals. Players and fans from around the world have come to Berlin's Mercedes-Benz Arena as just two teams remain at the final stop on the road to the Summoners Cup. Now you're getting a look at some of the sights and sounds here in Germany where excitement is in the air. And of course, there are plenty of cosplayers in the crowd, and even one brave fan who's going to be posing with a giant poro now. Kids, don't try that at home for your own safety. All this anticipation is, of course, for the impending battle between the Coup Tigers, who you see heading in here into the venue earlier. They'll be going up against fellow LCK team SK Telecom, warming up in their locker room just a short time ago. Now, two strong teams, but only one will be crowned the champions. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson here alongside Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and Mitch Krepo Vorspals to cover all of today's action between these two titans of a team.
Hang on.
And first things first, we've got something we have to clarify here. Monty, what on earth are we wearing?
This is a hanbok. It is traditional Korean clothing. I was just so excited. It's such a great time for Korea right now. Two teams in the final. It's the final we always deserved here at the World Championship.
It's like we're watching an LCK game, only with better casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, the shot. We are starting early.
Sometimes, Krepo, they have to give you the chance to actually cast the good teams. So welcome to the OGN Autumn Season Final.
That's going to be a good day, ladies and gentlemen. I, for one, am very excited for it. Let's start by pulling up the bracket and following these teams' journeys to today's finals over the last month. After emerging from the group stage as the #1 seed from Group C with a perfect 6-0 run, SK Telecom T1 has made an undefeated march through the bracket, taking down the LMS's AHQ Esports Club and Europe's Origin. Now the team comes into today's final with the potential to not only make the first perfect Worlds run ever, but to become the first two-time champion in League of Legends history.
And what an impressive fashion they've done it in. Getting all the way to the finals undefeated, as you said, all of their games have been finished out so cleanly.
Yeah, there's maybe one game where SKT just wasn't as convincing against Origin, really, in terms of goal, but even then, their numbers, and we'll get to that later, are just astounding.
they're well on track to become the most dominant world's performing team like in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah, and even beyond the World Championship right now, they're on a 17-game winning streak dating all the way back to the regular season of Korea in the summer.
All right, but we have to take a look at their opponents. The KOO Tigers climbed out of Group A as the second seed behind the LMS's Flash Wolves, but showed up big in the quarters and semis, taking out KT Rolster 3-1 and sweeping hometown favorites Fnatic to make it here to Berlin.
And the story for these guys, making it all the way here, you know, after just forming the team, is just, they're so easy to root for.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in as underdogs, but I didn't even think they'd be in the finals. I think they've really performed well, particularly Kuro has vastly exceeded my expectations coming into this tournament.
Even Smeb, who did have a higher bar than Kuro, he's even overperformed that as well.
And a lot of people coming into the series against KT were just rooting for KT to make it out, but KOO rather convincingly swept that series 3-1 and then made it to the finals. Nobody really expected. Thank God China slumped a little bit, you know, made it a little easier for the KOO Tigers overall, but it's going to be, yeah,
I think
Korean games.
To a degree, too, after the bracket stages were drawn, a lot of people looked at KOO's side of the bracket, seeing Fnatic and KT, and saying, this is the tougher side of the bracket. So they've had a pretty, you know, sincere road to the finals.
They have definitely been tested, and they've shown a lot of diversity in styles, in champions, in strategies that they've used. So that might actually hurt them here because SKT have seen maybe a bit more.
Now, of course, we won't be the only ones covering today's finals. You're going to get a look at our partners from China and Korea's OGN, who have made the trip to Berlin with all of the international teams to bring this event to fans and players in 20 languages around the world. So plenty of people out there enjoying the games. Now, of course, it's time, though, to head down to the stage and check in with someone who is no stranger to the League of Legends scene here in Berlin.
Hello, Berlin! Wie geht es dir? I'm Evie, Shock supporter, and I'm very excited to be right here at center stage, designed to give you the best view of the games today as our finalists fight for the Summoners Cup. Now, whether you're with us here in person or tuning in from around the world, we've got you covered from every angle of the house. Now, with this setup and everyone here in attendance is also a real-life part of the action. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the 2015 League of Legends World Championship? Well, you guys sound about ready, so now let's check in with the guys that will be casting the series today.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello, Berlin. I am Rivington Bisson III, and I am excited to bring you all of today's action with my partner in crime from North America, Joshua Jat Leesman, and the Danish Dynamo from the European LCS, Martin DeFiscio Lunga. Gentlemen, usually we come into a finals and you see who the best team in the world is going to be, but SKT approaches this finals already considered the best.
Yeah, and the scary thing about it is how easy they have made it look on the road here, not dropping a single game. They haven't really shown a huge variety of strategies. 4 Rise games for FLICKR.
Right.
And the fact that they're defending world champions. So they have kind of a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty if they can get the second win here, which would be amazing.
And then they take on a team who, before this year even started, were a bunch of misfits. Nobody really wanted these players on their lineups. We didn't expect a whole lot from KOO Tigers coming into the World Championship. We said it was the weakest Korean team. KT would be above them. We were really wrong because KOO Tigers showed up.
That's the thing. Even during the World Championship, you weren't expecting it. They lost twice to the Flash Wolves in the group stage. Flash Wolves fell to Origin. Many people, pretty much everyone, was expecting Fnatic to beat KOO in those semifinals, but it was 3-0. They were even underdogs against KT in the quarterfinals. So every series they've gone to, they have looked to be the underdogs.
Same story here, though. They create the upset.
There's no doubt this game would be monumental for KOO. By the numbers, SKT has this game at 10, 15, 20. We'll get into the stats as we go into the game, as we hopefully get 5 matches out of this one if SKT isn't bringing their A game. Have they even opened up Pandora's box yet?
I want to see 5 games because we haven't had the 5-game season yet in the bracket stage, but I have a theory of every odd-numbered week brings excitement. First week, and it was like 6-3, then 0-10 in week 2. 2 European teams made it to the semifinal in week 3. Week 4, they went 0-6. This is the week for KOO Tigers to come back strong.
This is the week for Smeb to show that he's the best top laner in the world. He's going to beat Marin up there. In order for KOO Tigers to win this game, if he can do it, I think they can take it, but he really needs to play the best game of his life.
They absolutely have to. Now, before we send it back to Dash and the gang for a look at today's matchup, SK Telecom T1 could be the first organization to take 2 world championships. So we take a closer look at the team then and now.
SK텔레콤 그렇게 대한민국의 최고의 팀이기 때문에 그 선수들도 본인 가슴에 있는 SK텔레콤이라고 하는 그 타이틀, 나는 SK텔레콤 팀의 팀원이라고 하는 그 프라이드라는 것도 본인을 어떻게 더욱더 열심히 할 수 있도록 만들어주는 그 힘이 됐다고 생각을 하고요. 시즌3에서의 SK텔레콤 같은 경우 역시 최고의 팀이었는데요. 그때는 실패를 해본 적이 없고 물러서 본 적이 없고 좌절을 맛본 적이 없습니다. 항상 잘 됐죠. 꾸준히 이겨왔고.
2013 시즌의 SK텔레콤 T1은 다소 페이커 그리고 피글렛의 캐리력에 좀 기대는 부분이 있었어요. 그래서 임팩트, 뱅기 그리고 그때 당시 푸우만두는 팀을 서포팅해주는 그런 롤에 좀 치중된.
They were very much a scrappy, pick-oriented team. They would play a lot of assassins, have these flashy individual plays, but they weren't necessarily the smartest team. They weren't the best strategic team. They just had a wide array of talent.
Yeah, we gotta introduce you guys to FLICKR if you haven't seen him already, because he might be just the best mid laner in the world.
FLICKR는 최고의 엘리트 코스를 밟아온 그런 선수죠. 2013년 기준으로 봐서. 지금도 역시 최고의 선수긴 합니다만 FLICKR는 분명히 2014년에 실패를 했습니다. 왜냐하면 FLICKR 자체로는 성공했을지 몰라도 팀이 멀지에 나가지 못했고 결국 팀의 중심이었던 FLICKR는 실패한 시즌을 보냈습니다. 하지만 지금의 FLICKR는 본인이 항상 하드캐리해야 한다 그런 욕심도 버렸고 팀 플레이를 통해서 팀을 살리는 방법, 팀을 살림으로써 본인이 슈퍼스타로서 다시 자리매김하는 방법, 그 방법을 터득했죠. 지금의 FLICKR는 2013년의 FLICKR보다 더 무섭습니다.
페이커 선수는 그때는 뭐 갓 데뷔했을 때고 경험도 별로 없었는데 물론 잘했지만 지금은 경험도 많아지고 경기 수도 훨씬 많다 보니까 훨씬 노련해지고 잘해진 것 같아요.
저는 이번에 SKT가 우승을 하든 우승을 하지 못하든 그거는 크게 중요하지는 않다고 봅니다. 이미 페이커는 전 세계에 유일무이한 존재고 다시는 등장하지 않을 그런 스타라고 생각해서
Right now, mid lane turret also goes down. The flash engage from FLICKR.
Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. FLICKR, the 1v1 against Pawn.
Returning to the stage, your 2013 world champion.
Lauren just eviscerates.
Why is it easy who gets it?
Bang, he wants to shoot
First blood goes down
It's
for
time
Bangy.
for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Fast forward to now, and it's less about those flashy plays and more about dominance on the map, dominance in the macro game. Season 3, it was a lot about Piglet and FLICKR, whereas now it's much more about Marin and FLICKR, and Bang is more of a reserved role within the team than the AD carry used to be. They still have that same level of individual skill, but the strategy has gotten much, much better through experience with a lot of these players.
일단 시즌 3랑 지금이랑 비교하면은 그냥 간단하게 말해서 그때는 지금보다 못했던 게 맞은 것 같아요.
한번 내려왔다가 다시 이렇게 올라갔다는 것 자체가 거의 불가능에 가까운 일이라고 개인적으로 생각을 합니다. 이게 가능했던 거는 아무래도 정답은 되게 단순한 것 같아요, 의외로. 노력, 그리고 결국 끊임없는 본인과의 싸움 아닐까요? 이게 되게 단순해 보이면서도 실제로 이걸 못하는 선수들이 훨씬 많습니다.
지금의 시즌5 SK텔레콤은 시즌3의 승리 이후에 큰 패배를 맛봤습니다. 시즌4에서는 특별히 우리가 기억나는 건 한 적이 없고요. 시즌5 초반에도 역시 우리에게 실망을 안겨줬습니다. 그리고 기대를 했던 MSI에서 또 큰 좌절을 맛봤죠. 실패를 맛보고 그 좌절을 딛고 일어나고 그 어려움을 해결을 하고 이 자리에 다시 우리에게 나타난 SK텔레콤이기 때문에 시즌3의 SK텔레콤보다 시즌5의 SK텔레콤은 더욱더 강하고 더욱더 확실한 승리를 만들어내는 것 같습니다.
A brief history lesson for you there about SKT. I mean, the organization itself much bigger than that, and we'll get right down into that. As we close into game one, let's look at how these teams have performed historically, starting with SKT.
Yeah, let's definitely start with SKT because this is a team with such a storied history of esports success. You know, it's not even just Korean esports and not even League of Legends. Before League of Legends even existed, over a decade of StarCraft success with famous players such as Slayer's Boxer. And then when transitioning to League of Legends in Season 3, they were able to win the World Championship within 6 months of forming the roster.
Well, I mean, that's just how it has been with SK Telecom. They are the premier esports organization within Korea. They always have access to the top players. Everyone wants to play for this team. So it's led to a long, many years of success and many years of dominance in many titles.
Right, and then of course, if we narrow the microscope to just this year as a team, their record has been absolutely phenomenal, spring through summer, and only getting better, Monty, as the year has gone on. As you mentioned, that 17-0 streak that they're currently on in terms of games.
Definitely agree. I mean, the way with which they've done it too. Not only are they undefeated here at Worlds, but they've done it so quickly and so cleanly that they really haven't left much room for teams to try and develop the counter strategies.
Yeah, and they've been building this up all year. If they look at spring, they went 29-11, summer 38-6. So over time, they're winning more, losing less. At Worlds, that trend only continues. Haven't dropped a single game. They maybe trailed behind in goal at 10-20 once this entire tournament. Nobody's even ready to challenge SKT.
Yeah, it's not winning more or losing less. It's winning more or losing none now, which is a great trend. That's exactly where you want to be.
There have really been only two kinds of teams here at Worlds, SKT and teams that lose to SKT. Maybe teams that haven't played them yet.
Right.
It's very easy categorization.
Well, of course, then, too, we do have to look at the fact that they have only lost 2 series this entire year. The first one, EDG at the Midseason Invitational, and the second one, CJ Entis in the LCK Summer Split. So from a series standpoint, when you ignore their, minimal losses here and there, only 2 series dropped in an entire year is a scary sight to be walking into when you're about to step on stage across from them in a 5-game series for the World Championship.
I think such a huge part of that has been the development of Marin and his growth on this team, turning into such a good shot caller and such a prominent top laner when the meta shifts to top lane.
Now, we've spoken about the fact that SKT has taken home the top prize in their first year as a team, while their opponents, the KOO Tigers, are looking to do exactly the same thing here today.
And this is such a great story with the KOO Tigers. These were guys who, when the Korean scene consolidated from 2 teams into 1, there were a lot of players that were left over, and so Najin lost 4 of their players, so we call them Smeb and the Najin, Smeb from Incredible Miracle. But while we talk about SKT and how much infrastructure they have and how nice their practices facilities are with walls of trophies, when I first visited the KOO Tigers house, it's a new team. It's like 6 guys in a small apartment. It was just the players and No-Fei, their coach, also former Najin player. So they started out without many of the luxuries or support that a lot of these top Korean teams have. And they have been so scrappy and stuck it out. And through really sheer force of will, they've made it to the World Finals.
Yeah, and talk about improvements in top laners. I mean, you talked about where they got these players from. Smeb's reputation last year, very different from his reputation this year.
Yeah, they even used him in highlights. Really, like, you died to Smeb, really?
Yeah,
that guy?
That's something that would destroy your confidence back then.
Yeah, back then. But also, they're just so tenacious, the KOO Tigers. They don't really give up because they haven't had that really easy road like SKT have. They've had ups and downs. They've had tournaments where they came in like super hyped and suddenly, didn't all go all that great. And then now they're at Worlds, like, nobody expected them to be in the finals. People expect them to lose against KT. They just shrug it off. They even have the little, let's make this place into a library trash talk going for them. So I just really enjoy watching them.
Yeah, their comeback, after the huge bump that was IEM, and the ensuing weeks back in Korea after that, it's been such a huge resurgence for this team to get back to this level.
Yeah, I mean, IEM, for me, that's still the biggest upset in League of Legends history. The KOO Tigers losing that best of 3 to the 12th, the last place Chinese team, WE, was such a shocking turn of events. But they had the fortitude to bounce back, like you said, and now they're on the biggest stage.
I think a large part of that, too, we've looked at their drafting phase, especially recently in the World Championship. We're coming out of the drafting phase saying, well, the coaches have put together a phenomenal, toolbox that the players then get to put to use and style on other teams with.
Yeah, absolutely.
The diverse champion pools come from almost every player, too. They just talk about tools, like each player is bringing so many to this. And it's real important at a tournament like this Worlds, where there have been so many changes. The KOO Tigers have had a real advantage pulling out a lot of these things that are strong in the patch, where other people have been taking a lot longer to actually pick those champions up.
All right, well, when it comes down to it, KOO have everything to prove today going up against a team that has beaten them many times before. Now, before we look at the matchup specifically, let's hear from Smeb, who admits that he had some questionable games over this year's LCK season.
제가 LCK에서 너무나 많은 경기에서 그런 약한 모습을 많이 보여줬어요. 그리고 저 자신도 그렇게 생각하고 있고 그래서 그런 평가에 대해서는 저는 당연하다고 생각해요. 그리고 그 평가들을 이번에 좀 엎을 수 있는 그런 기회라고 생각하고 저는 아린 선수가 지금 정말 새 채탑에 좀 근접해 있는 선수라고 생각하는데 결승전에서 그런 선수를 이긴다면 정말 더 기쁠 것 같아요.
Notice how he snuck the word close in there. He's close to the best top laner in the world because Smeb himself very well
very
might
close.
be.
They're sitting right
That's right.
across from each other.
They're one game away, or 5 games, or three wins away. Well, anyway, let's take a closer look at that matchup specifically, Smeb versus Marin. We've put so much focus on Smeb as a player for KOO, but just on the flip side as well, we mentioned that Marin is a big part of their wins.
I mean, both these guys are topping the rankings. So, like, if you look at both Marin and Smeb individually, it is impressive. But what stands out even more is that Smeb gets less, but performs even better than Marin in this tournament. If you look at just damage done, he gets less gold overall from his team, but somehow deals more damage. And those two are by far the best top laners in this tournament.
I do really want to jump on these stats because people are going to go waving these around, and I don't think they're necessarily signify which of these is a better player in isolation, but more signify how these two teams have gotten to the finals. SKT, their entire team has gotten ahead in the lane phase, and then they transition into a mid game where they apply pressure at multiple points, and they finish it out very quickly. So Marin actually has also the highest CS per minute of any top laner. And the damage dealt to champion stat is actually a bit warped there for Smeb, because that's just damage dealt to champions. Marin is doing a lot sort of PvE work for his team. And the way that KOO have gotten here is through winning team fights. And they've needed Smeb not only to solo kill his opponent, but also come in and win them team fights. And in the 5-on-5 fights, whether it's 1-on-1 or 5-on-5, he comes up with these clutch plays over and over.
This is where I want to turn to Monty because I want to hit on Marin first in this matchup. You know, Kobe just mentioned how these stats to a degree might tell a lie in the way that they will match up 1v1, but more about how the teams play with those individuals. So Marin first on SKT.
Well, yeah, Marin, like Kobe was saying, I absolutely agree. It's about being a split push threat. If we look at Marin, he's averaging something like plus 72 CS at the end of the game against his opponents. So he has been absolutely massive when it comes to split pushing, making sure that he's safe and constantly applying pressure across multiple lanes while also getting some impressive solo kills.
Yeah, and that just allows SKT to play the game that they like, pushing on all 3 lanes while he's drawing so much pressure. Either you deal with Marin or you lose your base, and when you're dealing with Marin, well, you're probably going to lose the Baron anyways. They're so good. Every time you should keep your eyes when SKT is almost grouping, he peels off immediately to another lane, whether it's mid or top, keeps up the pressure. He doesn't wait for those waves to stack up and come in. Now, continuous pressure. He spends so much time on the enemy side of the map, and the fact that he can do that while not getting caught very often, that is the most impressive part for me, because they don't have that many wards placed out for him. It's purely game sense.
I really want to hammer home this point on Marin, just because a lot of viewers, everyone's so used to watching these games with both teams' vision revealed. So you don't get that same feeling, a lot of the players, when you're in these situations of the fog of war and what you have to work around. Marin is so good because he actually builds items to play this strategy as well. Early home guards for early experience advantage so he doesn't miss any waves. Also 100% uptime on his teleport. He saves it for the objective plays. And he builds Tiamat almost every game, so he instantly clears the wave, then retreats into fog of war, simultaneously denying information to the enemy team. And it's just hard for people who haven't been in that situation to really understand the greatness that is Marin. Whereas Smeb, you're like, oh, he solo killed that guy. He's crushing the team fight.
Yes, that's where I want to go next. I want to go to Smeb because that is exactly the point. So often when KOO was in maybe a losing situation in the game, all eyes went to Smeb and say, can he solo carry from the side lane?
And yes, absolutely. And he's going to have to do it again if they want to win games tonight. I think that we can all pretty much agree on that. And one thing that I think is very important is that Smeb has a larger champion pool than Marin does. He is also a Riven player while Marin is not. And we noticed that in the Fnatic series, Fnatic took great pains to draft around Smeb's Riven. So I'm really curious what Coma has in store for us from SK Telecom. How are they going to play around this Riven tonight?
And I think that they will have something prepared because, yes, people are saying Marin's only played a lot of Fiora and a lot of Renekton. That's not a very deep champion pool. but they haven't been pressed, as we've been talking about. And last time SKT played the Ku Tigers, week 9, back in the regular season of the LCK, it was Marn who was counter-picking Smeb. The Ku Tigers were prioritizing Maokai, and Marn kept picking the Fizz over and over into it and punishing him.
I got to move us through the rest of the lanes. Moving over to the jungle. I know. There's going to be so much focus on this top lane, and we will get to talk about it more, I promise, gentlemen. To the jungle, though, Bengi, Hojin. Interesting champion pool thing here, because we saw Hojin come out with that Zac when we were questioning how teams were going to react to Gragas being out of the tournament. Well, he pulls in the Zac. Bengi went for the Jarvan. Two very different junglers.
Yeah, they obviously share Elise and Rek'Sai here as jungle picks, but it goes multiple directions, and these champs are very likely to stay up. Nobody's going to ban Zac, nobody's going to ban Jarvan or Evelynn, so we could see a repeat performance. I'm still not sold entirely on the Zac. I don't know how you feel about it, Monty.
I think it's great for team fighting, but it did show a lot of weakness in the early game, because I think the Zac combined with Hojin's style of jungling leads to some problematic underfarming.
Hojin finds really creative ways to get behind an experience while still not...
Well, okay, yeah, so team fighting, a very important thing for the Ku Tigers. Moving to the mid lane, though, I want to focus on Kuro, because we have pointed him out as a possible weak link for the team, but really, he's been but he's been overperforming this tournament. He's been performing very well. The only sad part, or the bummer for him, is the fact that he's going to have to go up against either FLICKR or Easy.
Well, I mean, coming into this, we can talk. Kuro has definitely surprised me. I did not expect him to reach this level of performance at the World Championship. He's been very reliable. He actually has more earned gold per minute than FLICKR does. Now, the problem with that, though, is that FLICKR does more damage than Kuro does with less gold. So we see that while Kuro is a great player and he's doing very well, he still has problems when it comes to reaching FLICKR's level of efficiency.
Yeah, we looked at the stats there for damage dealt per gold earned. So FLICKR earned less gold, dealt more damage. He's actually the second out of all players in this entire tournament in terms of damage efficiency, in terms of gold. The only player to top him was NL with some massive AoE Jinx rockets, and that's cheating. So FLICKR, even though people are saying he's dying a lot or he's not doing the most for his team, he's pulling so much aggro, earning less gold, and still topping those damage charts.
And again, you have to be careful with stats also like gold earned, because sometimes it is a team deciding to give open lane farm to one of the players. Sometimes there's gold sitting there on the ground, and the players just can't pick it up. Can't get the CS, but whereas, players like FLICKR, players like Marin, you'll see them hit every single one, even when they're trying to clear.
Let's move on to the players that don't have to worry about picking up gold off the ground, because it just falls into their pockets by virtue of being around.
Hey man, that relic shield is really hard to proc.
That's true. All right, I'll give that to you. You have about 45 seconds down the line to talk about these supports.
What I love about SKT versus Ku in this matchup, just about wards. Briefly, Ku places a lot more wards than SKT, but SKT clears a lot more wards. So it's about vision versus vision denial, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they play with the vision on the map.
Also, the games have gone longer for the Ku Tigers, so they have been spitting out those Sightstone wards and stuff like that. Gorilla, though, champion pool has been amazing. It allows him to do so much.
All right, well, with those players and matchups in mind, I'm sorry. I wanted to, but he gave me the it's okay. All right, well, with those players and matchups in mind, we want to know what you think. So get on Twitter and tell us, which player do you think will have the biggest impact in today's final and why? Remember to tweet your responses to @LOLEsports and be sure to include the hashtag world so we can let you weigh in later today.
I'm so happy that they changed top laner so people come like, hey, impact.
Impact, exactly. No puns. All right, if you weren't able to join us here in Berlin for today's finals, you can still catch all the behind-the-scenes action from the best seat in the house. Just follow LCS Esports on Snapchat and keep up with the day's festivities via our live story. If you are here in Berlin, though, be sure to share your world snaps and lend your perspective of the event. Now, of course, the time is almost upon us for these two teams to do battle for the Summoners Cup and the title of World Champion. So let's take a look around the venue where our finalists will hit the Rift. And guys, I mean, this venue is absolutely insane. The setup for it, and there, it's very loud.
Coming to live events in giant stadiums like these, filled with esports fans, never gets old. This is absolutely my favorite part of the job.
Yeah, we stood overlooking the venue earlier, just watching the crowd filter in, and I was talking to Kobe, and it's like, you know what, this job
ain't so bad. It ain't so bad.
It's not 9 to 5, but you know what? I can get used to this.
I mean, I have to say that this being my first World Final, it's absolutely a special one. And as you mentioned, Kobe, just the atmosphere of an esport event only makes it better.
You can literally feel the energy of all the fans because our station is shaking.
That's true. We are built into the stands. So as you guys make more noise, it becomes more perilous for us.
Samsung White. Will this really happen? They saved the Nexus! Kaboom! They lit the fuse! And I can't believe it! Triple to Peruzzi! And that's gonna be the game! And Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions!
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the
Flash rolls onto Nexus.
Fnatic take the first seed. There is no base left. There is only victory. And it's gonna be all five to save the game.
Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals, the only team to do that 3 times. SK Telecom, the one step closer to the Summoners Cup.
There was a European eulogy as both EU squads drop at the semi-final stage.
FLICKR wreaking havoc inside the base. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Coup will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves
Championship. Representing Korea and the LCK, Koo Tigers. Top lane, Smith. At jungle, Ho Jin. At mid lane, Kuro. At AD carry, Ray. At support, Gorilla. Their substitute jungler, Wisdom. And their coach, No Fade. Once again, Koo Tigers. Their opponent, also representing Korea and the LCK, SK Telecom T1. At top lane, Murray. At jungle, Bengi. At mid lane, FLICKR. Wolf. Their substitute mid laner, Easy Moon. And their coach, Coma. Once again, SKT T1. The finalists for the 2015 League of Legends World Championship.
And Gorilla, he boots them away with the headbutt.
That should be a kill, but the arrow comes in and they turn it around. Prey refuses to die.
Run down, and Huni will not find anything. A quadra for Kuro.
Then Hojin, he's going to one up away. And that's going to be a kill. Hojin will pick it up.
And Smeb will be smiling with that one. Ku will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom. Wow, Morin just eviscerates him, and SKT demolish H2K.
But Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. First blood goes down for Bengi. Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. FLICKR, the 1v1 against Pawn.
He puts the ulti in for the shield and flashes over the wall. Almost dies, and Easyhoon gets it.
It's very low red card thrown out, but Wolf comes in for a bit of bloodthirsty support kill stealing.
Bang, bang, he wants to shoot them down. He's rocket jump forward. Bang's looking for the double.
It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
It really is incredible to see each of those players as they walk on stage for the biggest series of their lives to really be owning the moment for themselves, because you have to imagine that the pressure that they're feeling is immense.
I mean, just walking over like a giant picture of yourself. Also, the only person to ever walk or even roll over FLICKR will be FLICKR himself. You know, on stage.
That took a lot of confidence to pull a roll like that live as well, and he stuck the landing.
It's also the only barrel roll we'll be seeing tonight.
That's very true. Poor Gragas. Rip Gragas. Well, as the teams take place on stage, let's focus in on today's best of 5, where SK Telecom is favored to make a League of Legends history. Now, they're the only World Championship juggernaut to live up to expectations with a 100% win rate, the most dragons per game, the highest average gold lead at 10 and 20 minutes.
I mean, what do you want? Dominance. For every one dragon their opponents take, they take 4.25. For every one Baron, they get 14.
Well, that's the thing. They're second place in Barons per game, but that's only because they finish games before ever having to take a second one.
Yeah, and it's not how many Barons you take, it's what you do. They smash so many Nexuses while still having that Baron buff. That's hard. They go from Baron to game over in like those 3 minutes very often in their games, and their Baron power plays, which just means how much gold you generate out of a Baron buff, is just immensely high over this tournament. So they're just so efficient at closing out games.
Yeah, really does look like FLICKR and Bengi are going to make their way towards that repeat.
Yeah, well, there's, for both of them, a lot of eyes on them about whether or not they can get that repeat. But specifically looking at FLICKR, I mean, this is a guy who hasn't necessarily been challenged yet this tournament. Jat mentioned those 4 Rise games. We haven't seen much else. Is this the series where he's going to be forced to step it up?
Where is the LeBlanc? That's my question.
You know what my question is? Where's the Master Yi?
Yeah, fair enough. 14 champions that he played over the course of the summer season. He's had 5 here at Worlds, but they haven't really been that surprising, and he's been mostly just dominating on Rise. He's the only Rise player in this tournament.
He's also just a player that understands matchups well. He doesn't need to play them a whole lot to really understand the intricacies and the ways to outplay. Like, look at the Rise into DF matchup, the counter pick Olaf into the Aurelia, one of the picks that he actually debuted himself. So he knows all these matchups. And then at the other side, Kuro, who was kind of overperforming, I don't think we'll need to see FLICKR challenge. I think FLICKR on just cruise control can easily sweep through the series already.
Yeah, I find it funny that lower third we had earlier about FLICKR and Kuro's shared champion pool. You know, they share the Azir and the like. And then the 2 unique champions for FLICKR, Rise, which he's played 4 times, and the Olaf, which is just like, oh my goodness.
Which you got to kill within the first, like, 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Well, talking about that, Aurelia in the mid lane, he debuted it against Kuro. That was a pick that he had waiting. So Kuro is no stranger to just FLICKR coming out with something very weird and having to deal with it on the fly.
So maybe he'll have some answers this time around. We'll have to wait and see. Now, this does look like SKT's game to lose. So I want to flip over to Ku's side and look at the strengths, the ways in which they could win this matchup, starting with Gorilla.
Yes, I definitely do want to look at the strengths of Ku because they deserve it. They have had such a crazy ride getting here. And I want to set up Crepo because they didn't get to talk about Gorilla before, our support main here. The champion pool and the plays that Gorilla comes up with are just remarkable, and they're so important to the team.
Yeah, the thing is, Gorilla, he has a very large champion pool, and very often he's also playing different styles. He can play the peel support, he can play the engage support, he can play the roam support. So there's no reason to even doubt that that champion pool can go even deeper, because if you understand all these different styles as a support, and doesn't matter what champion you play, because it's all about, you know, the mental ability to really understand where you have to be, what your role is, what your function is within a team fight. You have to peel, you have to set up and engage yourself, and he does it really well. So he had some fantastic performances at World so far, and he needs to really overperform if Ku want to have a shot to really like smash open. That's the only angle they can really take it.
Well, I mean, we've seen how they prioritize that Tahm Kench in the semifinal, and I think you just can't let him have that champion. He is the best Tahm Kench player I have ever seen, and he's setting up a lot of these plays. What do Ku like to do? They like to just come into a lane with 5 people, smash down a turret, start a fight, all as a whole unit. And Tahm Kench enables them to move behind people for ganks on the map in very interesting ways.
Yeah, I really like Gorilla because, you know, he's definitely one of the superstars on this team as well. We talk a lot about the top lane, a lot about Smeb, but Gorilla being so good on Tahm Kench and all the other supports gives Smeb more breathing room in champion select. We've seen them first pick and last pick save support for even a counter pick last.
Yeah, well, you know, we talk a lot about the teams that have made it to the finals or made it as far as they have. They're the teams that were able to adapt to the meta and pick up these champions. You know, we'd expected Darius and GP and Fiora to be picked up, and then the Tahm Kench came in, and the teams that have succeeded, the teams that are still left standing, are the ones that actually picked every single one of those champions up across the board.
So you're saying the key to Worlds is unbench the Kench?
It might be. It's one of maybe 4 answers, right? Because we got all the power picks.
Last year as well, he was the one to really popularize Janna. Like, Gorilla has been a very consistent player.
Right, and then you also mentioned, too, the fact that we have talked about Smeb quite often. I'm going to have to point us back there. We got to talk about him one more time. I mean, this man has been a huge strength for them, and someone that they have been able to rely on when they, you know, come into those 10, 20-minute marks with gold deficits.
Yeah, he's got the highest damage per minute of any top laner. He's 70, which is very significant above number 2, who is Mar. And that is a large, large gap for the reasons we already talked about in terms of their liking for team fights. But this is the guy that has to perform right now. This is his day. If Ku Tigers are going to win this, it's probably going to be on the back of Smeb.
Yeah, as we were talking about, the reason, you know, he's got so much damage to champions is because they have to do that. They're behind in almost every single one of their games until they get to the team fights and they come and they wreck.
But he's going up against an incredibly intelligent player that really knows all these matchups well, so he may be able to neutralize Smeb. More importantly, so Smeb's team fights comes a lot from patience. He doesn't go in immediately, he waits until all the cooldowns are gone. That's a couple of these team fights that he won really convincingly in the semis, is where he waited for everyone to use their cooldown abilities, then move into the fight. I don't think SKT is necessarily going to make that mistake, let alone SKT's not even going to team fight them. They're just going to keep splitting up overall. So that's what's going to make it hard for Smeb to really push his mark on this series for me.
He either waits for them to be down or he charges in with Fiora and reposts ultimates. Two-time Skarner ultimate, multiple Ash arrows. This guy's timing and the clutch plays are what really make him spectacular.
Let's fire through a couple more things. The 80 carries, we haven't taken a look at them yet. This champion pool to me is the most interesting because they share so little. When you look at these two guys, only Kalista as a shared champion between these two players through this tournament.
And I think the Mordekaiser may actually be a way for KOO here to really change the picks and bans, because SKT have really shown that they really don't like that champion. They ban a lot on blue side too. They have the most Mordekaiser bans in the tournament overall. So if KOO can put some pressure and suddenly say, well, there's an OP champion and Mordekaiser up tier at the end of the pick and ban, maybe they can force something to break open there. But that's a lot of ifs, and you will probably not be able to do that against a coach with the experience like Koma.
Yeah, watching that champion pool develop, or at least the shared champion pool between the two of them in this series will be very interesting. Now, from a team-wide perspective, now KOO has been playing from behind quite often. They have trailed in 7 out of 7 of their bracket stage games at 10 minutes and 5 out of 7 at 20 minutes.
But they won
But
them
you
all.
say that, but they won every single game that they were behind at 20 minutes. This is the KOO magic. They are so good at playing from behind and making that work for them. Do I think it's the best way to play League of Legends? Absolutely not. Am I still amazed every time KOO wins in that fashion? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to be the comeback kings. To be the comeback kings, you have to be behind in the first place. But 5-0 when they're down at 20 minutes is just ridiculous.
Yeah, just being able to come back there. But the problem is, if you watch a lot of these games, there's very big mistakes from the other teams. Yes, KOO capitalized extremely well, but there's always a mistake. And now, instead of going up against like KT in the quarterfinals, they go up against an S-tier KT here.
They have to rely on them making mistakes.
And SKT doesn't really make mistakes because they keep snowballing, especially the 20 minutes. They're like an absurd amount of goal ahead on average.
I think the final element, too, of their ability to make comebacks is the attitude with which these guys approach the game. We talk about what has enabled them to make this run to the finals, and it has to be their mentality, the way they're laughing at the end of every single game. These guys truly are a band of friends that have made it all the way to the finals.
And that's been part of their entire history and their entire run, is that how close all of these guys are, I think really has helped them through having less infrastructure, from having some of these disappointing defeats like in the spring finals or at IEM, and it allows them to keep powering through.
All right, well, with game one just moments away, it's time to get down to it. Gentlemen, who is going to be walking away today as a world champion? Crepo, starting with you.
Generally speaking, in these situations, I just go against the Koreans to piss off Monty. But there's 2 Korean teams there, so I can't do that. So I'm just going to take the easy way out, say SKT 3-0.
Where's your train ticket from 2 years ago? You ripped it in half.
I lost it. It wasn't my wallet.
Lost your train ticket?
I actually had it ready for Worlds. Every time I open it, it's like, yes, it's right here. Lost it.
Boot him off the train, Monty. Boot him off the train.
I mean, you say it's the easy way out. I was actually kind of conflicted about this matchup, just because I've grown to love this team over time. The KOO Tigers, all the players, they're so, they're so charismatic. How can you not like this team? But I realized I was clouding my judgment, and so I went to ask the god of mid lane. I went to FLICKR. I said, FLICKR, who do I put my faith in now? Please give me a sign. And he did. SKT win. I predict SKT to be the first time repeat champions.
Nice guy FLICKR here. I mean, come on.
He makes it very clear.
Yeah.
He does. There's no ambiguity about
Would
that
you like
one.
to go now, Monty?
Yep. I will also be saying SK Telecom winning. I too love the KOO Tigers, but it's time for FLICKR to really cement his legacy as if it wasn't cemented enough already, and for him to be the first 2-time world champion.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Our analyst desk has spoken, but we're in for a series nonetheless. The stage is set, and as we send it to our casters to kick off the 2015 World Finals, we'll take a look at the KOO Tigers, a team that has defied expectations and are now within arm's reach of League's highest honor, the Summoners Cup.
정말 동경 어린 눈으로만 보던 곳인데 거길 제가 오니까 참 신기한 것 같아요. 이렇게 결승전까지 올지는 몰랐는데 여기까지 온 거에 대해서 저희는 기적이라고 생각을 하고요. 저희끼리 똘똘 뭉쳐서 이렇게 결승전에 오고 나니까 되게 뿌듯한 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 다른 팀들과 조금 다른 느낌이라고 저는 생각을 해서.
I've never seen a team that is louder than the KOO Tigers. They're always having a good time, laughing, shouting at each other in the booth.
야, 싸워, 그냥 싸워, 싸워!
They are very good friends. They always have this exuberant energy about them when you're around them, and they're a whole lot of fun.
물론 게임이 직업이긴 하지만 게임을 같이 하는 친구들이라고 저희는 생각을 해서 처음에 저희 팀이 이렇게 만들어질 때도 저는 아무 얘기를 할 수 있는 그런 사이가 저는 가장 중요하다고 생각을 해서 그걸 중점으로 생각을 했고,
저희 팀은 항상 분위기가 좋을 때 가장 잘했고 분위기가 안 좋을 때 가장 못했어요.
저희가 좀 기복이 심한 팀이긴 하지만 그래도 성적이 그렇게 나쁜 편은 아니었는데 그렇게 많이들 생각하시더라고요. 약간 약한 팀이라고.
경기장에서 응원을 할 때도 다른 팀보다 저희 팀 응원이 적고
저희 이름은 거의 안 나오거든요.
다소 인기가 없는 건 그 이유는 뭐 여러 가지가 있을 수 있겠지만 예전에 IEM에 참가했을 때 많은 한국 팬들의 기대만큼 좋은 경기력을 보여주지 못했었던 거, 그게 좀 큰 이유인 것 같고요.
You have to win in Korea. You have to win to be popular. They really only respect winners.
진짜 한번 들어보고 싶어요. 쿠 타이거즈를 응원하는 그 푸나틱처럼 저희도 그렇게 한번 해주셨으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, that's right.
지금 현재 이제 결승 무대에서 SK텔레콤 T1과 쿠타이거즈가 맞붙은 이 구도에서는 전 개인적으로 쿠타이거즈가 SK텔레콤 T1의 전승 우승을 저지하는 팀이 될 것 같고, 실제로 뭐 우승을 내준다고 하더라도 상대가 그냥 3대0 압승을 거두는, 그래서 무력하게 굴복하는 이런 모습은 나오지 않을 것 같습니다.
매 경기 처절하게 싸울 겁니다. SK텔레콤이 소환사컵을 이렇게 들겠지만 SK텔레콤의 KDA는 박살이 날 것이고, 소환사 협곡 내에서 SK텔레콤의 건물은 넥서스를 제외하고 몇 개 남지 않고 완전히 날아갈 것이며, SK텔레콤 선수들은 정말 피투성이가 돼 있을 겁니다. 쿠타이거즈는 역사상 가장 아름다운, 가장 위대한 준우승 팀이 될 것입니다.
솔직히 지금껏 만나왔던 팀보다는 힘들겠지만 저희가 약팀으로 평가되는데, 그런 저희가 SKT를 이기면 엄청나게 파장이 클 것 같아요.
스맵이 보여줬던 8강, 4강에서 보여준 출중한 경기력과 팀 차원에서 봤을 때 한데 뭉쳐서 정말 으쌰으쌰하는 이런 경기력, 이게 나올 수 있다면 SK텔레콤 T1을 잡을 수도 있을 것 같고, 그건 이제는 정말 엄청난 이변이라기보다는 이변 아닌 이변 정도로 얘기할 수 있는 수준이 아닐까 싶어요.
만약 저희가 이긴다면 정말 창단 첫 시즌 만에 우승도 하고, 그래서 되게 가장 큰 한 획을 그을 것 같아요.
And with no doubt an amazing amount of pressure on the Coup Tigers today, but that camaraderie, that mentality that they bring together is absolutely going to help lift them up over the pressure and help them play to their best, because in this best of 5 against SKT, it is going to be absolutely necessary.
I think Gorilla, he said it here in the end. If they manage to win Worlds after being formed this year, taking out SKT, the team everyone expects to win the World Championship, would be such a huge upset.
And I think their team chemistry is so important specifically to that team, because you look at other teams like SK Telecom or the Samsung teams for last year who had that large coaching infrastructure in place to filter feedback through. But as Monty was saying, when these guys first formed, it was basically just a bunch of guys playing together, needing to have that chemistry in order to give the feedback and improve, and they have been so successful in doing that.
And they always did better when they were having a good time. Marin already is. Smeb wants to fight against Marin, came into this tournament stating, you know, I get to face off against Huni at some point. Now he's got Marin. Those two are going to be players to watch.
And now we need to see what the teams wants to do for game 1, because we keep talking about how Smeb can beat Marin in the top lane. That's a way for Coup Tigers to win. But that's a very easy strategy for SKT to figure out. Okay, they might try and camp out top laner and kill him, so they should be ready for that. first ban for Ku Tigers, though, does show they want to respect the counter pick to Fiora that we normally see.
Well, already we have a pinch of Lulu or Gangplank, so Lulu could actually go through to SKT right here. Already with SKT bans as well, they banned Tom Kent, something that Ku Tigers had not banned this entire world. So Ku wanted that. Now we'll see if SKT takes the Lulu away.
It's that or Rek'Sai. What Ku Tigers is doing is saying, okay, we ban Elise. Our jungler, in order for him to have an early game impact, he needs Elise or he needs the Rek'Sai. That's the two preferred picks for Hojin. SKT has to decide, do we want to go for that Lulu pick and say we're going to build full team fight here, or do they just take the early game impact jungler? That's what they're doing.
And this is something Ku Tigers opted into in pretty much all of their games against Fnatic. Hojin played 2 games on Zac, and honestly, he got bodied early game by Reignover's Rek'Sai, but they recovered, they played from behind, and they won team fights. Here, they give away the Rek'Sai for the Lulu. I would say that's completely as planned.
I think this is exactly what Ku Tigers were expecting. SKT even banned Kalista on blue side because they were maybe expecting this. Okay, do we choose between Kalista or Rek'Sai? We don't want to take that trade either, so they had to ban it away. And that's good bans so far, a good pick and ban phase for the Ku Tigers. It is lining up for a Rise pick though for FLICKR. He likes to pick it into the Lulu in that mid lane. We assume it's going to be Koro playing the Lulu and not Smeb, because he wants to be on a carry now. It's how he can shine.
Well, Ku very, very good with that Lulu, kind of putting Juggernaut into the scene, being that team to bring it out. Probably won't go for the Kog'Maw here, but have the safety for Prey in those late game fights already. Sivir has been picked quite a bit towards the end of Worlds and continues to be picked now here in the first game by SKT.
So Sivir is often the response when you see a Lulu comp, because you want to be ready in case they run like a Juggernaut composition where you need to be able to dive that backline. You get the Sivir to add the utility for your team so you can reach the AD carry. So often it's just a pick where people say, okay, in case they do this, we have a counter now, or we have something that works well against it. Obviously, we haven't seen any AD carry pick yet for Ku Tigers. They can go Ashe if they want to here.
Yeah, because it's into a Sivir who's not the strongest laner, but what SKT has picked so far is a huge amount of map control. Global ultimates on will probably be their jungler and support with Rek'Sai and Shen, Sivir for the wave clear, and Prey answers with the Jinx, which to me really feels like what Korean teams were picking in place of Kog'Maw is the Jinx as kind of that hyper carry that they can look to protect. This is a Jugger Jinx composition come together.
It is, and that's again why SKT picked that Sivir. They said, okay, in case you want to protect that AD carry, we want to have something where we can dive that back line. And Ku Tigers will have a very, very strong siege with Lulu, with the Jinx, and we have an early game jungler for Hojin as well. The one left, and he had a good game against Fnatic last week on this Lee Sin. He needs to do it again, even though it's into a not the greatest matchup for Lee Sin.
Very interesting to see the Jinx as well. Hardly ever saw it in LCK Summer. Just wasn't something that Korea picked up, but here at Worlds, it's definitely something they'll revert to.
I really feel like it's something that the Korean teams learned during the boot camp when all the teams came to Korea to play against them, and also through group stage success. And FLICKR goes with Cassidy again.
Wow.
So basically, he was thinking about taking the Rise here because, again, the matchup into Lulu is good for the Rise to sit in free farm. The problem is, it would be very difficult for them to kill, for SKT to kill the AD carry. Rise would have to like run at them, Alistar can CC him, Lee Sin can CC him, kick him away, Lulu and everything. It would be too difficult for the Rise to deal proper damage, I think, towards this backline of Ku Tigers. So they want more diving potential. But you're sacrificing quite a lot by taking this Kassadin.
Yeah, we'll see how much presence FLICKR can have in lane on Kassadin, because normally that's the pick that gets pushed in really hard. The one thing I like about Kassadin in this context is they have the Sivir to clear mid lane very early on in the game if they want to, and they can send FLICKR to a side lane earlier on. Not to mention they have a lot of global presence to make up for this thing. And now we get to see Smeb's Riven. This is such a good matchup for Riven into the Rumble historically. This is actually when you would pick it even before Worlds.
This was one of the reasons Riven came back into the meta for someone like Smeb, because he was picked into Rumble. You would destroy him in lane so badly every single time. But really, SK Telecom, they're not picking for the laning phase here at all. They're picking to take these mid-game fights. You have Castle in one side lane, Rumble's in the other one, then you group for this Dragon, and you try and fight before this Jinx reach a 2 or 3 item spike when she becomes a monster.
And I want to see if FLICKR sticks with Ignite, because he hasn't actually run as much teleport as others have. They have a lot of global presence within their team because of the Shen and the Rek'Sai, but maybe FLICKR brings the Ignite to have a little bit more pressure in lane. Feels like he's going to be sticking with that summoner spell.
This works almost with Ku and against them. Everything's slow in the beginning, but when they love to fight, that's when SKT is going to want to fight as well, right in that mid game. It is going to be explosive once we get out of the laning phase. I cannot wait to see what comes from game one. Wolf picking up that Shen, 9-1 across Worlds. So Shen himself having a great tournament, great Worlds.
Yeah.
And he's going to be all over the map protecting his team as Prey tries to cancel people out.
It's going to be one of these support picks. If you want to make sure your top laner can do fine one versus one, you get a global for him from the support to help him out. That's going to make it tough to kill Marin.
All right, as we load up for the first game in this best of 5 set, get on Twitter, share your predictions by sending hashtag SKTWin or hashtag KOOWin to @LOL Esports. Tell us who you think is going home with the Summoners Cup. We're about to find out right now who's going to get the momentum in game 1. SKT, as we said, by the numbers, absolutely huge throughout the game. Hardly ever falling behind, and when they do, they always find a way back.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see what happens in this early game. Here we go.
Normal spread by both teams to start this one off as we pan down Summoner's Rift, the battlefield where both teams will leave everything on the Rift before they leave here today.
And KOO Tigers right now, look at your minimap. They were setting up a small trap in their own jungle because SK Telecom in game 1 of their quarterfinal and semifinals, they did try and peek into the enemy jungle. Let's see what was going on, maybe see if they can get in some deep wards to spot a potential lane swap. I think KOO Tigers had read that, they were sitting ready. But SKT is saying, it's game 1, we're gonna play it super safe.
And I liked what KOO Tigers did early here because they also placed the ward within their own blue buff, so if SKT had done an invade on that side, they would at least be able to scout it. But as you said, this is a very conservative start for SKT, which we may actually expect from this one. KOO Tigers hasn't been able to make early game moves, and especially with the casting on the side of SKT, they're okay with this game stretching a little bit longer, despite SKT having some very short games already so far at Worlds.
But this pick and ban phase is why we talked about how KOO Tigers in this meta right here, this patch we're playing on at Worlds, fits them a lot better. Because Smep gets to play the big carry up in the top lane. He played a tank every single time KOO Tigers faced SKT in the summer split. Now he's on a Riven into a Rumble. That's a fantastic matchup for him. At the same time, Koro can bring teleport in the mid lane, so he will have an impact even in case he loses. Kassadin at level 6 can take down this Lulu. And it's very difficult to do anything, so Koro just has to farm up and make sure he can protect his Jinx later.
As you were saying, they're amazing making that transition, and KOO only gets better when they have time to sit on the meta, when they have time to process that meta and get the strategy down they want. Here, going back to pretty much a normal comp in their Juggermoth phase, or Jugger Jinx, if you will, and we'll see if it helps them out once they get to those mid-game fights.
Yeah, Wolf was trying to do some jungle harassing, but he does come up a little bit short. The fact that they push KOO off the blue buff has very, very low impact. Rumble doesn't benefit from blue buff, neither does Rek'Sai. Neither does Lee Sin, neither does Riven. The blue buff is actually pretty useless since the experience you gain from the blue buff is the same as at the other camps early on in the game. So they're going to be able to take that, and we're seeing a pretty standard-ish lane swap here.
Yeah, but due to the fact that SKT was so passive level 1, they didn't want to try and invade anything. They had zero vision really of where KOO was starting. So they managed to snuck 2 camps on the side of KOO Tigers down here towards the bottom lane before they moved up. So you can see they now have the blue buff, enemy Grump, and Wolf camp as well on top side. So there's some extra camps to do from the KOO Tigers. SKT has to just rush down, push on this tower as fast as possible, because they obviously don't want to fall behind in experience.
Yeah, since they are behind in the jungle camps, they actually wanted to accelerate their turret taking. However, KOO Tigers is winning this one more so because of the Jinx.
Yes.
They are able to pull down the turret with the minigun form, since she gets all that increased attack speed hitting the turret, and keep equal in the turret speed while actually having fewer people taking the turret. It is actually a good start here for the KOO Tigers.
And it's interesting to see this, more of an LCK lane swap. Nobody's at the turret to be taken down. Both teams go there for together and take it down themselves. There isn't a top laner to be taken out. They're all getting what they need.
Basically, the team's adapting to that fast push lane swap we have seen time and time again in the Western scene, obviously. KOO Tigers did give over the gold to Smep. Down the bottom side, we saw Marin and Bang. They traded gold between each other. I didn't really like that because Bang was on 800 gold anyway, or 875 to get a pickaxe. So he just ends up getting a second Dorans. But it does mean he can buy pink. I would have preferred to just see Marin get all that gold. Because they pushed it in so quickly, you didn't get up to these 18-20 CS you need to get that pickaxe plus the tower gold.
So last time we saw Kuro on a Lulu, what do you get? First 5-6 blue buffs of the game. The team was very adamant about continuously giving him that blue buff so he could push down mid turret and then get himself to the other lanes, or just keep somebody like FLICKR in the mid lane constantly.
SKT really were in a hurry when it came to killing that tower. They didn't even manage to bounce the wave on the bottom side. So they sent down Smep from Ku Tigers to just pick up the entire wave. That's very, very good for him. You get a 2v2 top side, and you have a lane now pushing out for Smep to get some extra CS and extra experience because because SK Telecom failed to bounce the tower or bounce the minion wave.
Yeah, I absolutely agree right there because SKT, now they have to worry about who gets dough first. Big team fight in the top lane.
Gorilla hitting up both Wolf and Bengi. The teleports are going to come in. That's Kuro. Smeb's already there to fight. Eyes on Bengi. They turn to Wolf now. He's safer in the jungle for them to go after. And it may be him going down. They try to get the cripple towards him. That's going to be Wolf going down. First blood to the Ku Tigers.
Remember that FLICKR is not running teleport. He didn't want to leave the mid lane. He just sat there, pushed it into tower, and Ku Tigers said, we can take a fight up here. We're strong enough. Our top lane has picked up some farm at least on the bottom side. You can see the big wave is still pushing in. Marin will catch that one. But Ku Tigers investing everything into a team fight. We see this time and time again. So often, every single member gets an assist when Ku Tigers gets a kill.
Something that teams have actually been slow on is after that first turret, get in the other side of the jungle, put your vision down, take aggression there, and finally Ku makes it work for themselves here. A team, like we said, doesn't really get going that early. Well, you have a Riven on your team, so they'll take whatever's on their plate right now.
There's a chance for Bengi to gank down bottom side now. We know Smep has to overextend. He used Flash as well in that last little fight. You can see Bengi on your minimap now. He's down here, but Ku Tigers, they realize what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, Bengi's actually in position. It's late on the recall. He is really outnumbered.
He had to see the footsteps of Kuro there as well, possibly calling Marin in late, but he baits himself into very low HP there.
Yeah, there's a good chance he was waiting on a recall right there because he may not have been looking at his screen as he was walking in, even though he was in the right position. So the fact that they ran into him early, they extended cooldowns, they kind of tipped off the gank, and at least for now, Marin is safe.
But this is what the Ku Tigers do so well. They understand where will the enemy jungler go to for a gank, where will the enemy team set up a play. They knew, okay, there's a big wave pushing, our top laner needs help. 4 members go down and assist him, make sure he can push it out. SKT though is
level 6 here.
That's an 80 carry left alone on top side.
Bray in a real bad spot, and he hopes to get on his knees and do just that. Stays alive a little bit longer. Can FLICKR get the final hit? Here comes Gorilla. Should be able to pick it up, but it goes to Bray. 2-1 now in favor of the Ku Tigers.
Wolf started off tanking that one very nicely as a level 2 Shen was able to clear aggro, but the patience of Prey using that heal late baited SKT into a disengage. They were really trying to funnel that first kill onto FLICKR to jumpstart him into this game, but because the heal was timed properly, it really delayed the kill from FLICKR, and Ku very deftly trades one back.
It is such a good trade for Ku Tigers. They defend their own top laner, the Riven, they pick the 1-2 split push, and at the same time, they trade 1-for-1 up in the top lane here for Prey. So great start for the Ku Tigers so far. Just gotta make sure that Smep can keep getting all the farm he needs, get him to that level 6 point, he can 1v1 against the Rumble, and suddenly you have split pushing pressure.
Absolutely. Focusing, getting Smep going. Prey gets himself going off a very nicely played dive from SKT. And maybe if FLICKR had that teleport, he'd been there sooner. Would have made it work. He did take that Ignite after all out of Champion Select. And Ku sprinkling a little bit of that magic dust here in the beginning of the game. Get themselves a slight lead, only working with 600 right now.
Just Gorilla instantly recalling after being towards the bottom lane. Forced FLICKR to basically say, I can't report out
so
here.
Many minions at that turret.
He definitely did. So
Seed
FLICKR
wave going in. Could not get it, and now FLICKR back in lane. Level 7 as he returns. Kuro gonna get his blue buff, so he'll continuously push FLICKR back into that lane. His kill pressure down with the Ignite down, so he'll pretty much be sitting pretty there, farming the minions up as he can. Still up 7 CS as he did that roam. FLICKR always making sure his lane is in position, so he doesn't fall behind in those instances.
And it's now 2 plays that actually did go in Ku Tigers' favor because they had the first gank work. The SKT gank, the split kills actually failed. And coming up towards the 10 minutes here, we're going to have a very uncommon scenario where Ku Tigers is actually going to be up in gold. Because looking at the bracket stage in particular against KT and Fnatic, Ku averaged a gold deficit of 916 at 10 minutes, whereas SKT in their bracket stage were on average up 626. So this is a bit of a role reversal here for Ku Tigers, and since their strengths have been team fighting and the defensive play, it will be interesting to see if they can turn on an offensive stage of play, which is what they need to push as FLICKR is farming up on Kassadin.
This is only accelerating that good time that Ku Tigers loves to have. 5 members of their team, very good friends, as you said, kind of misfits as they scrap around Officio, but here making things work. And Hojin, as he is usually reactive, sits in the back, a little more proactive this game. You see him towards the top lane, hasn't had finished vision of Bengi, so he's sitting behind Smeb. Little action towards the bot side, the teleport coming in right now from Marin. His ultimate is up. They lay down the equalizer. Wolf should be able to get out of this one. Marin into the fight now. Kuro and Prey are the targets, and that's going to be Kuro going down. SKT seemingly pulling this one back in their favor with just a few kills to the bot lane, and that's a double kill for Marin.
Massive play for SK Telecom here. Marin, he TP'd down, he walked behind the KOO Tigers. You can see they placed a pink ward in the lane. You're like, is there any ward where they can teleport? No, okay, we can take the fight then. Didn't realize that Marin then snuck behind through the jungle. In the end, SK Telecom sends down every single member. 3 kills for them.
So much for that goal lead, and also a complete lapse of pressure from the KOO Tigers. FLICKR made it down there on an Ignite Kassadin, and then his lane was not punished. Kuro did match with the teleport. Smeb decided not to. I don't think he had the right position to do so. So SK Telecom really globally positioning better. It was rare watching any game so far at Worlds to see SKT actually commit 5 people to one side of the map.
Look at KOO Tigers placing the ping ward, saying, okay, there's nothing behind us right now, so we can take the fight here. Marin then
Riven
sneaks
needs to be in on that same ward.
Not sure why, he's not there. He canceled his own teleport. Smeb up in the top lane. Maybe there's communication saying we can get 1 kill and it's fine. In the end, it ends up costing KOO Tigers so much down this bottom lane.
Yeah, and this was a glimpse of what you can do with the Shen and the Rek'Sai. They teleported the top laner. Bengi was at his own Gromp before he was able to make it into that fight, and Wolf doesn't even have his stand united yet. Not to mention, we saw the teleport burn from Kuro already in this fight. Smeb really needed to match that teleport of Kuro if they wanted a chance in that fight, but even then, they ended up losing it pretty substantially. Maybe he just saved his life there by not coming in.
And just also good understanding of cooldowns here for SK Telecom. FLICKR is going to trade Kuro. He's going to keep doing this, by the way, over and over and over. There's really no damage Kuro can return, and Gorilla gets taunted.
Oh, that teleport is down, so this means the fight is the 3 we have on your screen. That's instantly Bengi getting hit up as the Gorilla gets himself in with the Unbreakable Will and sets up for a kill.
Be careful messing with Alistar around the turret. Not a good taunt by Wolf, and it ends up pulling Bengi into a little bit of a fight. Alistar gets to ignore turrets. That's one of the reasons he's the most picked support near for most of the year and at Worlds. So really punishing Bengi very early there. The burst damage from Prey and Hojin as he was headbutted straight into all of the skill shots. Make sure work of Bengi.
They're in the wave, pushing Smeb back, knows the jungle pressure is towards the bottom side, so he has time to deal
coming
a
up.
little bit of damage.
Marin is baiting this. He just wants to poke down Smeb. He doesn't want to kill him right now. He's waiting for FLICKR to join.
Rek'Sai ultimate as well, just behind their blue, so Bengi should be here in time. They may not even need him. Stand United is on. They hit the end of the taunt by Wolf, and FLICKR picks himself up a kill now.
I have seen so many moves here by SKT to get FLICKR kills on Kassadin. These plays are extremely well orchestrated, and the best thing about this is they're not losing pressure on the lanes.
No.
While FLICKR's being able to roam around, no other team who's played Kassadin has been able to team play around him this well early in the game.
Simply, the mid lane matchup allows FLICKR to ignore Kuro and say, you're not going to do any damage to me, you're not really going to push on my tower, kill his wave, and then just leave. And he does it again and again and again, and he managed to appear at the side lanes. He's ready to pick up the kills. We even see the Shen support join in. So SK Telecom right now are benefiting from FLICKR being in a lane where he's not going to be under any pressure at all. And he can then use his mobility to join the other lanes.
And we've seen, rewatching SKT's games, even KOO's, SKT just better at making plays off of small mistakes. Everybody went to the bot lane, a lot of teleports are down. Let's make a play on the teleport top lane and get it to work for us.
And we can then constantly go back to, okay, what was the last play where Kuro had an impact? Okay, he TP'd down to the bottom lane. Right. But that was the play where KOO Tigers had completely misunderstood the situation, already cancelled from Smeb, so they couldn't win the fight. That means the teleport was on cooldown. Suddenly FLICKR can roam and nobody can join.
Exactly.
And so much of what we've seen from the KOO Tigers as well throughout Worlds is they actually do not pick up much farm by playing 3 lanes. They instead shrink the map, find team fights, and then win based on killing the opponents. Because their overall CS differentials, even at the end of the game, Hojin, Kuro, and Prey in bracket stage averaged big CS differentials against their opponents. And SKT, right now, are also the ones getting kills as well as pushing the lanes. They are winning across a lot of different dimensions.
Yeah, because the KOO Tigers tend to fall behind in the early game at 20 minutes, they get pushed so far back on the map, they can't be proactive. Because whenever the other team then pushes out the wave. There's going to be 2 or 3 minion waves coming down towards Smeb. He wants to pick it up. The other team will force a fight. And Smeb has to TP away. So he has to sacrifice that farm to join the teleport or to join the team to get that big team fight going for KOO Tigers. That's one of the main reasons they fall so far behind in CS across the board. Smeb, despite being probably the best or second best top laner in this tournament, he's even in CS. But at the end of the game,
his job is going to get much harder against a 2-0-2 Marin. He has enough money right now. A minute and 30 on that clock for Dragon. That Zhonya's he has is most likely going to be finished before those sword boots, and he'll be so powerful when this Dragon fight comes up. Getting help here from Bang in the top lane, so they don't have to worry about that pressure.
And again, look at the map pressure. Smeb under his turret facing 3 to 4 people. They are posturing a dive right here, but mainly just trying to take the turret. What KOO wants is to bait a dive and be able to save under the turret with Alistair and with a Lulu teleport, but they really just don't have the necessary information right here. It has been a KOO special to wait for turret dives and turn them around, but now they're against a much more formidable foe.
And this right here is a play we have seen all the Korean teams do in this tournament. We're down on the bottom side when there's no tier 1 tower. They push the minion wave all the way to the enemy tier 2, and then they recall off the bottom lane. Both support and AD carry recalls, and they rush to the opposite side of the map where your top lane is still sitting and farming, so they don't give away what's happening. Because all KOO Tigers sees, okay, Marin is in top lane farming against Smeb. Well, that's pretty normal. They're bot lane recalled. We don't know where they're going to go on the map. So because Marin stays, kind of fakes it, they show up and there's only 4 members pushing in the tower. But KOO Tigers this time around were ready, knew what was going to happen, and were there to defend.
Look at the pressure here from Bang. Knowing that he's got somebody behind him, KOO can feel it as well. Not much pressure there, but it looks like SKT is trying to get some flashes or some ultimates before this Dragon.
And I want to call attention to the item timings as well. Bengi just completed a 16-minute Sightstone. Some Rek'Sais in the group stages, Reyno would be one of them, were completing 4 and 5-minute Sightstones and then trying to cover the map. But knowing that they are up against KOO, who has not traditionally been an early game aggressive team, Bengi could then get combat effectiveness, finish his Cinderhulk very early, then get a late Sightstone. It works perfectly. He gets the Sightstone, he wards up the Dragon, and now they can take him.
And this is what SK Telecom want to do with their comp. We talked about it in the pick and ban phase, how strong it is in the mid game. Right now, you have the items completed, Rod of Ages for Kassadin, Hourglass for Rumble. It's very difficult for KOO Tigers to fight. Your Jinx doesn't even have Infinity yet. You cannot team fight right now. And SKT gets a free Dragon, can even go back and defend. Hojin might set up a dive against Marin, but remember the Shen ulti. It's always going to be there. Wolf is just sitting in the mid lane, waiting for KOO Tigers to make an aggressive play, and then he joins.
Something that can easily catch them off guard is that Shen ultimate. We've kind of seen KOO within the past few games of the tournament. They bring out the Zac, they bring out the Ashe, causing teams they play against to have to ward differently, play differently in initiations. It seems like Shen is creating that possibility for SKT right now. Thwarting some kills, giving SKT the lead here in engages.
And another possibility SKT's opened up with this team comp is just a different look than we've seen for most of Worlds. Marin has played Rumble, but it's been a bit of an abnormality. We have seen the top laners split pushing, and the mid laners being kind of the damage dealer. But SKT swapped around this roles for this specific game. FLICKR is the one split pushing and making plays, whereas Marin, a lot of the time, will arrive with the equalizers in the team fights.
Pushing the mid tower will be very hard for SK Telecom. Kassadin obviously can't really join in unless there's nobody defending. I'd rather see SKT focus on getting deep vision right here than trying to just group 4 members mid, because with the teleport on Lula as well, it should be easy enough for KOO Tigers to defend it. You see right here, they can just clear it out. Sivir is the only one who can really hit the tower, and it does absolutely nothing at this point. Get deep vision, get skirmishes with your Kassadin. That's what your goal is, not pushing in mid tower at the moment.
Well, especially because every single global on SKT is up right now, so wherever FLICKR goes, the rest of the team has the ability to support him right there, and then it's on KOO Tigers to stop the split push. I definitely do feel like SKT should be doing that to Fischio, but I also think that since they are up 2 Dragons to 0 already, with the scaling Kassadin on their side, they're okay with this current set of circumstances as long as FLICKR's farming.
As long as he can keep farming, don't put him with your AD carry so they have to share and try and fight each other for that CS. It never works out. Both carries, they start whining.
FLICKR will always pick up more gold.
He will get some of it, he will get some of it. But really, for KOO Tigers, the fact they have double teleport means they should be able to always have the 2 side lanes, or at least 1 side lane pushing against SKT. And we might have to see them go aggressive and tower dive on the opposite side, where FLICKR is not sitting on this Kassadin because he doesn't have teleport, or Bang, of course, as an AD carry, and use the fact that Koro can then TP in 5 versus 4 fight for the KOO Tigers. But for now, they're still behind. The AD carry does not have any completed items, so they're not in a position where they really want to fight with confidence.
both sitting around that same damage spike. Leandri's just finished by Marin, but sub 20 minutes in the game. That Zanya's as well. Sork boots are going to be easily finished. These guys are all the items coming online right now to make things happen.
Marin is so incredibly fed, and FLICKR is also going with the ridiculously aggressive Kassadin build. He's going Lichbane as his second
I wondered
item.
what that was going to be after Aether Wisp.
Yeah, I thought maybe a Ludens. That
Maybe.
also would mix. So often you see Zonia's as the second item because you need to Rift Walk aggressively and then avoid getting killed by the rest of the team. But it's also FLICKR, so he's going to be very patient with his positioning. This makes it very hard for him to go directly at the Riven, because if Riven does get the stun off, he can try and full combo the Kassadin before anything falls down. It's going to be a big skill matchup now.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I'm going to be against Lulu most of the time. So Hourglass, the armor doesn't really do a whole lot. She's not going to kill me. I want some more burst, really, for himself. Finally, with the SKT getting into jungle, places some mission cleared out. You can see he's not afraid of Korok at all. He can barely burn through his own shield.
Lulu's damage does not come out in burst. It's very over time. The AP Lulu, while the Glitterland slows you, it's then about the auto attacks afterwards. So I do actually like the build from FLICKR here, as long as they continue to use him as a split pusher.
This was good though from Crew Tigers, because again they used the teleport to push the bottom side, get some damage on tower, force SKT to send someone down to defend it. They need to keep doing that, but they're only allowed to do it because SKT has not completely taken over jungle. So you can freely push out your waves right now if you are the Crew Tigers. You're not really afraid of getting ganked because you have defensive wards as well. But SKT is very clearly saying we don't want to risk anything. Just farm up that castle and get that third dragon, and then we will start invading. You can see Bengi on your screen. Now he's moving into the jungle. Now Crew Tiger suddenly can move straight from the lanes to the towers and defend. They have to take the long route around, and that's where SKT can catch them in the rotations or just be there first and take away a tower.
So many options now for SKT as they move into the jungle. FLICKR just off on the wing to the right. You also have Wolf and Bang kind of hovering back and forth through the jungle. Bang clearing waves in mid now. Just the 80 carries doing what they can in mid to farm it out. They might be able to get some good damage on him here, but it won't be a trade coming in from Bang. A little too close and not enough vision on the other side.
Prey played that extremely well. Wolf also had to flash away defensively. They burned a lot of cooldowns right there. Normally the Shen is threatening a taunt flash because he would have backup, but Prey knew he had Riven backup as well, and then SKT couldn't bring enough people with the taunt to create an actual threat, and he ends up completely winning that trade and burning some pretty key cooldowns from SKT.
And that was just when SKT finally had taken some control on the bottom side. Instantly he could push back because they have to recall with Wolf, no severe ulti. So Crew Tigers have done a very good job keeping very defensive wards. You can see on your minimap here, trying to spot every single time SK Telecom wants to move into their jungle. Yeah. And then again, it allows the Lulu to move all the way down here without a tier 1 tower, push out the wave, force FLICKR to sit and clear it so he can't do anything without his teleport. And it just buys more time for Crew Tigers to farm up the Jinx, which is all they want to do. Yeah. Just sitting mid lane, Prey's just constantly farming, and also waiting for that point where Riven can all in this Hourglass Rumble and take him down, because then suddenly you have 2 winning lanes.
And it does feel a little bit better to be Prey right now, knowing you won't get flash taunted, but you still have to worry about on the hunt, Bengi tunneling through, FLICKR coming through as well. So it's not going to be easy for Ku to organize these fights.
And I think one of the biggest things they have to worry about is the level 14 Rumble. Marin is an absolute monster right now. Highest CS in the game, most gold in the game, giant item power spikes, and the pre-fight poke on Alistair is absolutely huge. Bang got hit pretty hard too, though.
Yeah, got a crit. FLICKR delivered. Straight to him. So Crew Tigers feeling confident. Got in vintage completed for Prey. Don't feel like they necessarily have to take this one, but again, they're afraid of these dragons getting out of control.
And this has typically been where Crew Tigers has swung back their gold deficits. This is actually a tiny gold deficit. They've come back from 5,000 gold pre-20 minutes twice during the bracket stage already. It's only a 2,000 gold lead for SKT, but it's the item differentials right now. The Rumble and the Kassadin are huge. Equalizer missed, but Smeb is all alone.
See what happens. FLICKR not going to be able to chase down.
Ku can start Dragon now.
Ku can go Dragon.
Ku can go straight to Dragon.
Side of the map.
Smeb playing super aggressive, trying to force someone to move over and stop him. Has the mobility on this Riven. That's a free Dragon for Crew Tigers. Should be at least.
Inside the pit. Choppers are down to stop up Marin. Looks like he could not throw that ult down as he just used it. Still, Hojin on the backside. Gorilla throws on the ultimate. That's about to wear off soon. He could be the next one. All flash is forced over by Ku. A chase from Marin and Bengi. Kicked. Faker's range. Faker over the wall. Are they going to be able to take down Kuro? The wild growth is down. The first one is Gorilla. That's going to be few more kills. Hojin and Prey fall to the ground, and they've only lost their support. 8-4 now for SKT.
You really got to see the power of the brute items that SKT had picked up. No equalizer and no faker until the complete backside of that fight, and they still wrecked them. Marin was just a walking death ball right there. Flame Spitter was pretty much all he did, and he pushed all of Ku Tigers back. Sivir ultimate to extend the chase, and Ku tried to run, but they were not fast enough.
Suddenly, Faker will join in. They have to run back from this dragon here, but really Ku Tigers were so delayed in their decision. They pinged the mid tower when they saw Faker go for that gang and say, should we push the tower? Someone else calls, no, we gotta go dragon, guys. And then 5 seconds delayed. That's enough for Faker to move back and join in for this fight here. Secure the kills for SK Telecom. Miscommunication will be punished by a team like SK Telecom every single time, and that's why they pick up 3 kills.
And so will that many flashes down on the side of Ku as they use them to escape that fight.
Bang always on the backside of these fights as well. Great support with the Sivir. This is SK Telecom coming online. They did make the mistake, but Ku Tigers didn't punish exactly right because of the delayed move that they made towards the Dragon Pit. If they would have been in closer position and they knew Faker would have been further away, there's a chance Ku Tigers could have actually taken that fight.
For sure.
With the Lulu and the Jinx, but instead they were forced into retreat, and SKT is a spectacular team at chasing down kills.
Had that dragon just been rushed, bursted down, Marin probably wouldn't even have teleported in the first place. Just said, you know what, that is lost. We tried to make a play, it didn't work. We still have 2 dragons, it's fine. We can now go back to play the same way, try and use Faker in one of these side lanes. But really, it is hurting him. He doesn't have that teleport. That's always what you look at in the late game against a double teleport team. It becomes so difficult because every time you show yourself in one of these side lanes, you're afraid of a play happening. If he ever goes bot lane, at this moment here, Ku Tigers might just say, you know, let's rush the Baron. Let's just force a team fight at this Baron here and force SKT to move in and try and stop us. But obviously, due to the goal lead, due to the fact that SK Telecom have some very, very strong members, especially this Rumble pick, it obviously becomes a lot harder for Ku Tigers to punch that lack of teleport.
All that stuff only going to happen for Marin as he upgrades his boots. Good to go in that sense as well. Another needlessly large rod on top of all of that for more damage. Aegis being built up on both sides, so a bit of the magic resistance finally comes out. But when lane's always being pushed, now bottom lane by Marin. Getting that in favor. Mid turret goes down though with Ku. Straight pressure to the mid lane as SKT tries to get a few hits of damage back in.
Strong move by Ku there. Marin was split pushing, but Ku knew that the teleport timer was down because he used it to get into the Dragon Pit, so they very easily move up with long-range Jinx rockets, plus the Lulu for extra move speed, and safely take down that turret. Since also SKT was using deep wards, so that was kind of a turret spent on getting wards into the red side jungle of the Ku Tigers.
Sadly, only a few though for SKT, and normally when you place these wards, you want to be in the jungle already. So the other team can't see what's happening in there. They want to peek in and be like, oh, can we clear a ward maybe? And then boom, you just punish them, you kill them, and you can then rotate to the Baron. Every time Ku Tigers now gets to group up and move down to these towers, it's in their advantage because what their team wants to do. They should be able to see Faker sitting and farming and knowing, okay, we have maybe 5-10 seconds, we can get one hit or try a trade and then go back from there. But then Faker obviously will move down from his lane and be able to flank.
Bane Faker on the Kassadin. The rest of this team approaches the turrets. They're going to go down quite fast. Let's see if they can get to them anytime soon. 27 minutes in the game, average game time coming in for SK Telecom in their wins, because that's all they've done is 32-10. So just about 4 minutes from now, they would have the win in this game. I don't know if Ku is going to allow that to happen this time. They did have a little bit of magic dust in the early game, which set SKT back. And this is kind of the time that they shine. Their items have come online. Can they get the mid-game fights they can?
It is pretty important to note that Kuro has completed his death cap, which is the main power spike you get for the Lulu, and Jinx also just picked up a BF sword of extra damage to go through. But honestly, the mobility of SKT is extremely punishing here.
That's a lot of love for Gorilla right there. He gets himself out safely. Kuro's throws on the wild growth himself to deter the fight even, and they lose some ultimates there. Why was big?
Yeah, why was Gorilla sitting in the mid lane when his AD carry just recalled? You're just an Alistar support. Very easy for SKT to punish him, push him away. They have full control. If you look at the top side of the map here with pink wards in the river, Baron, there's no wards from Ku Tigers. one bad fight for KOO Tigers, 1 or 2 guys die.
Game is over.
Game is over. Straight to Baron, pick up that Baron, and then suddenly you can just dive onto the enemy, or you can just 1-3-1 again with buffed up minions, and it will be almost impossible for KOO to stop.
Marin is about to hit level 18. It's 29 minutes in, he's at
Hojin
level
is gonna get
17
picked off
top
here.
laner. That's something SKT has done this game. They have played the waves better, and we see this 3,000 to 4,000 gold advantage, but the experience advantage is even bigger, specifically in that top lane. Marin was 3 levels ahead of Smeb just a second ago.
He's the only one in the game right now with a 3rd level of his ultimate. That's how far ahead he is. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that equalizer scales extremely well. So that is, the 3rd level of the ultimate is absolutely huge, even for Kassadin too, when FLICKR hits level 16, because the cooldown of his Rift Walk will drop to pretty much 2 seconds, and it makes it much harder for KOO to lock him down and burst.
And KOO was in an okay position, going back a few minutes, sitting there farming every single lane. Prey just got free farm in the mid lane. SKT didn't really know what they wanted to do, if they wanted to wait for Dragon, did they want to invade the jungle or push a tower. So they were kind of waiting it out as well. But then KOO Tigers were just so slow at reacting to that Dragon play. That's what SKT needed to get some more kills and really now open up for Baron as well.
And now there's so many different plays that they have to pick from. Dragon is up, SKT wants to stop the timer, but Baron also has to defend it. Great stop by Gorilla.
Huge knockup. 4 people from SKT.
And a choke
There's
point
some
though.
rockets coming in. Very nicely done. Can they get themselves some more? SKT sees that it's a very bad situation. They start to ping down towards Dragon. They may have the time to burn this one down, but they don't have the help of Bang right away. He is very hurt.
KOO outplayed that very well, and they got a crit rocket in the choke point. Gorilla stuffed it. Jinx was protected essentially by the Alistair, and SKT actually thought they had a larger numbers advantage than they actually did, which is why they ended up grouping up there and getting crit rocket. They're a little lucky that they didn't lose out on that one with the way that KOO played it.
Yeah, SKT as well, they wanted to bait that TP from Smeb by saying, oh, he shows bot lane, instant, start a fight, get him to TP in, and then you saw what they decided to do was run away. We don't want to chase into this choke point here, we got him low. FLICKR. That was risky.
Very close.
Sivir ulti is down though.
Flash, Hojin gets the wild growth. They may still decide to chase this. FLICKR throws out a few more. And it looks like they're going to be safe this time. They have the vision on that side of the brush. SKT does not, so they can't, but they will start pushing mid.
Yeah, mid tower is open. KOO Tigers is to take the long route around.
Oh, that turret going down so fast.
It's a game of attrition right now. They're starving out the teleports, they're starving out recall tamers, and they're trying to starve out wards with all of these other objectives up. And there, it's back and forth too, because one team makes a nice aggressive play and it's answered. Eventually they will run out of cooldowns or go into an irreversible play, and we will see that fight. But for now, they're just throwing jabs at each other.
Smeb has not gotten too much for himself this game. 0, 1, and 2. He's still on that Bloodthirster, on a Brutalizer, and a Hex Drinker for a bit of that survivability, but he has not been able to hit a good fight here. The team is looking for it. Looks like Rek'Sai coming in. We just saw Bengi use his ultimate just below the team. They're all going to be there. Bengi gets hit back. He's going to be able to turn around now. They have Prey in the perfect spot, and they take down Prey. They take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos for KOO. They cannot find the right positioning. A double kill as well for Bang.
Prey was caught out of position. He didn't know if he should flash over the wall or flash into his own team, but the fact he was caught out there meant he had to run and not deal damage. Suddenly, SK Telecom can just chase, get the kills.
And people keep getting funneled into either a Marin Flame Spitter or a FLICKR flank. It's making it pretty safe on FLICKR, and now they're baiting the Baron.
Smeb about to get smushed. The Harpoon does not hit, but they get the smite down, and the Flame Spitter will cook him just right. Well done on Smeb. He goes down. 45 seconds on these timers now, and SKT is going to use that to its fullest.
We need to see how KOO Tigers were positioned on the map before that last fight. How did Prey get so far away from the rest of his team? He needs the Alistar, he needs the Lulu to peel for him so he can constantly deal damage. The moment he starts running, he does nothing. So let's see what happens. He's in the river, basically. He's so far away from the team.
He was sweeping a brush, and that's why when SKT went for the heart of the team, they single out Prey. That equalizer as well funnels everyone right up against a wall. There's no way they can't group there unless they stand on the equalizer. But it all started with that positioning by Prey.
And you can see how low a lot of the members from SKT are in the end. If Prey had been sitting there dealing damage all the time, that fight could have gone completely different. But credit to SKT, again, they wait for that opening. They use some of their globals really well to go back and shop and then return. We'll get another Dragon. SK Telecom has been in full control for most of this game. Whenever there was an opening in field for KOO Tigers, they didn't take it. They allowed SKT to then say, oh, we can send FLICKR over to this lane and do nothing, and it's okay.
You can see the disparity in that fight. Prey running for his life. Bang, throwing out all the auto attacks and boomerangs he needed. 3,800 damage to 800.
Yeah, and Bang is in such a position to succeed as well because team fights, especially at the highest level, are all about threat and who is under threat. So Bang, in this case, the only person he really has to worry about is Smeb getting a flank. But if SKT's the one starting the fights, they don't have to worry about those things. And Prey instead had to run from Equalizer, Casting, and everything else.
Home guard stand united onto Smeb. He may be able to fight back here. Kuro gives him a very early wild growth that doesn't pop anybody up. Still is using it to get out of the fight instead of in. SKT is running down the lane. Hojin can't even help on the outside right now. Somehow, Ku gets out, only losing Prey. No, there goes Hojin. Now goes down Gorilla. SKT was just looking to light the fuse, and from a double kill to a triple kill, Bang is also getting huge.
Sivarald after Sivarald, they're creating the large positional advantages off of these small missteps by Ku Tigers, and they haven't been able to defensively ward to avoid the rotations by SKT.
One of the changes Ku Tigers made coming into the playoff in the LCK was stop picking hyper carries for Prey. Don't rely on him to be the big carry in team fights. Give him utility, give him an Ashe pick or a Sivir pick, and we let Smeb be the carry. We try to let Kuro in team fights be more of a carry. They have now gone back to say, okay, it's too predictable if we just try and gank Smeb's lane all the time. They've been playing more around what Prey could do here, put him in the mid lane to farm up, and rely on him in team fights. But the last few team fights, he's constantly just been in bad positions where SKT can punish him. Obviously, it doesn't help when Lulu has to invest everything she has onto the Riven.
Yeah.
All this was supposed to go onto Prey, and now he joins in all alone, basically.
It's a full health Faker.
And to me, this fight is Smeb trying to make a play. It's a little bit of desperation. They knew they'd been losing a lot of the grouped up team fights, so he was hoping to create an opportunity in the side lane, but it ends up just drawing the whole team into a big flame spitter. Luden's Echo was just completed onto Marin. Oh dear.
After that Rylai's, the distortion boots, as we said before, so he's getting his summoners back nice and fast, and it's got to be very difficult for Smeb to make any moves against the team with On the Hunt, against the team that can rift walk. A very nice Zanya's through the wind slash. Smeb's gonna go down in this one. He tries to put the nail in the coffin, but ends up in it himself. That's gonna be another turret. We said it would be Baron in the base, and SKT have their eyes on it.
Level 17 cast in with Zonias is far too slippery to be able to take down unless you use all of your team's damage at exactly the moment that he is stunned. Ku tried to bait the side lane brush right there, which is a popular play while you were behind. FLICKR, you could tell, was kind of waiting for it with the way he juked side to side near the brush where Kuro was waiting. And it's SKT who gets the last laugh there.
It's amazing how that once SKT has a stranglehold on your strategy or even a slight lead, they push it wherever they want, but still playing reactively. You make a mistake, we take so much from the base. You make another mistake, that's the game. At this point, it cannot happen anymore for Ku Tigers.
And it's scary to see SK Telecom win team fight after team fight against a team that was supposed to be the better one in the late game fights. Ku Tigers has always been praised as one of the best team fighting teams in the world, where they could possibly beat SKT, who are more about skirmish, you know, more about the early game. Not been the case in this game.
I think a lot of it has to do with the way SKT did draft for finding team fights. Sivir, Rumble, traditional team fighting AD carries there. And even the jungle matchup, Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin. Rek'Sai is incredibly good into Lee Sin, burning that first pick on the Rek'Sai to give Lulu over, and then just positioning better than the team with the Lulu. It's been draft as well as play for SKT.
Yeah, and it's just something we mentioned, how SKT so quickly realized what could happen in the pick and ban phase by taking that Sivir into Lulu, being okay, in case you want to take the AD carry, we will have a composition that can dive it. We have the tools ready, even when we are kind of blind picking it before we see your AD carry. And Bang has just been having a great performance. He's not been the highlight, but he's always doing so much damage in these fights. He's just consistently doing so well.
Have to remember that that Riven was picked at the end. Counter picking. Oh, Hojin gets critted down immediately. A bit of Luden's Echo on the end there. Wild Growth goes onto him. Everything's been used in defense. They can't get the engages they want. It's the Ku Tigers. They love to engage, but are consistently engaged on this game by SKT and their confidence.
This time around, though, SKT wanted a little bit more. FLICKR even jumped in, had to flash out instantly, so he didn't get to assassinate anyone. Recalling on a ward.
There aren't many mistakes that SKT has made in this tournament. I mean, the first one might have happened when they went to gank Pawn on Echo when Ryze was still level 1 FLICKR. Or FLICKR was still level 1 Ryze, I should say. You're not going to get a Rune Prison out of him, but other than that, we really haven't seen them make too many mistakes here. They got a victory.
This was a pretty tricky play because Hojin was trying to kick them back while SKT would be trying to finish this turret, and they get them low enough that they kind of commit over the wall, but now their focus is split between the fight and the turret. You could see Bang was finishing off the turret because they couldn't dive on the turret. But Bengi was all about the fight right there. That would have been a safer play to just have FLICKR be in while Bang took the turret, and Bengi overextended a little bit.
In the end, though, worth it for SK Telecom because they get the tower down, they break into the base once again. They have now 2 inhibitors they can take down. One of them is already gone. The next one should be coming soon. SKT back out, split pushing. One of the things they do with Rek'Sai very often in the late game, Bengi will just be the guy controlling the wave in one lane, just pushing it in. He's not going to kill anyone, but then he will join for the fight. Of course, he has a tunnel here, just behind SKT in case they need him.
You can actually see, though, the lack of Void Staff on SKT is starting to get punished a little bit by Smeb and the rest of KOO's builds. They're building a fair bit of MR right now, and since SKT was very mid-game item priorities by going flat penetration on the Rumble and no magic penetration on FLICKR, FLICKR with the death cap and about 600 AP got a full combo off on Smeb and didn't take him below 75% health. Obviously, SKT still has massive map control.
SKT.
Just tilting.
Not the case in this game.
Definitely not the case. Oh. But no Void Staff on the way. It looks like Marin will complete his build sans Void Staff, and FLICKR will need to build it as his 6th item.
Incredible play so far coming from SKT. A bit of a lead to KOO in the beginning when they got the early kills, but everything punished that SKT could has been punished. Sterik's Gauge now onto Bang. They're able to put some different items in their pockets here, keeping him that much more safe. As you were saying, that magic resistance getting picked up. Prey has a null magic mantle just to stop from being zeroed out immediately. And hopefully they can stay alive a bit longer here as they protect their inhibitors.
It is very hard for SKT to fight here in the base, though, because the flanking option is not really there. Obviously, KOO Tigers have the Nexus turrets behind them. Finally, Prey sits next to his Lulu and his Alistar, so he's very safe. SKT respects it now. They're saying, okay, we don't want to risk it. Wait for Baron to spawn. Draw them out of this base here. Start warding up the topside jungle. At some point, KOO Tigers will come and face check. Then you get the big fight, because there's so many ways then for Kassadin to flank behind.
And that's really the story here. And SKT has been the best team at recognizing the right play to make at the right moment. So even though they've had 32-minute games, you wouldn't expect SKT to overpress the tempo right here. They're at 4 dragons. Knowing the next dragon is going to be up in 5 minutes, they can get that. In the meanwhile, the Baron will come up. They can take that, slow push the wave in the top lane, maybe get down the 3rd inhibitor turret. Because, as we were talking about, they do not have the long-range AD carry, they do not have flank opportunities within the KOO base, and KOO can hold their own base quite well. However, if that's with a Baron buff and with 5 dragons, then SKT can crack it, which is why SKT's opportunity is in the here and now. As Baron respawns, they need to kill KOO within their own jungle.
4 items now for Prey. Lulu to buff him up as well with her death cap completed. It is just so hard for him because of the fact that there's a Sivir ulti, the Kassadin, the Rumble ulti. There's so many things that's going towards him. Even Flash Taunt from a Shen can be enough to win the fight for SKT. So you put in this impossible situation as an AD carry, where you have to deal the maximum amount of damage, but there's also so many ways you can die at the same time. Here's one of them.
Marin throws the equalizer down. They're able to split from the red carpet, trying to get back into their own base. The Zanya's on FLICKR, makes Prey take one step too close, but he is able to get out with the Wild Growth. Eyes on to Smeb now. Everybody actually focused that. Gorilla's able to come back in, but only hits FLICKR, and it leaves the backline completely open. Kuro and Prey fall immediately, using both summoners that they can. Teleport still up for Kuro, but it wouldn't have helped anyways.
SKT could not stop chasing KOO. KOO could not fall back fast enough. Prey kited his heart out, but it wasn't enough. SKT used Zonius properly, ran down the fight, and they'll win the game.
That's going to be SKT earlier than what their longest game would be. That was 43-30. They put a stop to that. It's a 42-minute game 1. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup.
And we just have to look at this early game here. When a Kassadin with no teleport managed to have more of an impact than Kuro here on this Lulu, it looked very, very bad for KOO Tigers because FLICKR just kept roaming between the lanes. And again, whenever I felt there was an opening for the KOO Tigers to do something, they reacted a little bit too slow, maybe a little bit too afraid. They couldn't punish whatever small mistakes were left by SKT. So they never got that chance to really get back in the game. And of course, Marin on this Rumble got completely out of hand.
A little bit.
That's been a lot of what's plagued KOO Tigers, and why people have been underestimating them is because they don't seem to necessarily win the game through their own accord, but they then punish mistakes. And SKT's been the team that makes the fewest mistakes and then punishes teams that give them openings. KOO has been giving a lot of openings, and this game SKT punished quite well.
Amazing play coming out of SKT in the beginning. We saw KOO had a slight lead, But again, what we saw in every game, through groups, through the brackets, that SKT comes back nonetheless. They find a way in, and usually it's a 3-4-man fight. This time it was a teleport to the bot lane. And we didn't even see teleport pressure from FLICKR. He was clearing his lane, roaming at the appropriate time. They just had knowledge of the map way more than KOO Tigers.
And when you run these compositions where it's so much about the AD carries damage, SKT knew that in the pick and ban phase. We talked about it a few times, the Castle Rumble, Sivir, everything that can constant deal damage to this AD carry and force him to run. So he can't just sit there and spam away with the rockets and take over the game. Prey didn't have the greatest performance. It was very hard for him to do a whole lot. Often it was because he was caught out of position before the fight even started, and then it's tough to do anything.
Lead back to Jinx not being played that much in the LCK. Lulu Jinx right now stands at 5-4 in the entire Worlds tournament, so it actually hasn't been that effective.
So much of that was Marin's placing the equalizer in places that forced him to run away. And it's not like Marin's equalizers were placed to kill everyone. They, in a sense, were kind of zoning equalizers. I hate it when people use that word. It's like, oh, he missed it. That means it's a zoning equalizer. But these ones actually were, because they were funneling all of KOO Tigers into places where they get hit by Ricochet and they get hit by FLICKR's Cassidy.
Well, what a game one. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk now to analyze a bit of that game.
Thank you, Riven. Some analysis we shall do. What a game one, though. We have to start from the beginning because we had all of this prep. We talked about how the teams would draft. We talked about which players would impact where, where we expected teams to succeed and fail. So let's start at the beginning. In that drafting phase, we saw the hover over the Rise, but then going with the Kassadin. So FLICKR already coming out with something new this time around.
Yep, Kassadin with an easy lane and taking Ignite and being able to make it happen with roams rather than try and answer with teleport.
Yeah, I really am surprised that SKT decided to blind pick the Rumble here, because they must have known the Riven was going to come out, but Marin is one of, if not the best Rumble players in the world, so that really helps that you at least have him comfortable in any matchup. Now, KOO, I thought their draft was great. This harkens back to their Juggernaut day or Juggermaw days when they would play the Lulu with the Kog'Maw. This is the team that invented that strategy, so they've got to be comfortable with it with Jinx.
And I have to reiterate back on actually SKT side, Marin's play. Once again, this was pretty much just what we were talking about in the pregame. We're talking about his use of Fog of War, the information denial, and how he always keeps his CS, and he always is able to make that teleport play on time because of the way he manages minions. The other big one I want to point out for SKT this time around was the Shen support pick, actually. That's what facilitated a lot of the playmaking for this team. Wolf had 19 out of 20 kills, just missing participation on one of them, or kill participation, not the actual kills.
You saw there for a moment the team's already strategizing for game two, so plowing ahead there. But Krepo, I want to come to you because, as Monty mentioned, this is a team comp for KOO that we would love to see. We imagine they're very comfortable with. So for both of these teams coming out of the draft with compositions we would have expected out of them, however, they didn't come away with the win. So where did they fall short in terms of playing it out correctly against this SKT comp?
Looking at champs like initially, I also like KOO Tigers comp, but I think SKT is running a very risky composition to play. If you fall behind, no amount of gap close is going to help you. You're just going to run out of damage, but they managed to play the map so beautifully. More importantly, the way they use teleports, and especially one of the first ones with Rumble, I think we have a replay of that already, so we can get to that. And that was just really beautiful map play. They saw Hojin in the top lane, then later on, so Hojin right now, he gets spotted in his signature gank because he always goes for the lane gank, counter gank. He doesn't take the usual path. SKT did their scouting, and then he moves into vision, and immediately they set up a ping is being made right now on the bottom side of the map too. Goes into Fog of War as well. Marin disappears. Gorilla, look at the ping where they're about to place. They're like, okay, top lane is calling, okay, my top laner can teleport, but it's like, he's nowhere near. So they don't expect him to come around all the way from the backside of the turret. Suddenly Equalizer lands, and this completely confuses KOO, and then a good follow-up roam, I believe FLICKR shows up too. That entire play, punishing Hojin being in the top lane, that is just executed so well, because a lot of these teams will go for a two-forced teleport play here, not using the ward over the wall, going around the tower, maybe getting one kill, and then losing the top lane tower in return. This was just so crisp.
But the major mistake there, right, is that there wasn't any pressure in the top side, so it left SK Telecom free to just teleport down to the bottom side. They couldn't even take anything with Smeb. Smeb had the opportunity to teleport, just sat up there farming instead. So it's about when to make plays, how not to overextend in that situation, and prevent really easy teleport ganks like the one we saw from SKT.
Krepo?
Yeah, and then from that point onwards, I love the way SKT, we describe them usually as a split push, 1-3-1, that's all we've been talking. And then they
or
play,
1-4.
Yeah, 1-4, and then they play these really, really nice team fights where they dance on the edge of zones. It's really hard to read unless you've played against really good Riven players. They constantly respect flash stunts, flash knockups, and they dance just at the edge. And then when somebody mispositions, Ku was grouped for a lot of these fights, but being grouped against SKT doesn't really mean grouped at all anymore because they pick up at the sides and they tear you apart. Then you have the zoning equalizers come in, and the pacing and the positioning in these fights was just absolutely beautiful from SKT.
It really was, and it was actually a good showing by Ku. They had early momentum, which is difficult for them to get, and then they transitioned into the mid game. We saw so many of these team fights fought around ultimate timers. They weren't even getting kills. There were multiple team fights where you were just fighting for the advantage in cooldowns.
Yeah, that 10-minute fight there, as soon as that was over, SKT had a 1K gold lead. But prior to that, entirely even, which is not something we would have expected given the statistics coming in. Now, moving ahead, though, at 20 minutes, Marin up 17 CS. FLICKR down 7, Bang up 4. But this is essentially, again, what we expected. The middle and the bot lanes going about even, and Marin creating this huge discrepancy. Beyond that CS2, 2 to 3 levels up for the entirety of the game, he really was putting a ton of pressure on the map.
So that's why we hit it so hard in the pregame, James. Marin's macro is just, it's really impressive. And I feel like because Smeb has had so many great highlight games leading up to this in the last 2 best-of-5s that they played, a lot of people kind of forgot about the work that Marin puts in.
And just SKT, they transition advantages to different sides of the map. So FLICKR does run a teleport, goes mid, pushes up. That allows him to roam. Suddenly he has a global ulti on the support. He goes top. He solves the Smeb problem for Marin. They don't even have to take him out 1v1. Chunk him out with the ultimate. Smeb's like, okay, what the hell was that? Oh, suddenly FLICKR's here. Shen teleport. And the Ku Tigers, because they have such a laid-back playstyle very often, they don't have the incentive to really punish those plays. SKT gets too much freedom, and they're finally showing what you do with that freedom against a team like Ku Tigers.
Now, finally, I do want to push ahead to our last replay. 32 minutes into the game, mid lane, another 3-0 for SKT. Crepo, I'm going to let you take this one, as I know you love it.
Yeah, just like look at what distance. Like FLICKR knows he can go into that distance, and they all like step back and forth every time until somebody mispositions here. And here, Prey, he gets exhausted. Equalizer comes in, and this is the fight over almost.
And there are multiple Zhonya's initiations and re-initiations here from both FLICKR and Marin as well, keeping up the pressure. They just chase you down the entire lane, making use of the Sivir pick here, the extra speed for them. They're able to continually re-engage the fight.
Yeah, Jat mentioned during the game that so often we see SKT itemize towards that mid game, getting the early Zhonyas and the flat penetrations, and it's so much confidence that they're displaying in itemizing that way.
And talking about that too, I have to question Hojin's build a little bit this game. He went Warrior Enchant into the
Sightstone, he had Aegis.
Sightstone, yes, but Aegis came later, so it came after the Hexdrinker, and I think that may have been a bit of an overreach. I think they needed that early Aegis in the mid game against all this magic damage that was coming out.
It's a really good point because he was set up to build it. He got the first blood money. He got the kill credit.
Yeah, he had three kills in that game, so yeah, definitely I think if you get that Hexdrinker, you have to make kills with the Riven. You're trying to burst somebody down very quickly with the Riven Lee Sin combination. But since that didn't happen and they were more focused around team fighting, I really think having that item earlier may have swung some of those team fights.
Opting for the individual play as opposed to the team fighting prowess. Now, of course, throughout the day, we'll be checking in on a few of the viewing parties that have been taking place around the world to celebrate the championship finals. First up, you're going to get a look at fans lining up for a party in Hanoi, Vietnam. And the crowds are fired up in Rialto, in the Rialto Theater rather, in Montreal, Canada as well. That looks like a party, one that I would like to attend. Our friends at Coke have gotten in on the action as well. You're gonna see parties like these all over the place, one of which you're gonna see here in Amersfoort in the Netherlands.
It's a nice try.
Wait, did I not nail it?
You got a smile. Yeah.
I can't. Having Crepo on the desk is the worst when it comes to pronouncing anything
and
European.
every other reason too.
Right, exactly. Yeah, for every other reason. Well, but for now, we're going to step away while the teams prepare for Game 2 between the Ku Tigers and SKT. Don't touch that browser. The 2015 World Championship Finals continue right after this.
We're about to find out right now who's going to get the momentum in Game 1. Marin into the fight now. Kuro and Prey are the targets, and that's going to be Kuro going down. SKT seemingly pulling this this one back in their favor. FLICKR range, FLICKR over the wall. Are they going to be able to take down Kuro? The Wild Growth is down. The first one is Gorilla. They have Prey in the perfect spot, and they take down Prey. They take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos for Ku. They cannot find the right positioning. SKT is running down the lane. Hojin can't even help on the outside right now. Somehow, Ku gets out, only losing Prey. No, there goes Hojin. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup.
No one around right now. He's running away through the wards. Pop, Summoner, teleport. Oh no! The double, the stun, the triple. They go for they're all gone. There's no stopping him now.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship Finals. SK Telecom T1 still writing their undefeated story as we get into the first game of finals, and they played immaculate that game, falling behind only for a few minutes in the early game.
There was some risk in the pick and ban phase we saw from them, the casted and pick in the mid lane. Obviously, it's a very good matchup into the Lulu, and that's what FLICKR used so effectively. But also Wolf, we didn't talk too much about him on this Shen. He was part of 95% of the kills SKT had. He was just everywhere on the map. He was joining in whenever they needed him, whenever they set up 2v1s or 3v1s even.
And every time you pick Caster, you are picking into an inherent amount of risk because you're leaving yourself a little open to map pressure. But we've also seen the emergence of support Shen specifically for LCK teams, and Wolf's ability to kind of feel like he was everywhere at once did a lot to keep Ku Tigers pushed back in the game. And then looking at his scoreline, he really was everywhere that mattered at the right time.
Well, Wolf currently 3-0 on that Shen. Shen now 10-1, so he had a good hand in making a nice record for the Ninja here coming into the tournament, and they used it very well, especially with, as we talking about FLICKR's cast-in on Ignite. More kill pressure to his lane, but always being in the right spot at the right time when Ku's teleports were up.
Yeah, we didn't see him get a kill 1 versus 1, but it's enough to have the threat that, hey, I can kill you. So Lulu has to sit far back and then catch the wave pretty late, and then Cassidy can leave the lane. That's what we saw again and again. Pick and ban phase now, though. Obviously, teams are going to swap. Ku Tigers on blue side. It should mean SKT just want to focus on the standard Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and then probably Elise. Should set it fairly simple for Ku Tigers. Then, okay, what's the plan? Make sure you don't trade 1 for 2 when it comes to the other strong picks like Kalista and Tahm Kench and so on.
Well, Ku is one of those teams that knows what happens when you leave GP open, mainly against the Flash Wolves. Wasn't a very good game for them, so I don't think that GP will ever be left open again. And you're right, they're on blue side now, so changes will be made.
I think there's a very high chance we see a first pick Tahm Kench if it's not banned away by SKT. It's something they really wanted to do. Gorilla was pretty much the first person to play the best Tahm Kench here at Worlds. One of the best Tahm Kench games was from Gorilla. And yeah, the fact that they haven't banned it speaks pretty highly of the chance they're going to first pick it.
Also, Wolf showing one of his first plays on Tahm Kench against AHQ. That dive under the turret on was absolutely ridiculous.
They're both fantastic players.
Showing the prowess of what he could do as well. So I can't wait to see if Kench does get unbanned.
And that's the problem for SKT. Because again, you normally look at Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and Elise as like the 3 bans on.
Who banned it for the first
I'm
time?
very surprised. I would have first picked this. Even given a Rek'Sai and just take Elise in again. For Hojin, he had a fine performance on this in the early game. If that was going to be the strategy for Ku Tigers, we're expecting Elise to be banned.
Yeah, because now this can create the exact same type of Lulu or Rek'Sai choice that SKT opted into in game 1. Yeah, now it will be Ku getting the Rek'Sai, and we do have to wonder if SKT is going to go with Lulu. They're so good at it normally.
Exactly the same.
It's not in their head, Jap.
I dislike the fact that Ku Tigers did the Tahm Kench here. However, if they leave Tahm Kench, they get 1, SKT gets 2. At this point, when you're trading these bans, it can get a little bit dicey.
That's right. I mean, if I was Ku Tigers, I would have banned Lulu as my last ban instead. And then looked at SKT and said, okay, if you want to ban Elise, we take Tahm Kench, we get Rek'Sai. That's an okay trade. Obviously, it meant SKT could possibly leave both junglers open. It was like Tahm Kench for Elise.
Which I think is fine.
Which I still think you could have done if you are the Ku Tigers, or at least you get the Elise pick then for Hojin, his best early game jungler. So a little bit surprised about it from the Ku Tigers. SKT will now be able to do the same kind of comp protect the AD carry if they want to.
You're looking at an undefeated Elise on both sides. 6 plays in for Bengi, 5 in for Hojin. So nobody wants to leave that up on either side and get the spider in the game. Fiora will be picked up by Smeb in the top lane. We usually see Marin taking that onto the Rift, but Kuro has had a few chances as well.
Yeah, well, especially after he played it all 4 games against KT, continue to have good performances with it against Fnatic. It was a little bit strange that it wasn't picked nor banned in the first game. So KOO Tigers kind of going back to that Fiora well, hoping that Smeb can carry the game.
I think the reason KOO Tigers didn't want to play it last game, obviously Rumble was picked, they wanted the Riven matchup into it, but also because Shin was in the game on the side of SK Telecom. So it was going to be very difficult to beat that split pusher. Riven can go in and flank a teamfight and kind of burst down one target more, have some AoE at least, where the Fiora does not, very single target focused. Now because Alistar goes in as the second support, once Tahm Kench is gone, people go Alistar very often.
Right.
Shin was available for KOO Tigers. They could run the Fiora. They will have this insane split push now with Smeb and double global for both jungle pick and support pick. KOO Tigers should be able to set up a very good split pushing scenario here for Smeb.
As KT throwing together a little AoE in their composition with Rumble again for Marin. Bang will pick up Jarvan for Bengi in the jungle.
Well, this I think will be extremely interesting. Marin was free to pick the Rumble into Smeb's Fiora last game, and then KOO opted for a different matchup. I think Marin is very confident in Rumble against Fiora. We've been waiting for people to kind of find the right Fiora counterpick. Was it Darius? Well, no, that kind of fell apart. It was a Renekton in some games unless you built in an extremely proper way and had your whole team helping you. Now I think we're going to get to see the best kind of anti-Fiora matchup possible. We thought maybe it would be Lissandra.
We were hoping at least.
Big picks, but maybe it's going to be the Rumble. We're going to have to see how this matchup plays out.
At least Rumble can be very difficult to dive in the early game. Often what happens if you're losing the lane, you get pushed into a tower, jungler shows up. Rumble ulti and his tankiness makes it difficult, at least, to kill him. What are we looking at here?
Support Shen, top Fiora,
AD carry Shin.
carry Kennen.
Oh, sorry, AD carry Kennen. AD carry Shin.
You had the ninja.
AD carry Kennen.
No, I love this. This is pretty much comfort zone for everyone on KOO, except you could say Prey because he hasn't competitively played Kennen AD carry. But specifically, when they were preparing for Fnatic, he prepared this as a pick to go against Reckless, who was playing so much AD Kennen in case they'd have to take it away. So he's very practiced on this AD Kennen at this point.
And Kennen is very good into a lot of these hyper carries because, first of all, he has a fine laning phase against them. Once he gets a Cutlass and the Blade of the Ruined King, he's very strong 1v1. So this AD carry cannot sit on his own in the side lane and risk taking a duel with the Kennen. They can try and farm out. That's why Tristan also comes in here for Bang. It's one of the safer AD carries at sitting and farming up in the side lane. But really, KOO Tigers are building for a 1-3-1 setup. Insane split push coming from Smeb with Rek'Sai and Shin joining him. Wave clear in the mid lane from the Victor. Very standard KOO Tigers composition from what we've seen here at Worlds. And SKT obviously saying, well, let's go team fight. Hard engage Jarvan, we're gonna take the fights.
In this case, I do like the amount of AoE damage and crowd control that KOO can put together, because typically teams that have Lulu in the mid lane do tend to group up in fairly small balls of people. So therefore, the AoE from KOO Tigers will be able to hit SKT a little bit harder. It'll be very interesting, though, to see how this mid lane matchup goes, because both guys have opted into Ignite.
Yeah, we're gonna fight in this mid lane here. Koro's saying, you know what?
So.
My teleport didn't work last time. I'm gonna try now and duel this Lulu. If I can push in FLICKR, suddenly he can be the guy roaming and assisting the lanes like FLICKR did in the last game.
It's been a quiet mid lane for this Worlds tournament. Usually you hear the top laners are on an island, but the mid laners have been very soft in their back and forth. It's a few times for FLICKR, a few other solos throughout the tournament, but more than not, like we said, FLICKR, not really a playmaker this time. It's more about the rest of the team. We'll see if that turns tides here with Ignite in the mid lane. Keep updating your Twitter votes throughout this series. Send that hashtag KOOWin or hashtag SKTWin to @LOL Esports, and we can see how you are calling this as we get on to the Rift. Game 2 of this best of 5 here in Berlin at the World Championship Finals. SKT 2 games away, 2 wins away, I should say, from the Summoners Cup, hoisting it once again. It will be the only team to have those 2 wins at Worlds.
There were no huge surprises in Game 1, aside from the fact that SKT played around Cassian incredibly well. KOO Tigers wasn't really able to do anything with the minor advantages they had gained in the early game. Because remember, first game, SKT played a very defensive early game strategy, did not get any deep wards, and were vulnerable to a little bit of a KOO Tigers counter invade later into the game, where they outnumbered the number of jungle camps that SKT could take and gained a very early experience advantage. Ku does need to jump on SKT early because they were able to do it in game 1.
And Origin last week was supposed to be the guys who could maybe create an upset, take a game against SK Telecom. They did really well in game 1. Ku Tigers had a good early game at least, but then we saw it fall apart. I wonder when you face a team like SK Telecom and you're mentally trying to be so ready and say, this is where I'm going to play the best game of my life. I'm going to take down SKT, I'm going to take down FLICKR, take the trophy, run away with it. He's not going to get his hands on it. And then you lose that first game. It is so hard to then rebound into game 2 because like you just had everything invested into one game. It didn't work for you. Origin, I feel like, had the same problem. We're gonna have to see if Ku Tigers can show up in game 2.
That's the thing about SKT is you can take them down in every facet, but if you haven't chipped away at their mentality, they are still very much so in the game.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about like what will it take for SKT to lose a game? Because SKT is so fluid and reactive, and we got to talking and we're saying like, oh, SKT, they just do things by the book. But then the question is like, what book? What book are you doing that tells you how to play this perfect League of Legends? Because what they're able to do is make the right play across the board, which is so fascinating and so difficult to do in League of Legends because you are 5 individuals trying to play as one. And that's really what makes SK Telecom so far this year world, is their ability to play as an absolute team.
Yeah, and that's really the scary thing. A team with so many carry players, insane mechanics, top lane, 80 carry, mid lane as well. And when you then add in what I feel is the best shot calling we've seen from a team in League of Legends, and really the main thing for SK Telecom, how quick they can make these decisions, reading, okay, Miniwave is pushing one lane, so we need to defend there, move down, and then keep always rotating around.
Right, and Wolf successfully pushes them off of Boom Up, which is, again, kind of a smart play. And do they see a big opportunity? Because normally Ku should funnel to Raptors. Now Marin's there.
Marin charging the Flame Spitter. He came in with his gauge over half. A level 1 turret dive. Bengi definitely messed that up. Can they get Smet? Marin's going to go down here too. SKT go way too hard in the early game.
This is what they call the caster curse. You talk about it.
Play by the book, Jan.
Play it by the book. Capitalize on opponent missteps. Never overstep your bounds. I was just going to say SKT has been the perfect low-risk, medium-reward team. But by double flashing into the turret at 2.5 minutes, that was a high-risk, low to medium reward play. SKT completely out of character, and Ku Tigers get 2 kills in the early game.
They were in such a good position. Just push these guys out of the jungle, force them to recall. You're now way ahead in the lane swap. Go up, take your tower. Marin now.
It snowballs because they do not have the support from the others.
This is exactly what we didn't see last game. These turrets were being pushed by only members of the opposite team. Now SKT tries to defend that turret, and it cost them their life. 2 lives to go down. Now Bengi just came back from being dead. It's going to be a real long walk to get back into his jungle. Great turret aggro trading, and that's Gorilla coming in for the final kill. 1 last shot, he's still alive. It's a 3rd shot that will take him down. He gets caught up in his own minions.
Even so, things have gone from bad to worse, and that is the collateral damage or just the extended loss of what SKT did in the jungle of Ku Tigers. They completely fell apart for about 1.5 minutes. Let's see if they can recover.
If Ku Tigers didn't feel confident going into game 2, they do now. 4 kills, 4 minutes in, and such a greedy play just from SKT, sending Marin down with no flash to sit in this bottom lane. Yeah. Bengi didn't go anywhere on the map. Either he had to go top and dive Smep like we saw Hojin do right here, or he had to just try and farm it up, but that would mean his top laner could die. Going down to defend him this late would never really do anything. And Ku Tigers just a step ahead of SKT, punish him in this lane swap completely. Smep is level 3, 16 CS. He's going to be more than fine now.
Yeah, and maybe if SKT could have had both Bengi and Marin under the turret at the same time. Yes. But even that's a little bit dangerous because they're both down flashes from the earlier play. Really, just a series of errors by SKT that were capitalized on by Ku by doing that turret dive. Now the question will be, where does Ku go from here? Because they haven't been able to push their advantages extremely well, except in the group stages actually, when they're able to do it against CLG repetitively.
Well, already an uncharacteristic game for Ku here. Who usually we say Hojin sits back, waits for the counter. They were so proactive in those engages. I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon, but definitely need to focus that Hojin giving the kills to his lanes now. He's 2-0-2, doesn't need too much more as an early game jungler. We'll see if he can help the other members get going on the team. Gorilla heading back down towards the bottom lane. They're looking to make some plays, trade that damage. They know these little upper hands in the lane are really going to go far throughout the game. Wolf, level 2, his flash is still down. He's going to be forced to just do some triumphant roars if he's even leveled it here in lane.
Two Tigers keep playing around the lanes where SKT has no flashes from that level 1. Right. Marin still missing his flash, Wolf of course missing his flash. So they knew, okay, they're overextending on the bottom side, make a play, because right now Smeb is just sitting on his own up top lane. He's getting solo experience, he's more than fine again.
And this would actually be the book that you play by if you're Ku Tigers. You see a small hole in the opponent armor, you hit it again and again and again until those flashes are up again. They're completely happy with Smeb farming, and they know if they continue to hit SKT's weak spot, SKT will continue to send defenses down there, which means they won't be stopping Smeb on the other side either. So things going very well for Ku Tigers.
Assistance ping called in by Hojin here. It looks like they want to make a move in towards the jungle. Wolf Spirit did moves, but FLICKR I don't think caught that. He'll still be safe to get out of this. But this is the first action we've seen towards mid lane. FLICKR and Kuro are probably like, what is going on around us right now?
Well, FLICKR is happy in the lane so far. He's winning quite easily. I didn't see if Kuro had to leave the mid lane, maybe to try and rush down and be part of this tower dive, even though he never got any assist, so he's not really been able to add any value there. But it does obviously mess a little bit with you as a player. You suddenly have to leave at level 1 to join a weird fight behind you. It can set you behind. I think that's what happened in this mid lane. It is still fairly even.
Even though I actually think it was FLICKR that pushed up a little bit into the turret as well, so maybe a few CS lost early by Kuro. I will say though, Kuro, even when they're in large deficits, has always been able to have massive impact in team fights on Victor. I think it's really exciting to see how he can deal against FLICKR's Lulu, who's very high pressure mid laner trying to roam. And Victor's, I think, a pretty good pick against that because he can counter shove the lane very easily after Lulu does that and kind of match the roams.
And as you mentioned earlier yourself, when you're against the Lulu, you don't want too much single target damage because she's gonna shield that guy, block him up with ulti. You want massive AoE. Victor will offer that. Smeb, nice little play here, can riposte the damage coming in from Bang.
And in that melee, Kuro knows exactly what he's doing. 8-2 over the summer split with an 8.5 KDA on Victor.
Victor was his pick.
Yes.
He brought it into the meta and it started the spring split. And then everyone was like, oh, Victor, he's extremely strong. Let's all start playing him, and we still play him half a year later.
We'll see what he can continue to do. Like we said, not much action to the mid lane. Everybody else getting themselves going. Hojin still 2-0-2 as things have kind of slowed down. A little breather for both teams as they get full 3 levels under the turret. They have all the skills to get out or get in if necessary. Hojin. Ku actually got some nice deep wards that have already been cleared out so far. So we'll see if they can get themselves back into that jungle and ward it up.
I would have liked to see SKT say, you know what, guys, we've been losing now this one-on-one between obviously the top laners or the AD carry versus the top laner. And our own top laner, the Rumble, is sitting and having to share experience with our support. So he's really far behind. It's going to be a tough dive for Bengi.
Yeah, sub-level 6, Jarvan. Riposte will be up very shortly for Smeb, but they're going anyways.
Goes back towards the turret, trying to keep himself in between the wall. That's the flash out. Can't get the grand challenge onto Bang. Smeb will not go down from that, I don't think. He should stay alive. He has just a sliver of health. This has to be going back. He misses the strike, but he does get the auto as Smeb flashes in range, unfortunately. Those are some fast fingers you got to play to get out of that situation. I think SKT had it either way. Flash for flash, though, as the kill goes down.
SKT clearly said, okay, Bang, keep pushing the lane, you might be able to get a tower, then we will swap the lanes back. Rumble should recall from this bottom side once Tristana appears in the lane, get him into that one-on-one against Fiora so he gets some experience, but I feel it's almost too late for Marin. He's falling almost too far behind in experience. It's very important they got that one kill at least. That was all they were keeping Bang for. To keep pushing in the lane, try and get a tower. He didn't get it though, because they took the kill instead.
Smeb's been doing a very nice job on Bang, getting that damage down, pushing him off the waves, not allowing it to always be at the turret. Definitely saved his life for a little bit longer than necessary there. Did see him go down, blow his flash, but he is coming back with a Tiamat, so that's only going to get easier for him to farm that lane out and be somewhere else for his team when necessary.
Absolutely, and Smeb with the 2 deaths as well. It's actually not too out of character for what Ku has been doing so far at Worlds. He actually has given up more first bloods than any other player at Worlds. So he does die early in lane somewhat frequently with the aggressiveness in which he plays. That time, he had been poked down pretty low by Tristana. He thought he could outplay the dive. He has a lot of confidence in his ability to outplay because more often than not, especially in team fights, he does. But this time it cost him.
Good play though from SKT in the end. Kind of saving Marin here. He was falling really far behind in experience early on. A full level is a lot when it comes to these 1v1s, especially when one of them is a Fiora who needs to get punished in the early game, otherwise she will outscale you. Going in on Marin now, he has flash ready.
Marin throws down the equalizer. That does not look like a good situation for him, though. Very nice flash over the wall. He's got full vision here, but he doesn't have vision behind Baron. Instantly lasered down by Kuro, and his Victor just gets a kill. He just walked up lane and got it. Faker's still farming there, and he's not going to lose any minions as he comes back.
Wow, and a small interaction there. Wolf actually gives Gorilla a gift because the Shenalt was coming in, but Wolf interrupted him, so now they get to keep the 2v2 as well. They get the global presence from the Shen shield during their dive, and they don't lose the map pressure for it either.
Same thing as we saw in the last game against the Lulu. You push her into this tower, she stays there, she tries to farm it up, push it back, and then you roam to the other lanes. Bengi gonna find Smeb now. There's ulti on this Jarvan, so you can lock him down at least.
A lot of love from Bengi on this med lane. Cataclysm down. Flame Spitter should be able to take Smeb out quite quickly.
Here's Hogan.
For the kill, though. He makes it. Grand Challenge is down, so this is all about Smeb's abilities. Flame Spitter finishes him off, but Marin is overheated as he makes his way out now with the scrap shield. He should be okay. This is Kuro's second roam. That means his mid is open, but it pays off with kill number 2.
Kuro has been out-roaming Faker this game, and Smeb comes up huge with that play. But everything happens up top, means time to fight down bottom.
Once SKT sees an opening, they take it. That's Unbreakable Will on. Slicing Maelstrom's gonna put a bit of crowd control. They need to stop Bang from dishing out to DPS, but it looks like they won that trade nicely. They'll be able to sit back in lane as Wolf tries to heal it up.
SKT with their bottom lane here picked against the cannon, saying we have a headbutt, we have buster shot, we have so many ways of shooting you away from us when you pop that ulti. So it's gonna be hard for Prey to kill this lane, but he's not here to kill the lane. He's here just to support the rest of the team in the fights, because right now you have 2 kills on your top laner. He's been getting solo experience, and you just ganked the lane and got more kills for him.
Yeah, and I think this is another time to call attention to the itemization timings. Last game, Bengi was at 16 minutes before he completed Sightstorm. He had a Cinder Hulk, which gave him very good combat effectiveness. This time, Bengi has an early Sightstone, less combat effectiveness when he goes up to try and kill Smeb, weakens him enough for Smeb to be able to kill him, and is one of the major reasons KU ended up winning that trade. Because SKT's been on the back foot, they're warding more, but it means Bengi can't actually take fights.
Oh, he knocks him up inside the gravity field. Flag and drag over the wall. Not much they can follow there. The flash is already down from Kuro. Does he want it? That gives him the speed! And he gets the last auto in for the 3rd kill of the game.
Everything is going wrong for SKT right now. This is a play we normally don't see. Bengi walks into the enemy jungle to place a ward when his own mid lane is back in base. Faker wasn't even nearby, so he was all alone. Gets caught out. Faker now wants to kill Kuro.
Oh, what a turn.
Faker pressuring Kuro here. Flashes in, gets the kill. Looks like there was a little of bot lane as well, but they turned off of that. Faker getting it right back for himself.
I feel like Faker just completely turned this game because it looked like KU was making play after play and never breaking the momentum. The 3-man gank that they were prepping bottom lane, I think absolutely could have worked, but the instant Faker kills Kuro there, the entire team pulls off the gank. Alistar Ultimate was still down, so they could have been able to focus him. At that point, Faker turns the kill around, gets the shutdown on Kuro, knows that Kuro used a lot of his summoner spells and power to get the kill on Bengi, and it's the right time to go aggressive.
It's top lane, man. Smeb is just getting further and further ahead.
He's the one with the lead now.
Remember, SKT decided to put Marin down to the bottom lane. They decided to keep him there with the Alistar for such a long time, sharing experience. Replay from before. This is where it goes, away from their by-the-book plays, because these are the kind of outplays a team like SKT can make.
This is the choose-your-own-adventure.
Right. When everything looks terrible, they're making some mistakes, they get one of these solo plays. Top lane might see a dive, though.
I think they saw a little bit too much behind Marin to really keep wanting that. Hojin in a bad spot, and it looks like the team is going to leave him out to dry. That is not going to be good. KU had that lead. It is being squeezed smaller and smaller by SKT's moves.
Bang and Wolf were there when KU did not expect them to be there. So that was just catching them off guard and in a bad timing right here. Kuro able to get the blue, which is actually pretty clutch, and this could end up being a trade of turrets.
Should do. This tower is so low on the top side. We know Prey can't join. Same for Faker, though. He's also on the bottom lane.
Kuro has moved to defend, so they're actually trying to save this turret as best as possible, and they pushed SKT off of it.
Teleport's going to be up for Marin, but his ultimate is following very slowly on that one. Hojin onto Bang. Bang jumps nicely over the wall, makes it to safety. Wolf's gonna headbutt himself a little bit further towards the turret. Looks like they could be safe here. That teleport's there for Marin, but he's gonna stay. The team calls safe. No problems from KU here. as Ku again attempt to get themselves even farther ahead.
Yeah, well, they definitely repelled the pressure that was on their turret. Then they let it die to minions because they were too aggressive there. So really unfortunate move there for Ku. But I really love the way Bang counterplayed that gank. He doesn't want to try and rocket jump over the Rek'Sai because the Rek'Sai will unburrow and interrupt the jump. So he was very patient with the way he used that to jump around. Marin takes a shortcut, but it's not a good one.
Oh, Hojin over the wall. It's not even going to be necessary. He does get the assist, though, in the end. And that is going to be Kuro, 4-1-0 now.
Another really sloppy mistake here from SKT. Ku Tigers were just fighting on the top side of the map to walk into your jungle, and you didn't just walk straight through the mid lane. And not really sure how Marin got caught out of position in the first place by moving up there. Ends up dying. Kuro's 4 kills now on this Victor. It's gonna be so keen to late game fights.
And this is the worst I've seen Marin play in Worlds. Early game, he flashes under the turret to try and get like a refund kill when it's definitely gonna be his death. And then again here in the mid lane with the 5th death.
Slicing Maelstrom, they are going to call in the TP. Smeb's in. Is that a fight that they can take here? Unbreakable Will is down, so it's definitely an option to go for Wolf. Marin's going to join the fight, and he lays down the red carpet for Smeb to enter, and it looks like Smeb will go down as he hits the front door. Somehow, Wolf stays alive.
In the end, it's Ku Tigers investing a teleport to try and create a play where, honestly, they just want to have this 1 versus 1 in top lane. They don't need to try and join him for these fights. Just let Smeb do his job on his own. Because then SKT has to send up multiple guys to help Marin kill Smeb, and that's where you get your openings.
Yeah, I agree, but when you're in a position to take down SK Telecom, what type of decisions will you make? Here, Ku does see a window because SKT burns Lulu Wall and an exhaust onto Prey early on, which means Smeb thinks he's free to go in, but the matching teleport way in the back has Smeb tunnel. He's out of mana by the time he goes in, so he can't dash to proc the last vital. I like the idea of putting the vitals on the Alistar because you're doing % health true damage every time you proc the vital. Therefore, you can take down Alistar in an Unbreakable Will, but he was not respecting the teleport and absolutely should have disengaged.
Yeah, and that was the weird thing, not respecting the TP, and he was recalling top lane. He was like, okay, back to base, got a lot of gold probably. And then he's like, oh, I have to react now, try and help my AD carry down on the bottom side. Those kind of plays can cost Ku Tigers a lot, because now obviously setting up that split push is going to be more difficult with no flash for Fiora and no teleport for her. Might slow down the game a little bit for SKT, give them more chance to farm again. You still don't have really anything completed for your AD carry. FLICKR has been doing well in the mid lane, but he's obviously not going to be the main damage dealer on your team.
Looks like SKT still wants to make plays. Early distortion mobility for Wolf so he can get the flash pulverizers in to start things off. He does have that wild growth we just saw save his life if Unbreakable Will is down. A lot of options to go in. It's like Wolf and Bengi are going to be Bash Brothers here starting off these fights once they get the chance.
Yeah, typically though, because of the gold deficit, we have to see a much craftier SKT. They can't just make the brute force outnumber plays that they could last game when they had big advantages. Here they have to be very creative, make Ku overcommit, and play from behind, which is what SKT has been able to do very well in the past, but they are in a much different position than in Game 1.
And Kuro really wants to have an impact right now, or keep his impact going, because he's obviously had a great start to the game. Morel Normicon, it means you can go for your magic penetration boots, so your mid-game damage is very, very high on the Victor. Obviously delays your late-game items a little bit, but he wants to fight at the moment. He wants to be able to one-shot someone from SKT.
I think that something that is very strange about this game is that we're 19 minutes in and the first dragon has not been taken. Ku Tigers has had what should be pretty good map control, but they have consistently been prepping turret dives and going for kills instead of securing the objective per se. Even with the global pressure of the Rek'Sai and the Shen, you'd think they would have gone for that already. But if we do see a big fight here, it would be around the Dragon Pit because that's what SKT is trying to draw in here with the mid-game Lulu Trist. This is super dangerous to Fischio.
This is so risky for SKT. There's 2 items already on Prey. He's joining in as well. If there's a fight, Ku Tigers should be able to win it.
Well, Gorilla was coming down like he wanted that fight.
Just gonna take mid tower instead.
Yeah, push mid.
Yeah, this is the counterplay right now. SKT may sacrifice mid lane, but if they can trade bottom turret for mid turret and get the dragon, it's a giant win for them right now. They're keeping Bang bottom, and as long as they can defend tier 2, this is a huge win for SKT.
Smeb wanted to stay top lane and push it out, but again, he had no teleport. It was used in that fight earlier where he ended up dying, so he couldn't join in time. They're pushing the tower.
Because they see the Trist bottom, they wanted to push the inner middle turret right there, but you can really see that with the Lulu and the Rumble there, the turret push just isn't happening. Now Ku is trying to get deeper vision within the SKT jungle, but as you can see, SKT's really contesting almost everything.
This is where they're hoping Ku makes a mistake. A lot of damage onto Smeb, but very nice parry on the flag and drag. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get the damage they want. Gorilla goes in the middle of the fight with a nice flash and toss. Gorilla goes down. Here comes Kuro. Throws down the Chaos Storm. It's all over Wolf, though. Nice flash over the wall from FLICKR. And he glitter lances over the Krugs and gets away so he does not take too much damage. Somehow every member of SKT is alive, but Ku is still on the chase. Marin dodging out the damage of the laser means there's not much follow-up to be had.
And this whole time, Bang is pushing the bottom tier turret. This is SKT winning all across the map.
SKT saw Ku Tiger split up and said, let's put down the Rumble ulti, let's try and lock down Fiora in the Rumble ulti. No flash for Smeb to get out of it. That's how SKT starts the fight. And Prey, he left the bottom side to run all the way to top lane, try and join, didn't manage to, ends up losing another tower.
This is the craftiness that we were talking about with SKT, and one of the most underrated parts of Rumble Ultimate is the range in which you can use it. Look where Marin is right here when he decides to cut them off with Equalizer. He landed the second half and he completely cuts off the funnel. So when Bengi comes over the top, he does lock them within the Equalizer, not to mention the split up right there, and it's miraculous of SKT to have everyone survive throughout that fight.
Fantastic plays all around. They're able to take down Wolf here. This will help them get towards the turrets a little bit more, but you still have FLICKR, you still have Marin to clear the waves. What play from both teams so far? 10-9, still a slight gold lead by 1,000 in favor of Ku, and it's not something, like we said, SKT has worked with very much. Being down, they're usually the team up by at least 2,000 to 3,000 at this point.
Yeah, and that's why, again, it's so impressive how they can use every single advantage they find. Oh, okay, you just invested all your summoners as a top laner. We know we can engage on you now there's an opening. We know there's no split pushing pressure because TP is down. So like, it bought a lot of time for SKT to make some plays as a team, group together as 5, out-rotate the Ku Tigers and then pick the right team fights as well. Really well played, and Ku Tigers are learning, okay, we cannot split up like this. We have to stay together because the engage from the Java and the hard engage option he brings is too high for us to split up. Because we have so many squishy members. I mean, the only real tank on this team is gonna be Hojin sitting in the front. Shen is not gonna be tank enough as a support to really stay in the front line.
I think it's gonna be a huge balance though, because Smeb needs to be able to split push, and they need to be able to disengage some of these team fights. That's the whole reason he's picking the Fiora, but SKT brings some friends.
Grand challenge in, cannot get the last hit. Gorilla way too deep here. Use Stand United to get on Smeb, but Smeb turned from the fight immediately. He's trying to get the hits onto Bang. That's going to be the explosive shot, taking him down. Bang knew he could get the kill easily. SKT working well within their champion's capabilities here.
You said it yourself here before, Jad. SKT, or Ku Tigers, sorry, have to be able to split push. They had used another teleport from Smeb to get 1 kill on Wolf in the mid lane. So once again, that global is gone. They're not using this Fiora at all. Keep burning the teleports for absolutely nothing. This one obviously was just Bang returning to the bot side. Really, really smart decision from him. Ends up getting a 2-for-0 trade.
And the trouble here for Ku is it's also so hard for Smeb to exist well in team fights. Lulu polymorph, also slow and somewhat reliable damage from SKT, does not get parried well. One of the biggest things about Smeb in their semifinal against Fnatic is he was parrying or riposting giant CCs, Skarner ultimate, Riven stuns, huge bursts of damage, but that isn't the way SKT's composition is built. It's sustained damage over time and good crowd control. So really, Smeb needs to be smarter about these split pushes because SKT is consistently outwitting him. He can win the 1v1 against Rumble, but he's overcommitted.
We've also seen it's very hard for Smeb to hit all of the vitals with the amount of pop-ups. The flag and drag Bengi used twice in the last fight to stay away from those vitals and give Smeb his HP back on Grand Challenge. A lot of things work against Ku Tigers in these fights.
One of the reasons Lulu has been seen as one of these really, really power picks in this meta is because she works so well against all these top lane carries. Like, oh, you want to single down one guy with your Fiora ulti. Here's everything invested from Lulu to save that guy. Whimsy comes in. Against like Darius, you can just kite him for days. She works extremely well against all the top lane carries. So SKT were happy enough taking that in that rotation, where Ku Tiger said that apparently they were fine giving more of a protector AD carry come to SKT. And I still think it was okay for Ku. They just haven't been able to, once again, to use their lead properly. They keep making these small mistakes on the map, how they want to use the globals, when do they want to assert pressure on one side, and that's what SKT is punishing every single time.
SKT working very well proactively throughout the tournament, always waiting for a team to make mistakes. Marin's gonna have to respect this push towards the top side, but they're calling up Bang as well. This actually may be a fight. Smeb pushed up very far here, but he does have some friends in the river that could head up.
Very creative what they're doing right here. They're keeping Lulu as the wave pusher. They're actually not playing 3 lanes right here like they usually do because they are consistently trying to lay traps for Smith, hoping he goes for kills on Marin, and then turning. How often do you see an 80 carry waiting for a counter gank? Second time for SKT.
Smeb lunge to get away. Looks like it will be enough of the distance to get out of any danger. That Dragon is alive though. We've only seen 1 on the map now. 26 minutes in, could be Dragon number 2. It's both teams kind of hold hands as they make their way down the river. Get that vision.
If SKT starts the Dragon instantly, if they know the exact time of teleport, they will get a 5 versus 4, but then they will lose top towers. I think it's better to send Marin back to this tower, push out the wave, and then look for Ku Tigers to make a move before you decide to do anything. That's exactly what they're doing now. Just don't early TP down and like just 5-man the Dragon. Wait to see the play happening, and this is what's gonna happen for Ku Tigers.
Really good Zonias. Drill that'll pierce the heavens. Can Marin do it? A 4v1 situation. It looks like he will go down as all 5 members of Ku are towards the top side. That's going to mean Dragon, and they don't really have a wave to get a push on.
That was a very greedy play by Marin to be under the turret, but at the same time, SKT is going to try and make that work with committing the 4-man dive. What will SKT get out of that? They actually defended the turret, traded his life for the Dragon, and a mid-inner.
This is one of the reasons SKT wants to play Rumble against teams who can split push against it, because on the turret, he can do so much damage before he goes down. He always builds Hourglass early as well, which delays him going down. So even with it was greedy for Marin to get under that tower, it bought enough time for SKT to take 2 objectives, a tower, and of course the Dragon here. So really, really well played from SKT. But also Ku Tigers investing everything to try and get 1 kill.
You always know if it takes too long to do something, it's not worth. That's what the Zanyas is helping to promote for SKT here as they're getting pushed back ever so slowly. But in their pushes, or in, I should say, Ku's pushes, SKT is able to get more around the map than what Ku is getting out of the champions of SKT. 11-11 in kills. The gold is pretty much tied up here, just a small lead in what would be probably minions in the lane over to SKT. They have 2 dragons in their favor, and they haven't let Ku get very many throughout game 1 or game 2. A lot of control on the map for SKT.
Yeah, and SKT with the Rumble and the Lulu kind of have a double AP composition working, but there's still no Aegis on the side of the Ku Tigers. And they're not even close to one either. So this is a little bit troubling for Ku since their split pushing has been getting counter-ganked by 80 carries and their team fighting isn't necessarily itemized for, whereas the power spikes are hitting for SKT with the death cap on the Lulu and the last Whisper onto Bang.
You do have your Shen ulti very soon. You have teleport for Smep, so he needs to sit on the bottom side, and the 4 members from Ku Tigers has to take over the Baron. They need to control it, because then you get 2 openings. Either one, you get the one-on-one bot lane with the Shen ulti, and you 2v1 kill, obviously, onto Marin when he's sitting on the tower. Or, if they try and make a play, you just go on towards and force the Baron, like this.
A lot of miscommunication in that engage. Bang uses both summoners to get himself out with Wild Growth. Gorilla's the focus now on the other side. Prey, he branches off from the team, and here comes Marin on the TP. Zanyas is down, but he's gonna get gravity fielded. No, he wasted enough time inside that he didn't, but Ku is able to assess the fight very well, get themselves back in after choosing the right target. Bangi, flag, and drag away. Doesn't look like Ku has any more priority targets. They lose 2, however, in that fight from splitting up so much in the beginning.
Marin teleported in a good 2 or 3 seconds before Smep made his presence known in that team fight, and that's the reason that SKT ends up getting a 2-for-1, because a fight in which Bang gets caught at the beginning should almost never lead to an SKT 2-for-1.
Exactly.
But they do lose the turret afterwards because some nice damage was returned by Ku Tigers. Really interesting chain of events.
Wolf goes in, Bang shooting somebody else, they still get out alive. However, they can turn situations around so fast to be in their favor and make it work. Still just repairing the lanes now because that wasn't the best of situations they came out of. Coming up on 30 minutes here. These games are definitely going longer than SKT's average, so they have to put a little more effort in to this mid-game area, where, as we say, Ku should be shining.
Sadly for Ku Tigers, Smep had to use teleport again. So now he's no longer on the bottom side. You can no longer make that Fiora Shen play very easily, because you will lose all your pressure around Baron, as he can then start it. So the whole setup for Ku Tigers with having that 1v1 just keeps getting delayed again and again and again. And Smep really has been struggling to do a whole lot with that early lead he got, because he's constantly being put into team fights.
So much of split pushing is about forcing the enemy team into decisions, and half the reason it works is because it's so difficult to coordinate everyone to do exactly the right thing and find the openings. But SKT has been the best team at Worlds this year, as well as having some of the best players. And I think that teamwork is one of the things that's stopping this split push from being so effective, aside from Smeb being a little bit slow on the uptake in some of his plays.
And we can't really blame KOO Tigers for looking at that last fight and saying, oh, we can catch the AD carry, we should go for it. But normally that's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to just have control of the Baron River and wait for Smeb to make a play 1v1 against Marin. They were gonna wait for him because he was supposed to be the strong member here, the guy who can win his lane consistently, where every time there's a team fight, it's more 50-50 between the teams here. So their safe play was gonna be Smeb making a move with Shen ulti. That didn't happen because obviously they saw Bang a little bit out of position, they went for it, but that was basically what SKT wanted. Because now we have this situation again where two top laners are holding each other. It's very difficult for Kuden to make that play because they have no TP. So how do they capitalize?
It's going to be very difficult, especially with FLICKR having home guard and Whimsy to get himself back out to the lanes, instantly glitter lancing, pushing any of KOO's work back while he was in base. And already down the mid lane, it's not going to be Smeb diving Marin under his turret, so Smeb starts to back off, and FLICKR was making a roam down. But the movement of Smeb says, I'm in a ward, let's not go for that. Still focused to the mid lane. 1 minute on to Dragon, both teams trying to just pull ultimates, pull flashes or summoner spells out of each other here before it happens.
We're absolutely seeing a game of back and forth right here. Anytime someone leaves to go and push a side lane, you're going to see a small window of pressure for the opponent. And anytime SKT shows people in the mid lane, Smeb will try and go aggressive. They end up getting the equalizer out there for very low cost.
97-second cooldown on the equalizer from Marin. That's one of the reasons Rumble is sitting and holding a lane so it can be a bit annoying for him if you have to use ulti due to the long cooldown. This does give an opening for KOO Tigers. You can see how they're instantly moving in now. Sit around Baron and say, we want to fight now because you have no ulti on your Rumble.
With the distortion enchant for Marin, he has a faster teleport cooldown for Smeb. So even though they used it on the same fight, Marin's teleport's actually up in a couple of seconds right here. And that makes it much less safe for KOO to actually be faking this Baron.
Something we saw him focus in game 1. Marin, definitely a huge playmaker on this Rumble. We saw him come from a screen off. Engage in one of the bottom fights. Who's going to start? There's no vision here for SKT.
If SKT goes in, it can actually be a 5v4.
This is too risky.
I don't think KOO knows the teleport's up. Now they do.
Marin is going to be coming in. They will not be able to turn and fight this with the damage of Baron in their favor. They just back off completely.
Here's the big window, though, because this time they forced the teleport without forcing the teleport on the other side. So that's a big win for KOO, actually. Not overcommitting to the Baron and getting the split push turret. Huge move.
The key thing for KOO Tigers was the fact that FLICKR had recalled. He was back in base. One other member I didn't get to see who was also running from the fountain. So SKT, even though they had 5 members, they couldn't hard engage.
They're going back again. They're going back. They have the pink ward, but they do not clear the one in the back of the pit. They are trying to run SKT around the map, and soon Smeb will have his teleport, but he's drawn Marin up right here. So it's the Rek'Sai, Shen, and the teleport advantage all working in conjunction with the Dragon and Baron being up at once. This is filled with action right
Definitely
now.
by the book teleport play, if you will, gentlemen. This would be perfect for KOO to get a giant fight if SKT bunches up in this one. Marin, or Smeb rather, keeping an eye on the team. Marin already had to go back, but the teleport discrepancy actually will not be worked just yet by KOO. We have Hojin going back, but he can ult back in.
And if you're SKT, you have to break this cycle somehow by making an aggressive play or killing one leg of the split push. But at the moment, KOO isn't letting them recover. If anything, this leads to a cataclysmic fight at the Baron pit.
There's no wards behind SKT. There's no real way for Smeb to get a flank. He's just sitting in the lane. He's waiting for SKT to overcommit to a fight, knowing that Rumble isn't there. But you're still at that point where Fiora can duel everyone, so she can safely sit and stay even, at least with Marin, just clear the wave every single time, wait for something. I would want to see a ward from KOO Tigers behind this Baron, so there's a way for Smeb to TP in and get a flank, and he can instantly try and go for Bang.
SKT as well, kind of baiting the Baron out. They push down towards Dragon to make sure that KOO goes into it. SKT now approaching. Baron's going to be down to about 4,700 HP. That's the in from Wolf. Stops up 3 members. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but it's not really hitting anybody or stunning the targets it needs. FLICKR is going to be able to take down Prey. The Baron still stands at 2,300 HP. Smeb is forced to flash out of this one. This is the fight they were waiting for, but SKT danced it out perfectly. The laser cross, it's going to be going to Bengi. SKT gets Baron for a 2nd game in a row, and now they're really going to be able to work the lane.
But what's the point in just teleporting your top laner straight into the Baron pit? kill.
Takes him down. It's going to be the fight. This is an easy kill for FLICKR here. Little bit of glitter. Glitter gets everywhere, and it takes down Kuro. 45 seconds on the clock. They're getting longer. Smeb may be able to pick up Dragon, but it's a consolation prize at this point.
Also, when Smeb teleports inside that pit, I think they were trying to do it a little bit undetected, but Marin was able to get an equalizer in that pit, which made it dangerous. Bengi's smite is up, so thanks for the help, Smeb.
Thank you very much, says SKT.
Tigers.
It doesn't look like they want to stop either. They see Smeb is low on mana. He's not going to have any potential to fight. Gorilla not doing anything, but you can see how long it's been since they've been in each other's jungles. New wards finally being placed. Yeah. Nobody had deep vision before that whole fight.
This obviously completely shuts down the split push here, but Tigers simply got too greedy. They didn't want to wait any longer. They're like, let's just try and burst down the Baron, TP in here with all 5 guys, and just destroy the Baron as fast as possible before Marin shows up. But now you're just caught in here, so suddenly getting to the AD carry is almost impossible, and he's the guy you want to aim for if you look at what SKT has brought here on the board. So look at Bang, he's just sitting, shooting away all he wants, and they're caught. 5 guys taking damage from Baron at the same time.
Also, the way SKT engaged that fight with Wolf going in with the Unbreakable Will, the Baron was only hitting Ku even though the team fight was taking place in the Baron pit. The dive that Smeb tried to do outwardly maybe would have been best served to just kill frontline to backline. He tried to assassinate through the team of SKT, which is almost never going to work.
Yeah.
Impatience is the word I would use from Ku right there.
It was supposed to be start Baron, 4 members from SKT move in, TP in behind him, like flash taunt from the Shin onto Bang and try and destroy him as fast as possible, or maybe the Lulu, and then suddenly you have a good fight going for yourself instead of being caught in that pit. Just a little bit too greedy from Tigers. It cost him in game 1, it's costing him again here in game 2.
Smeb not really respecting the members around him. He's just going for a little fight. Damage onto both Bengi and Wolf. Looks like they may want to commit here. They have good vision, but it's being cleared out. Double wards go down. The ward war definitely won by SKT here inside Aku's jungle. And they're so split up, they can't really engage if they want to. A lot being done in defense. Smeb actually puts himself in a spot where he dies. That's a double kill for Bengi. They're not stopping. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. 22-13. When SKT takes over, they start to steamroll.
And just like that, they still have Baron buff, and Marin's going to grab the minions. He actually still has Equalizer. He uses that to clear the minions. SKT, just like that, it's over.
The game is open for anybody to take. Moments later, SKT wins a few fights, and it is all theirs for the taking. The first Nexus turret goes down here in game 2. That's the second one. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions.
Another game for SKT, where they punish you, they take the Baron, and they walk straight down and finish the game. 9 games so far at Worlds. SKT finished with the Baron buff on them. And Tigers has had the whole setup for such a long time.
And it gets so scary for Tigers now. This was the game where Marin and Bengi made the big mistake early in the game, and then made another mistake by not changing their playstyle.
This breaks you.
If there was a game to win or get back into the series, it was this one. And Ku needs to prevent being broken by SKT.
We see such a big difference just in shot calling though between the teams. The way Tigers are set up in the early game are like, oh, we're winning 1v1 top lane. Fiora is having a great start, a level above the Rumble. Keep playing around it. We have the Shen. We picked it early on because we want to split push. And then they keep joining in for fights with this teleport from Fiora, so she loses all her pressure in the mid game. Late game, they have that one opportunity where Rumble had no ulti, they set it up really well, and what do? They greed for the Baron, they rush in trying to 5-man, just take it down as fast as possible. Ends up going completely wrong, and they lose the game. They had so many openings. So many.
Yes, exactly.
I mentioned it in the beginning, you can beat SKT in every facet, but you have to be able to get on their mentality. You have to be able to break them down. And never once in that game did it look like they didn't want to engage. They didn't want to take another fight. They were always going for it.
And so much of this just kind of speaks to the magic of SKT, because we as observers and people watching, we get to see the whole map, and we get to hindsight 2020 all of these decisions. And this is why it's so hard to be SKT. It's not like other teams are even close to being on the level of turning things around, because down in gold, still win. Usually up in gold, making the right decisions time and time and time again. 1 game away from being the first team to win 2 world championships.
Absolutely crazy. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk to see what they make of that decisive SKT win.
Thank you, Riv. Still undefeated for SKT there, although it looked...
that was the game.
That's the thing, it didn't look good there after those few early plays.
How can you lose faith, Money?
But how dare you, Mozzie? Yeah, but you know, the thing is Jat said it, that was the game to win there for Ku. Things only get more terrifying from this point onward when you see yourself set up, literally set up within the first 2.5 minutes of a game for victory, and then it slips away from you.
Yeah, I mean, we kept talking about Ku's punish game and how they're waiting for all these mistakes to happen, and then they punish you so hard, and they're able to. The mistakes came too early in the game, maybe, and then they didn't know what to quite do with an early lead, because it looked like while, yes, Marin and Bengi were making a lot of early errors, and they were, you know, sort of tilting themselves, Smeb also then, he kind of took that and went too aggressive. They were overreaching in a lot of places, and SKT slowly built their lead back up from these small skirmishes across the map.
Yeah, zeroing in on those first two instances in which Ku got their lead, Crepo, I'm coming to you, because the team comps, the way that they were set up, we would have looked at SKTs and said, well, this is a Ku comp. You know, we're going to just stall out the game and wait for it. And Ku's comp is one that is looking to snowball, set up that split push as Kobe mentioned. So those early kills that we got in those first two plays with the missteps from SKT, you would have thought, well, is Ku going to be able to have the tools to do what SKT would have done with that lead?
Yeah, they just changed the entire dynamic of the early game, and the way that happened there, exactly this phase right here, where just greed from SKT going way too deep here for that initial dive, that put them behind so much, and then the game kind of turned around, so SKT was kind of playing a Ku style. Now they were playing from behind, they were the ones baiting the dives, trying to punish the dives, and you would think a team that is so good at the whole anti-dive game like Ku Tigers would actually prevent that later on, and this entire phase here where you see Marin flashing for the kill, that never works out. Even if you like get that, it's just too greedy.
Yeah, it's incredibly high risk, and then the dives just keep coming. They punish the flashless state of Marin over and over and over again. Just try and put him as much pressure on as possible, and then Bengi decides to show up.
How did I get here?
For some reason.
And a new challenger approaches.
Bengi really wants his repeat world championship too.
Yeah, they do. He picks up the one kill. Gorilla, unfortunately, taking the aggro.
Once he was under the tower, he did play that well. Like he knew they were about to launch another auto attack, so he wanted to give them tower aggro with a double knockup. Like trying to get out of these sticky situations, they did do their best, but just don't get in those situations. That's the one thing. Like why get there? You know, such a smart team. But later on, SKT, they did pick up the pace, and they showed some fantastic macro play overall.
Absolutely.
This is why we just point out there's so many threats on SKT. Even if, you know, jungler and top laner, the two biggest playmakers on your team, are having a terrible early game, there's still FLICKR and Bang there to carry you.
Now, before we get into those plays in which SKT was able to claw their lead back, I do want to dissect the reason why Ku wasn't able to press their advantage as hard as they could. We saw till very late in the game, no dragons taken, and then the first one was taken by SKT. With what Ku had at their disposal, you would have expected them to set up around that objective.
I mean, it is a little hard because you're going up against Jarvan Rumble, which has one of the best ult combos in the game, so it can be still very dangerous to fight in the mid game, even if you're ahead around an objective like Dragon, as opposed to just split pushing. We're going to see that replay right here. I mean, they just turn Hojin, whimsy him right at the beginning.
Yeah, but this is what I love so much about watching SKT play. Any other team here, they work in 30-second intervals. They look at plays and they say, what can we get in the next 30 seconds? SKT, they plan a minute or a minute and a half ahead, because as we see right here, many teams would go 5-man mid to try and not lose their tier 2. SKT, they know they can defend 4-man, bangs all the way in the bottom, but then usually teams will yield this red pressure and they still go for the fight here. They know Smeb doesn't have flash from earlier, so they even force here the combo to make him stand on the ultimate from Rumble here. So really good plays by SKT, and meanwhile in the bot lane, Bang is still pushing.
Yeah, and if you keep up that macro pressure, it's obviously huge. Smeb did a good job of reposting at the beginning of that fight, the knockup from Bengi, but with the ultimate following right after, there still wasn't that much to be done. And they really did punish when they saw them going into the top side, and Bang's just sitting here free shooting at a turret.
And that is one of their strengths. SKT, when they're down a member in a team fight or down a member on a map play, they will not yield the area, not the pressure. They will keep fighting it. They can win 4v5s if they have the preferential engage. And right there, they noticed that, well, we can slow them down enough for Bang to, worst case, take 2 towers in the bot lane for free. And it was such a smart call, because in the heat of the moment to make that call, there's so many teams that will just go 5 mid and just panic.
But they know that that's a power spike, right, that they have. going into that particular phase of the game, especially in a choke against a Fiora like that. So it's not only knowing when, like, or how to take these fights, it's when to take these fights, even if they're behind. They say, okay, we still have higher power in this situation, and the speed at which they can dissect that and know that is incredible.
Yeah, Ku on your screen there probably discussing some of the communication failures that they had as a team, and I want to point towards that Dragon Dance that we saw, Kobe, because again, they had shown the pushing power, split pushing power of Fiora. They finally got her into a side lane against a TP-less Marin, and yet they chose to start a fight.
Not only did they have the split pushing Fiora that got a lead in the early game, they also had a support Shen who has global. They also had a jungle Rek'Sai who has a global, another role that you don't usually have a global from. So they had all of these tools to try and push an early lead and do the style that SKT usually use, where they pressure multiple points on the map at the same time and then pick you off, but they were unable to accomplish it. We also saw that in the Baron baits when they had that teleport discrepancy you talk about with Marin. They had teleport advantage. They spent so long trying with the Baron bait over and over, trying to work with the true side. And they finally pulled the trigger by actually teleporting him into the Baron and losing it. That was just complete disaster. So this team really, they need to completely restart after this game, because they've got to be a bit dejected after that, and they just need to look at it as a fresh start.
I mean, the most disappointing thing about that Baron dance was they had executed it so well for a few minutes in a row, and then they just decide to commit to it instead of continuing to put that inhibitor pressure down or waiting for SKT, because they definitely were dictating the tempo at that specific point in time.
All right, well, with that win, SKT are just one win away from an undefeated world run and the Summoners Cup, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if Ku can come back in Game 3 in just a few minutes.
In Berlin at the World Championship Finals. Oh, Bangi, a level 1 turret dive! Bangi definitely messed that up! Wait, quickly! Here's Hogan! Kill though! He makes it! Grand challenge is down, so this is all about Smeb's abilities. Gorilla goes in the middle of the fight with a nice flash and talk. Gorilla goes down, here comes Kuro, throws down the Chaos Storm. It's all over Wolf though.
FLICKR just completely turned this game.
That's the end from Wolf. Stops up 3 members. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but it's not really hitting anybody or stunning the targets it needs. Now it's a double kill for Bangi. They're not stopping. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 World Championship Finals. Now, in addition to this amazing audience here in Berlin, people all around the world are tuning in to catch all the explosive action, including this viewing party taking place here in Lucca, Italy. And then, of course, we're going to follow that up with one from Barcelona, Spain. Lots of energy there in that very tight space. And then, not to be outdone, the fans have assembled en masse at La Zenith in Toulouse, France. And then, of course, from there, we're going to check in with another Coke viewing party. This one is taking place in Bellevue, Washington. And I'm sure all of these fans across the world, as well as the ones here in the venue themselves and myself, want to see more than 3 games. I'm hoping for 5 games. So, gentlemen, this is where I turn to you. It's do or die time here for the Ku Tigers. So in one sentence, or no, I'm kidding, not in 1 sentence or less. No, you just one time down the line. Sorry, starting with you, Monty. What do they need to do? Yeah, and in a haiku.
I think they just really need to keep their heads cool, stay calm and collected, because they were so close to taking that last game, and then they started overextending, were misplaying that Baron after doing seemingly everything right for a few minutes. So I think they just need to take a deep breath, remember what they know about this game, and just slow down the pace a little bit in the next game.
All right, Kobe.
Definitely want to reiterate, Smeb specifically needs to keep his composure in this game. I'm also going to be looking at the other big star for the team, Gorilla. They need him to make some plays now. The early home guards, get up into Smeb's lane, go for one of those lane ganks that we've seen him do it before, and try and get something growing.
I think the biggest mistake Ku made was not predicting the counters to their own plays. they went for a lot of plays where there were obvious counters, whether it was like somebody's missing, I mean, I can't dive here because they could show up during the lane, or we suddenly see a good call mid, but we get out-rotated by SKT, so they need to think more about what happens in a bigger picture overall. They have some really good clutch, like, shot calling in the moment, but then they lose sight of the big picture, and I think that's really hard. It's easy to say. I could never do it.
Much easier said than done.
Especially when playing against SKT, because
SKT
there's
does it so quickly.
So much information denial.
Right, SKT known for outthinking their opponents. Now KOO has to outthink the outthinkers. Well, it's time to head down to the stage where Shox is standing by with one of Europe's finest.
Who will be?
All right, thank you very much, Dash. One of Europe's finest, indeed. Top laner for Origin, Soaz. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about the games coming up. First, I just want to talk to you about a week after getting knocked out and actually having a fantastic tournament with Origin in your first year semifinals of Worlds. How do you look back on everything after a week thinking about it?
Well, I still feel pretty good about our performance overall. We didn't expect much coming at Worlds, so it was a good performance for us, even though we got 3-0 by SKT, which is, we could have maybe take one game or something, but they are the better team in the end, so I didn't really feel bad. I just like take the experience as it is, and that's it.
Well, definitely nothing to be ashamed of, and the people here are always cheering for you. Talk to me a little bit about this series in particular. You guys were exactly in the same situation after game 1 versus SKT. You had a close game that you could have been able to win. What happens to you after that versus a team like SKT? What position do KOO find themselves in now?
I believe their second game could have gone either way, like the game they just played right now. They just need to take it slowly. As Crepo said, they need to rethink about like everything everything they are going to do in the game overall, and yeah, they just need to take it slow because they tend to be a super active team overall. So yeah, they need to think a lot more about like what they're gonna do for the next step. Always like think about what enemies can do and what they can do, and I think they can probably take one game at least. Yeah.
All right, well, then looking at maybe the top lane specifically, when you say they need to take a step back, we were looking at Smeb and Marin a lot. What have you made of the matchup so far? With Smeb going for those playmaking champions, but it doesn't seem to bring them the rewards.
It looks like Marin is like, they completely shifted the play overall. Like Marin is more going for like teamfight champion, played Rumble 2 games, looking for lane swap, so it can be more useful in teamfight overall compared to Fiora and Riven. I think it will be different games if they face 1v1 2 versus 2, because in this game they had Rek'Sai against Jarvan, which is Rek'Sai is the stronger matchup, so I think they could have snowballed a lot more if it was 1v1. So in my opinion, they should probably try to find where they want to go since level 1, and depending of jungle and top lane matchup, they can probably snowball from there.
All right, so you say they can take one game. Can they turn the whole thing around, or is it SKT win?
I think it's always really hard, especially at this level, to actually come back from a 2-0. From the last game, it looks like they can take one game, and it depends like about SKT mostly, like, or if they stay calm, if they want to change their play or anything. Obviously they are 2-0, so they're probably not going to change anything. So it's cool that have to bring something new or something else to actually take one game.
Well, the pressure is on KOO. Thank you very much, Soaz, for talking to me here. And we're going to go into the next game, Game 3, with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox, and awesome to hear from Soaz, a player who recently felt the pressure of SKT on him, and they are one game away from raising the Summoners Cup once again, which puts even more pressure on the KOO Tigers, and they've been feeling it since game 1.
It's a scary thing when some of their parts of the game we felt KOO Tigers could challenge SKT in. They haven't been able to. Obviously, shot calling wise, late game, it's gone horribly wrong for KOO Tigers. They've not been able to win the split push war either, because Smeb has not been performing in this match here. He had such a good opportunity in the last game and he missed it. And then Marin just picking team fighting champion, saying, I will team fight you now. You can't win 1 versus 1. I'll just go on 5 versus 5.
And I think that's the scariest thing, is that Marin isn't even needing to play the matchup against Smeb that you thought maybe you'd have to neutralize him. Smeb's been crushing everyone, but now Marin's playing team fighters into him and still finding success.
Yeah.
And there's no way, in my opinion, that SKT makes the same type of blunder at the start of Game 3 that they did in Game 2. So KOO Tigers really has to step up their game if they want to take one.
And now you have a problem for if you're the KOO Tigers. We expect Rek'Sai to come in for SKT like they did in Game 1. The thing for KOO Tigers is, I don't think they really want the Lulu pick. Because we've seen FLICKR can play like Kassadin into it, and Kuro didn't really do a whole lot. They might be forced to take it anyway, just because it's open. But they would most likely prefer to go something like Shen and Fiora, and try and do what they did in Game 2, have that setup at least, but this time around execute it better. You just had like 10-15 minutes to talk about what went wrong, why didn't we win the game. So far 1 for 1 at least with that one, because Fiora has been instant locked. KOO Tigers needs to find a way to go back to what worked for them when it comes to Smeb being a split pusher. And you just have to try and make less mistakes. I know it sounds easy, but...
Yep. And they're not going to go with Lulu. I think they want Kuro and Victor. I honestly think KOO Tigers just want all of their individual best champions. Smeb, Fiora, Kuro, Victor, Hojin already on Lee Sin. His name used to be Lee. Get Shen now for the support before SKT can lock in Rek'Sai and Shen. And Ashe has been their most successful AD carry.
I like the idea of Ashe for them. Said before, they bring out the Zac, they bring out the Ashe. You have to play differently around that. It's something that absolutely caught Fnatic off guard when they played just Ashe arrow down the mid lane in the engage, but that's Kassadin as well.
So, KOO Tigers are saying, you could play Kassadin into our Lulu. We will now try and do exactly the same. Only difference is there is no
a lot
hard
of differences.
Yeah, a lot of obviously player-wise FLICKR Kuro, but there's also no hard or no great wave play AD carry. Ashe takes a little bit more time taking down these waves compared to Sivir, which was one of the reasons it could work for SKT, because they could move Sivir to mid lane and have Kassadin in the side lane.
Exactly, as well as having the wave clear. SKT also had Rumble in the top lane, so they had a big AoE team fighting presence if the Kassadin was away farming. KOO has 2 melee mid laners and not much wave clear as an AD carry. SKT, even though you normally don't think of Sivir going with Lulu, you actually put the Sivir with the Lulu here because it's something SKT has done very well in the past. They have incredible wave clear, great team fighting, and a high early power spiking team. This is exactly what SKT should do.
You know it feels good when you can play the same champion 3 times in a row. He's already feeling good on it. He's been making great equalizers. He's going to do it again this game.
And again, it's just been this pick that's not going to win the 1 versus 1 against the Fiora, but it's going to sit back at its own tower. And if you ever want to tower dive it, the hourglass, the amount of damage you can put down with your AoE abilities is enough to at least buy time for SKT to make a play elsewhere. But KOO Tigers is going full pick composition right here. We are going to look to catch off targets with Ashe Arrow. We're going to have the hook from the Thresh, Lee Sin, single them out and one-shot them.
And they have to play it so perfectly because they are at such an immense disadvantage as far as wave clearing is concerned in this game. Like, this is 100% a pick composition, but the question will be whether or not their turrets are collapsing around them as they're trying to get fights, because every time they commit to a kill, 3 or 4 people, where is SKT gonna go? And that will be the story of this game.
Sivir once again for Bang, telling you SKT is going to be throwing that on constantly. We see FLICKR pushing the mid lane as well with Lulu trying to keep Kuro down. It was vice versa last time. Let's see what he can make happen as they get out of champion select in the next 10 seconds. It looks like Ignite for the mid laners again. I'm absolutely loving the fact that they've switched away from the TP action there in the mid lane.
Basically looking to be stronger when we have these fights going on instead of having the global pressure. Even though I still like it on a Kassadin, to have that teleport, especially now when it's so hard to execute your composition. Like, credit to KOO Tigers for saying, we just lost 2 games in a row. We don't care. We will pick a comp that is so hard to play, and we trust in our ability to pull it off, and then try and get a comeback going.
Sometimes you got to test yourself to really find that inner skill. And hopefully they can bring it out here in Game 3. The teams are about to hit the rift for Game 3, so update your series predictions. Hashtag SKT win or hashtag KOO win. We'll update the fan vote once we are into game. We're very close to that Summoners Cup for SKT. KOO now trying to hang on to their World Championship hopes. They've made it all the way here in their first year as a team, really scrapping things together and hopefully bringing out their first victory in the World Finals here.
And even though there are holes or weaknesses within this team composition for KOO that can be exploited, I still love the fact that they have picked these specific champions for this composition. KOO Tigers, when they made their recovery, out of having a poor summer split. It was a lot of Ashe and it was a lot of pick compositions. They are playing champions that they are comfortable on. And that is so important because we're worried about them tilting off the face of the earth when SKT turns around that game too. So how do you get your comfort back? It is in the champion picks, and KOO is just going to try to outplay the crap out of SKT in this game.
Looks like things are going to be very calm to start this one off. Definitely SKT's game to lose off the bat. Full control of the early game would pretty much solidify the win here, as KOO, in their attempts to do Baron last game, and their attempts to kind of pressure the turret, they aren't really trial and erroring. They're not seeing how SKT is acting, so it's flawing every time they go in. They have errors left and right, or they split.
I want to see
in the way they
SKT
can
lane
fight.
swap though in this game here, because I think KOO Tigers have some very, very strong lane setups. Ashe is a fantastic laner, and she has a range support and Thresh next to her against an Alistar, so that's very good for KOO Tigers. Fiora into Rumble, give her that one-on-one lane from the start as well. That's what we see from SKT now. They're like, okay, we're staying on bottom side in case they were invading. We were showing we were down here. Maybe we would trick them into thinking we were going to be on the bottom side. Now they swap it up top lane here. So they do get the lane swap for SKT. I think that's very important for this early game. But they have made mistakes in the lane swaps in the last 2 games. They didn't bounce the wave in game 1. And obviously last game was this crazy level 1, level 2 thing. Where Marin then ends up TPing down with no flash and dying as well.
If we're talking just the first 5 minutes of the game, KOO Tigers has been the better team.
Sadly, games are not only 5 minutes long.
I think that's something that SKT realizes well in advance as well. You see all these kills going to KOO around the map. SKT kind of has this database in their head. They say, you know, we could lose about 5 kills here, but if we get kills in a turret and dragon, we're right back in the game. And that's what they always set up for when they're down. They see what their opening is to get back in the game.
Well, SKT is actually doing about the same play they did earlier because they're sending an invade in to the double jungler. It's just on the different side of the map.
I don't know if they're going to be getting over walls on this one. They know what mistake they made last time. Now they're getting away with a bit more resources. No flash is being used there, but they do push KOO off that top side of the jungle.
So again, KOO Tigers, they keep starting in the jungle where the enemy AD carry and support is supposed to be, or at least on that side of the map. So they take away their own 2 camps on top side, which was supposed to belong to SKT, because SK Telecom always start in their own jungle. They start really defensively, so they don't deny anything. And now once again, there will be more camps to take for KOO Tigers down on the bottom side of the map. So SKT just instantly want to go up and start pushing down this tower, swap around, get this lane swap rolling, so you can't just fall further behind. They don't value getting early experience on Marin by taking multiple jungle camps. They just want you safe and then push down the tower as fast as possible.
This top lane going a bit faster. It took Smeb some time to get down to that bottom tier turret, so SKT are going to be able to move a bit quicker here. Those few seconds they get to themselves to back first, get in position, get their wards ready, and start being aggressive on the bottom side of the map is really what puts them ahead. Smeb being late here leaves still a third of this turret up.
Yeah, and they're going to teleport in and actually try and save this one. This will be a big question of how quickly Alistar gets down there. And KOO took enough damage from the minion wave that they can't actually threaten a dive. Also a weird move up top. Bang didn't bounce the wave in the top side.
See what Hojin does here, but the reason they didn't bounce the wave was because they realized they could TP down bottom lane. So they just wanted to push it out, get some farm going, and then force someone for KOO Tigers to recall and go up to top side and catch that wave, so there's not going, these minions are going to waste. So because they saw how slow KOO Tigers were at the bottom side of the map, they felt like we can defend it. Bengi moved all the way down, TP in as well to stop it. Hojin should have been in a position, in my opinion, where he could either threaten then the 4v2 dive super quick, or just go down and realize we were behind him pushing the tower. I need to join in as well before this play even happened and just 4-man kill this tower, because you never want to fall behind when it comes to fast pushing.
Well, they have all the pressure on the bot side. They have to watch for prey to come up in the bottom side of the jungle here. Kuro in a bad spot. He walks right in with FLICKR on his tail. They're on Bengi though. The flay back, very nice from Gorilla. Ignite and Flash used to make that happen. FLICKR now in a real sore spot. It looks like he'll be the next to go down. A bit of a fumble Ruski here coming in from SKT. And KOO are going to pick up some very nice kills all around the board. 3 assists to Gorilla. It's working out perfectly. Distributing the kills, nice. Bang trying to come in now. A huge, I think I can situation from SKT to pick up the little outside experience that would ever happen.
They just got
4 kills for Hojin in the early game. 1 goes to prey.
One person and another person, and who wants to die next? And who wants to die next? SKT, another early game fumble here against KOO, and they pick it up big. 4 kills onto Hojin. So what will he do now? Warrior enchantment completed 5.5 minutes into the game.
I feel like we've seen this before in this series here. SKT makes a lot of mistakes and Hojin picks up all the kills.
Yeah, Gorilla's not actually level 1 in this fight, so the rest of this here, Hojin goes in big, level 3 Lee Sin spike, they kill Bengi right at the start. FLICKR was low on mana and actually had no business stopping that either. Prey, again, not level 1, is able to come in and finish those guys off. And why do Sivir and Rumble come up here when their entire team is already dead? Additionally, Fjord doesn't even have to be involved in this. This was 5 kills by 3 people on the KOO Tigers. This is, you know how we said in the first game, there's no way SKT falls as far behind early game as they did in game 2? There is a way. That's the way. 4 kills on a Hojin and a Warrior enchantment already.
Not calculating the HP bars quite well in that situation. Possibly a bit of a play.
He's got no flash.
This could be the finalizer. Hojin holds the resonating strike to cancel out the rest of FLICKR.
And every time we have some of these extremely weird plays where there's no real reason for them to make it, we've got to look at what could be the objective. Why would SKT move in there in the first place? Well, in this case, it was to place a deep ward. And then they realized Gorilla face checks onto Bengi and they're like, oh, maybe we can take a fight here. You know, support just face check. We could get 1 kill. But they don't realize how FLICKR has no mana. They don't realize how everyone from KOO Tigers could move so quickly there. And really just such a sloppy decision.
And also, SKT didn't have the wave clear advantage. So this is exactly what KOO wants to do. They want to find fights in neutral territory when they don't lose objectives. SKT's way of stopping those things from happening is to keep the waves managed.
And this becomes extremely volatile for SKT now. KOO already set up to take down FLICKR behind a second-tier turret, but they want to go to the bot lane, looking now at Bang and Wolf. Marin's going to clear top. Smeb's going to have to respect that and stay for the TP. It's down anyways, but we're going to see something happen in that bottom lane, possibly, as teams disperse a bit. It doesn't look like anything came out of it, rightfully so. KOO would have had to make a pretty big dive.
KOO can just sit in the lanes and wait for Hojin to show up on this Lee Sin. Because he's so far ahead, he can take any fight he wants. And he can burst you down as soon as he hits level 6 in this Lee Sin. So wait for him to make that play. Because then you know there's no counter gank from Bengi available. He will be too far behind.
And these types of plays are the exact plays that KOO needs. They said they want the crowd to be chanting their name, and that's what they're getting right now. It'll lift the pressure off their shoulders. They know the crowd is behind them, but more so that their strats are working right now. We did see that Hojin was 2-0-2 on Rek'Sai in the early game in game 2. 5-0-1. Hopefully he can continue to spread his experience to the rest of the lanes and keep this snowball going, because they did slow down after they got all those big plays in game 2.
And now it's also about slowing down the game if you were SKT. You know Lee Sin is going crazy. FLICKR also doesn't have that much lane pressure on Curl because he's been down his flash and also died twice, plus he doesn't have teleport, so it's kind of the worst situation you can be in as a mid laner. But SKT still has a lot of wave clear advantages, and they have a Rek'Sai who can give himself Tremor Sense in the jungle, line up to counter ganks, and more so than actually counter ganking, just tip someone off that they're coming so SKT can run away. They really just want to wave clear for a little while until KOO would make a mistake.
We do need to see Hojin, they'll be a bit more aggressive now in this Lee Sin. You have so many kills, you need to almost live in the enemy jungle and say, I can take any fight possible against this Rek'Sai. Obviously nothing completing for Bengi so far other than the Sidestone. SKT right now though have been able to push the top over and over and open up to just take the Raptors.
And Hojin's going super aggressive. Not only did he complete his Warrior enchantment 5 minutes in, he had enough gold for a Sightstone, but instead started building Hex Drinker components. Now he's got no wards left. 1 ward there, Trinket ward to jump out. He actually can't ward jump to pull any type of trickery off.
Really would have liked to see Sightstone. I think one of the best ways to kind of snowball a jungle matchup is not necessarily by trying to kill the other jungler, but by getting wards in his jungle so you can spot him. Arrow onto FLICKR though. This is a play we're going to see quite often from Prey. He's very good at leaving his own lane in this Ashe here, moving towards mid or top lane, set up a possible pick. This time, Hojin gets into the jungle though. This is what we like to see. I just wish he had some wards to be placing here as well now, so he can spot the Rek'Sai next time.
Relying a little too much on Lantern Escape.
I think Lee Sin's one of the best champions who can turn utility into offense. Sightstone increases the offensive capabilities of Lee Sin. Really disagree with this buy from Hojin.
They've been loving their Hex Drinkers. Game after game, they continue to grab it.
Against the Rumble.
Well, you're usually faced up against the double AP comp so far. We had the Kassadin Rumble, now Lulu Rumble. Once again, SKT definitely knows where to put that power once the mid-game comes. This time, 2,000 gold lead to KOO, 6-1, full control of the game haven't really been able to keep their deep wards in the side of SKT, so that's slowing them down a little bit. But we know SKT, the vision denial team, the flash play, as soon as he gets it again, hooks in Faker, the dragon kick back, and that's going to be a dead Faker once again. Nobody's in the back pocket to help him this time.
Faker tried to save his flash until all the CC were down first, but then obviously Lee Sin shows up with the Thresh here, kicks him back, and then it's too late for him to do anything. They keep trying to gank this mid lane. You know you have a Kassadin sitting there, and you just keep leaving this bottom side. Roam up through the river, go for the gank.
I think it's also critical that they were able to get the kill on a Kassadin here. So much of the kill distribution is on Hojin, which is why he needs to snowball the game right now, because otherwise his gold at the end of the game will not mean that much, and that's why SKT needs to stall this one out. So using the Lee Sin, Thresh, the power of the chain CC right there to punish Faker's greed of not using flash was very well done.
Now, to question a bit of this, do they start spreading some love to Smeb in the top lane of the Fiora, or is he perfectly fine holding off Marin for as long as possible?
I mean, at the moment, if you want to gank Marin, you should realize Bengi will be nearby, because every time Marin pushes up, Bengi shows himself, gets a ward in the jungle, and she's kind of there for safety. So they're just going to say, no, we can just keep camping this mid lane. We have double CC, we have the Astral and the Arrow in case we need that one as well. But yes, they could definitely also go and gank Marin. It's just easier to rotate from bottom lane with your support straight to mid lane. That's a quick one, easy gank to set up.
It's so hard for KOO to create picks, though, because they're still running without a Sightstone on their whole team.
He didn't even buy a ward when he went
Gorilla
back.
didn't buy Sightstone, he built Boots of Mobility, so they're trying to go in blind and make plays with superior combat stats right now. It is absurdly aggressive and incredibly unreliable, but KOO is going all out right here, trying to pull this off. Big change of strategy from KOO Tigers in this game than in prior.
It's very clear in the pick and ban phase. Coming into this game, KOO Tigers said, okay, it's all or nothing. Just pick some champions where we can pick them off, skirmish really well, and go crazy. I feel like in the game, though, once you get the 5 kills early on, you can then adapt that and say, okay, we don't have to go all in crazy now. Because we just got 5 kills. We can play it out normal and just have a big advantage.
Get the 5 kills, place the wards, and make it easier to pick with all of your pick abilities. Instead of KOO, what they're trying to do is run through SKT, force, run into someone randomly, and get the kill.
Well,
but they have so much brute force.
Blips of vision, right? A hawk shot will go out here, a hawk shot will go out there. They'll have somewhat vision, and they'll work off of that bit. But you're right. They don't know who's around the corner after hawk shot's gone.
That's why coaches really want to be able to talk in-game. And see the arrow misses, but Nofa's been like, guys, go crazy, man. Go all in. We're going to do this. And then when all this happens, he just wants to stand back and be like, okay, slow down. All right, get vision, then we play it out.
No way to tell them to slow down right now.
Nope.
And the wave clear will be punished eventually. They're continuing to keep the pressure on mid lane, and because they are so strong right now with straight up item advantages, Hex Drinker completed, Tiamat completed, they haven't been punished yet for this craziness that they're doing. Oh,
They're definitely employing a new strat for this one. Wolf finds he's in a bad situation in the box. Do they have enough to get to Gorilla? Smeb actually teleports down here, but it's called in as well. From the other teleports onto Bangi now. Looks like they should be able to get out. Bang does not want the grand challenge. Wolf goes down immediately. Marin able to teleport, but he wasn't close to the fight. Kuro should go down here. City's brought over to him. A lantern as well. Light still ticks through. The flash was burned from Kuro quite a bit as well. This could give SKT a little bit of love around that dragon area to get more wards and keep fighting. Wow, Smeb wants to go in. They know Gorilla's there, but very low on mana here. Hojin looking to build a little bit of energy as well. I don't think it's a fight either side wants to take, but they were still trying to blow summoners on both sides. Successful at that.
That's a 1-for-1 against a team who had 7 kills already at 14 minutes against 1 only from SKT. Them trading even will always be in their favor because you're so far behind. It's never in the favor of KOO Tigers to just trade even. Hojin even took the kill. Alistar was like 100% dead. Kicks him in the face and kills him.
Hojin's going one direction right now. Lee Sin care. That's all he's thinking right now. He's trying to put the team on his back. And this is also the mentality you put yourself in when you are down 2-0 in a series, because you are always trying to make that big play. But so far, it's been mostly working for KOO.
Oh, arrow to the knee on Wolf. I don't know if he's going to be out of this one. He gets the headbutt in. It's good that he kind of just let it happen. You didn't want to try to use too much to get away. He actually did flash in the end, thinking he could break the brush vision, but it did not work. The KOO chants come out once again, and they will again deny the resources in the jungle of SKT.
Yeah, now you have that Sightstone, 2 wards instantly placed in the jungle. You get a pick. Wolf was way out of position trying to place a deep ward himself, but with 0 backup from his laners. A mistake we have seen from SKT, honestly, today a few times where one guy just goes in on his own to place a ward and then gets caught out. This is what KOO Tigers composition wants to do. Oh, you're alone, you're running way too far ahead of your own team. We have all the tools to CC you and chase you. There's going to be a Kassadin late game constantly jumping after you as well.
And what KOO is pulling off right now is what so many teams unsuccessfully do against well-executed wave clear compositions. Because in order to stop the side lanes from pushing out of control for SKT, you have to kill them before they get up to your turret. And KOO has been able to find fights and consistently kill, which is why it's just the one turret taken down for SKT versus the two from KOO. And now that they actually do have the double sight stones built up, they can continue to put on the pressure and the vision.
Double sight stones means they all swapped over to sweepers. A very early scrying orb still from Prey to go along with his hawk shots have given KOO great vision in this early part of the game to waltz into the jungle of SKT pretty much without any care. Now they have the wards so deep, a pink ward all the way down between the second tier turrets. They have all the vision they need here to make those pick moves they've been wanting to make all game.
The only thing SKT is going for them is the fact that Marin, they go hit level 11 soon, which is good spikes for them when it comes to a possible dragon fight. This is what KOO Tigers want them.
Trying to stop SKT
in their perfect run
from having a perfect run at Worlds, what would be the first in the history of the World Championship.
And SKT has been positive. They said, if this team doesn't beat us, we're more than likely going to go undefeated in the entire tournament. We feel better about it every win.
Look, here they come.
This is the crowd control they were looking for. There's no way Bengi gets out of this one. He goes down with the last shot from Prey. 2-0-5 now for the AD carry.
This is what we're going to keep seeing here. Wards being placed. Bengi can no longer sit and farm his own jungle if he ever does so. Expect KOO Tigers to show up, catch him out like they just did right here, get that one kill. Problem is, they give up a bot lane tower and only get a kill for it. So technically for them, not the greatest trade, but it did mean Marin also had to be careful top, so now they can trade for top tower.
It's a delayed trade. It's still favorable for the KOO Tigers because they got the map pressure. Kill Squad, Hojin and Gorilla, they have been successfully creating these picks. 100% kill participation for Hojin, 90% kill participation for Gorilla, and it's allowed Smeb to not have to carry. So much of this entire World and of the first two games have been Smeb carrying, and he was pushing too hard in the first few games. Now the weight is being taken off of Smeb's shoulders in this game, and it's actually been Hojin.
I was just going to say that one of the biggest changes from both of the games we've seen is that KOO is not focusing top. They're not trying to get things for Smeb. They're not trying to stop Marin. They've stayed away from that, and it's working perfectly for them because SKT turns those fights around. Looking at 20 minutes coming up on the clock now. 10-2, the biggest lead KOO has had here in these games, as well as a 5,000 gold lead coming up on that 20-minute mark.
And Dragon coming up in 12 seconds. It's what a pick composition lives for. Not necessarily doing the Dragon, but killing someone when they're trying to get vision or contest the Dragon.
It's dinner time.
Fortunately for SKT though, they've been able to get a lot of wards preemptively around the Dragon Pit since KOO just committed so many people to killing the other side of the map. So the picks will be harder to come by.
Every time KOO has killed them, one other guy snuck in behind them and placed 2 or 3 wards in the river, and then they had to escape. But they always gave up a kill for it. So KOO Tigers kept getting further and further ahead in terms of goal. We're still only 19 minutes into the game. There's plenty of time for the KOO Tigers to use all this gold here to their advantage. For now, they're gonna have to fight for vision, and SKT gets at least an entrance.
And I have to reiterate how difficult it is to beat SKT because they've been able to get those wards here. And they actually have a power spike here with Marin being level 11 on Rumble. A well-placed equalizer at this Dragon fight, even with the 5,000 gold difference, could win a fight for SKT.
One of the problems though for Marin, and that's also why he's down on the bottom side here, is if he goes top now to catch his wave, which he probably will to defend the tower, when you're against Kassadin, Ashe and so on, they can hard engage in and pick off one target. Your teleport becomes very difficult to use because obviously there's this delay on the teleport casting before you arrive. KOO Tigers might have picked off a guy before Marin even gets to TP in. So him sitting there means KOO Tigers can be the proactive team now. Look for that one arrow here. Look for Kuro to catch out a guy. A lot of damage on Gorilla though.
If they start the Dragon, that's going to mean even more damage. They don't necessarily have someone who can tank the Dragon without taking any pain. Maybe this turns into a steal opportunity because Bengi would be able to tunnel in and try and get something. Ku is forcing really hard to try and get a fight.
Ku Tigers chants resonating through the halls of the Mercedes-Benz Arena here in Berlin. Hojin takes the Dragon. Smeb TP's into the backside. They're still getting out. This is where the picks come in. Wild growth on the Bengi. The focus is Marin. He's away from the team. Smeb wants to keep everybody in range, but he's gone on a one-man mission over here. Bengi gets out. Smeb lunges back. Gorilla is a one health from being taken down right now, and Ku doesn't get enough of the picks that they want, but Marin does go down from being in the thick of the fight.
Wow, and how close this fight really was. It is an advantage for Ku to get the Dragon and the kill.
Absolutely.
But if we're thinking about total damage dealt in that team fight, SKT actually did more. Pretty much everyone on Ku took 80% or more of their health bar. They can absolutely bring the pain, especially if SKT funnels in like that, chasing kills.
See it again.
You can see how SKT knows they don't want to risk someone going down before Marin arrives, so he goes in fairly early with teleport and beautiful ulti on
that was
3
huge.
guys from the Ku Tigers. This delays everything. They're trying to chase, but they're so split up now. Smeb doesn't even get Bengi down, but in the end, they win the fight. They get this Dragon here like they're supposed to. Bang was very, very close to suddenly being able to get a few kills.
Absolutely. Bang maybe could have played that a little more aggressive, but still, when you're down 11 kills to 2, your aggressive moves have been biting you time and time again. And Ku is really looking to take this series back.
Gorilla surviving that fight with 6 HP. Some thick skin there to keep him alive. Ignite still up, kill pressure from him to come into the next fight if necessary. And this may be that time again. Ku starts to taunt Baron, but more of a trial and error here. See how SKT reacts and then act on that.
It's the time for Ku Tigers to start getting the pink wards, upgrade your sweepers here, both on Gorilla and Hojin, because you need to be able to deny vision at the Baron, force SKT to face check in, and then again, create this pick where you just shoot an arrow in their face. SKT have all 5 members nearby. Horo taking a bit of damage, but you can see how they're fighting, because SKT knows if they give up that jungle, it's over. Because then the Baron will be started,
they can't afford to.
blind, and then they will die in the next team fight. So that's why they're here so early, to fight just for vision. There's always these pre-fights before the big team fight where you fight all these small advantages. Who can see who? Can they start the Baron safely? There's no tank on the lineup of Ku Tigers. That makes it tricky, and that's why they need a kill first.
A little game of cat and mouse here. Are you going to approach? How do you approach? Can we cut you off? Can we get that pick when you're rotating towards the Baron? Ku have a lot of room to work with right here, outside the vision of SKT.
Marin should not be on the bottom side of the map at the moment. He has no TP. This just gave Ku Tigers the jungle, and they're pushing him for top tower.
Yeah, because now SKT can't actually hold this turret with wave clear in fear of a dive.
The wave going through, the crowd has been cheering for Ku, and it looks like the arrow hits Bang. The spell shield was on, he does not get crowd controlled. That's the grand challenge on Bengi. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill. 13-2 as they start cleaning up SKT without losing any members on the side of Ku.
Ku Tigers has successfully put an element of chaos into this game, which is making SKT make bad decisions. That was a bad decision. Marin wasn't able to defend. The dive is very real with an Ash Arrow initiate plus a Lee Sin with Flash, and they are rightfully punished for that move. And now with 2 death timers looming, the Baron becomes another problem.
Crowd started chants, people standing up and creating these chants for Ku. It's exactly what we want. FLICKR flash into the wall. Wall's gonna go down now. Gorilla has gone down to Marin, but it's Kuro and Marin now. Marin knows he's not gonna get out of this one safely. Slowed once again. I don't believe the volley just yet, but they're gonna be in range. Who are they gonna give it to? Merry Christmas, an early Christmas to Prey.
SKT managed to stop the Baron, but that was about it. 3 kills again for Ku Tigers. Summoner spells used. This is looking so bad, and really this game exploded.
I'd say it's looking good for Ku.
It looked great for Ku, obviously bad for SKT, but really, we had the 5 kills early on, and then Ku Tigers got a few kills here and there, but it really exploded when they started getting into that jungle, get down the vision, and been able to create these picks here. FLICKR, even FLICKR, can flash into the wall.
When you have FLICKR failing a flash over a wall, you know something is amiss within the SKT team. They've been making bad calls. FLICKR, I can't remember the last time I've seen him miss a flash.
Just reminds us that he's human.
And if there's ever a time for SKT to drop a game, guys, it's now. 8,000 gold down. Ku continually finding team fights again and again. And I'm gonna have to question, if Ku's able to win this game, do they actually completely turn the momentum of the series? Because remember, they were winning, they were in a position to win game 2.
Yes, but then we saw some of the problems for them late game with the shot calling.
Right.
This game, that should not be an issue when you're so far ahead now. Your composition at this point is going to be straightforward to play because you just keep baiting around the Baron and then you just fire that arrow from Prey and you take that team fight. It is hard to get to this point for Ku Tigers due to the fact that they got so many early kills. It made it a lot easier for them. They've been able to execute it properly now, and we're just waiting for that finish. Because right now, SK is hurt. They're not dead yet.
They're not dead yet, but this is finally Ku breaking through that mental barrier that SKT puts up. We saw FLICKR go down twice to Westdoor alone in lane, and FLICKR was almost smiling, laughing, knowing that they would come back because they have the confidence. Here, that seems to be broken. SKT always turning tail to these fights to see if they can assess and go back in, but it has been for naught.
Yeah, and actually SKT going for a big fight in the mid lane.
Arrow straight to the face of Bang, stops Gorilla from going down. Initiations on both sides of On the Hunt. Crystalline Arrow and Box are down.
And something we actually have to talk about, SKT ran Lulu Sibber frequently throughout the regular season, and they use as a mid-game power spiking team that got picks. But when it falls behind, it is really difficult for it to come back since it has to move as a unit.
Now that Sivir ulti is gone, it could have opened up for Ku Tigers to maybe make a play on the bottom side against Marin, send down Hojin, just 2v1 dive him. Instead, they're returning to the Baron. Back the ways from the bot lane here with Smep.
Ku has not hesitated on any of their calls this game. That's a risky call though because they are on a scrying orb. And now the teleport's coming in.
Marin down. Their target is actually to stop Ku, and they're flanked back. We see FLICKR and Wolf messing with Meb down here, but it is not working out for them. Lunging over the wall. Ku is instantly back in position. This should not hurt them too much. A lot of ultimates are already being used by SKT. Remember, Wolf's ult is down from that second tier turret in mid, so they can't afford to go back in.
Remember that this team does not have a tank who's going to stack armor that can safely stand in front of this Baron here. It was Kassadin and so on. Try and bounce it with Hojin. Both of them took a lot of damage, and you're against the Rumble. You never want to start a fight low against the Rumble because that's just gonna be terrible for you. Here's a fight!
It's a bit of a flank here. Prey very low on mana, but you don't need that to auto attack. That's gonna be Wolf down. We also lost Meb in the fight. Marin holding tight in the middle. They get the turret, so they'll be able to fight under it now. Hojin doing what he can with such an awesome score in this game, and it looks like it's gonna be a lot for the team. That's a double. FLICKR gets hit by the arrow. That's gonna be a kill for Prey as well. Is there a triple coming in here? No, it's a double-double for Kuro and Prey.
Another
ace on SKT.
Team fight win there by the Ku Tigers. And honestly, if there was ever a fight that SKT is going to win there, it would have been that one. Ku was so low on resources beforehand, but SKT had such a gargantuan goal deficit, and Hojin is playing out of his mind on Lee Sin with a beautiful kick on to Bang back into the team. This gives him Baron too.
Wow. Hojin is a jungler that's been criticized for a very poor early game coming into this final. All 3 games now, he's had a very, very good early game. He's picking up early kills, early assists. He's applying a lot of pressure on the map. Obviously, there's a few things maybe he can still change, but after all, he's playing a lot better now in the early game. You see the fight, Smep goes down very early, but this kick from Hojin is massive.
1, 2, 3.
Tower is still alive as well. And it's just straight into Koro. He gets that kill, and now they can start chasing.
And Hojin also landed the Sonic Wave the instant Marin came out of Zhonya's. Then they clear his corpse out of the way, land the Ash Arrow onto FLICKR, and chase down the rest of it. They are really in sync right now, which is something that was distinctly lacking in games 1 and 2.
So he changes his name back to Lee after this one. What plays coming in from Hojin. Last game he was 2-0-2, and he kind of divvied up the kills after that a little bit more. Now he's 6-0-14. It seems like getting more of that experience, more of that cash on Hojin. It definitely pays off for the team. Another game where Prey has come up big as well in the Ashe, the initiation that Ku loves so much.
Oh, no.
It's actually being turned right back onto him. It is the Dark Passage that tries to bring Prey to the light, but it cannot happen. The box goes down, but everybody runs around, and it looks like they mitigate that slow. A kill onto Gorilla, and now SKT make a bit of their own pit comp with a first headbutt going on to Prey.
Look at the minimap right now. Kuro was sitting in the top lane. No teleport obviously on the Kassadin. And then Ku Tigers to start pushing down to the tier 2 tower. Only 3 members against the Sivir composition.
Yep.
These are the kind of mistakes they've made in the other games, where even though they had a lead, it never felt like the game was over.
Against SKT, the game is never over. no matter how big the lead
So
is.
true.
We have seen it time and time again, and that was an example of the Sivir pick composition. Why is Hojin also trying to defend this turret solo?
They can get a 4-man kick.
Bang wants to go a little too deep, gets hit by the turret. Oh, FLICKR over the wall! A shutdown. That's huge gold for FLICKR coming in from Hojin. That'll definitely be an item coming online for him. Hits Arrow, but Arrow's not going to stop this one. Kuro goes down as everybody inside the base does what they can with the globals they have. Smeb still putting pressure on the bottom. If Marin had been there, that would have been detrimental for Ku.
Well, they already got all the kills, and all they had to do was defend the bottom side. Smeb got 1 tower, but SKT suddenly picking up, I believe, 5 kills. 2 kills first in the mid lane, or 4 kills in total here for SKT, and that is massive when you're so far behind.
Especially because both Kuro and Hojin had maximum bounties, which means 500 gold for the kill and 300 gold for the assist. 800 total gold for the team amongst both of those.
Let's see what happened here. Thought Bang went a little too close, but they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, at this point I was expecting Kuro to just jump back into his base because he would have been safe. But with the Ash Arrow coming in, I think Kuro was thinking he could convert a kill. FLICKR saved his ultimate for just the right time, saves Bang in such a close fashion.
Wolf takes the arrow, is tanking the turret. Nothing could have gone better there unless they aced the team. And those were members of Ku with Baron. Now, not having it, it's going to be much harder for them to get these waves in. Still onto Smeb, and try to still work that side lane.
It's time to relax a little bit if you're the Ku Tigers. In your communication, you're probably still screaming, you're super hyped, you're about to win this game, everything has been working for you. Now is where you calm down, your shot caller kind of tells the rest of the team, okay, what's our next objective? Tier 2 tower and mid lane, how are we going to get it? Well, we can no longer split up because we know Sivir can hard engage, and there's enough damage on the side of SKT to kill us then. So put the Kassadin with us, slow push the other lane. You see top lane was pushing down. They have to go back now and re-push that lane and then move the Kassadin back into this mid lane so you avoid being caught out by Sivir. And when the next fight happens, you're all 5 members there together and you can use your composition.
And with the amount of gold he has, Hojin making a pretty selfish choice in the Banshees fail against this double AP team. Still no Aegis on the side of Ku, which could come back to bite him.
Yeah, I think the way Ku is approaching this game mentally is skirmish.
Yeah.
And if they're trapped in a big team fight where they're sitting on an equalizer, they're probably thinking they've lost anyway. I still would like to see the Aegis in there for Hojin, but with the Banshees veil, when he jumps in and kicks someone backwards, it's much harder for them to get him out of there. Wolf can't headbutt him with first spell. FLICKR can't polymorph him. They have to burn 2 spells in order to stop him from doing that. So it's actually kind of an offensive pickup as well.
It's still so greedy though, because Banshees is one of these items that look good on paper and
It's
then
so
one
great.
ability hit you before the fight starts and it does really nothing for him. Lockett would have been way better for the rest of his team, but Hojin, he's been on a mission to carry this game.
It is the pattern of the game. That's exactly what he's been doing. Hexdrinker over Sightstone, Warrior Enchantment
Oh
in
yeah,
5
that's
minutes.
true. Good call in the beginning
It's a
there.
one-track mind here for Ku Tigers. They are going all in on this specific playstyle, and it is leaking into every single facet of their game.
You got a pocket full of money. Impulse buys happen more than not, and looks like Hojin has been grabbing everything up for himself here. Still looking at a 10,000 gold lead, and possibly a Bengi going down, knocks him out of the tunnel. Arrow hits Wolf once again. Unbreakable Will completely stops the crowd control, and that was worked perfectly with the tanks on the front line for SKT. They have a chance to go back in. Curl finds himself in a real bad spot, and Smeb is kept at bay. Why are they still going in? Prey was on the front line there. They're gonna have Gorilla here. He tries to bob and weave, slalom the minions to slow down SKT, but they're giving back the game inch by inch here.
I was just about to praise Ku Tigers for having that slow push on top side and have the Kassadin sit ready in the mid lane to create a pick, but then they dive on the tower with Kuro tanking the tower as well.
And we're 34 minutes in, so this could actually mean the inhibitor going down.
Crazy.
If you are Ku right now, who does SKT remind you of right now? A team down, holding out with some nice team fighting.
I was gonna say Bob Ross
feels
is
like
dead.
the
I'm
Ku
gonna be like,
Tigers.
this game is ruined.
Oh,
Then he
Smeb!
saves it.
Whoa, Smeb bringing out the plays. He had a bit more to offer. He is just tanking the turret with happiness, a smile on his face, a few more hits. Smeb coming up with a 2v1 very nicely, and this is where SKT has to turn back alive. They are back. They are on Wolf. That's the not Unbreakable Will. That's a Wild Growth coming out. Unbreakable Will is up, but I don't even know if he uses it to try and get out here. They're going to try to walk Ku around as much as possible. Face of the mountain is all he's got to offer there as he holds the ult for the possibility of a very big fight in their base coming up.
So Smeb has been farming for the last 35 minutes. I think we've barely seen him in this game. He's just been sitting in that side
It's worked so well for Ku.
And now finally he gets his chance. 1 versus 2 kills them. That was so huge because SKT were pushing in the base. They were gonna get inhibitor, get more kills, get back in the game, and then the outplay happens.
After such a turning moment, this is what KOO Tigers talk about when they talk about their team chemistry, honestly, because how many teams at Worlds this year have we seen go down 2-0 and been able to bounce back in the third game? Absolutely nope. And then after making multiple mistakes in the third game, be able to still go for the play and have it work. They have the trust in each other, and they've said even when they make a bad play, they can move on from it. That is a perfect example of it working in the game. But still, they're yet to close, and they still haven't taken a single game off SKT.
And I'm 100% sure SKT after this game, if they do end up losing it, they're gonna sit down and talk about the first 5 minutes of these games.
Of all
because
games,
every single
absolutely.
one. There have been some crazy aggressive plays from SKT where they get punished, plays they didn't have to make in the first place. Why set yourself behind, or why risk setting yourself behind when you have shown that shot holding wise, late game, you are the better team? That is something they're gonna have to change for next game if they lose this one.
Think of what would happen, though, if those plays had worked. Your mentality to be crushed that hard in the first 5 minutes of the game. Luckily for KOO, it hasn't for SKT, and they have been falling behind, which is really giving them a chance to be in this game. And they're not even on a thread right now. They are in the lead, pretty much just walking down the road.
It's been plays that you couldn't win. Flashing forward on the tower to get a first spot is just you trading a kill for kill, but using your flash. So like, you're basically lost no matter what you do.
You talk about trying to be calm as well on a stage like this, World Finals, even though SKT has been there before. It's Marin's first Worlds as well. There is a moment of the spectacle. Here we go.
What a hit on the Faker. Eyes focused onto him. He's forced to flash over the wall, but it doesn't save him. Kuro gets the shot necessary. A double kill for the Kassadin, and this spells very bad things for SKT. The bottom inhibitor is already broken, feeding super minions into the base. This is going to be Marin going down as well as he's too far from home. Over the wall. Bang's going to go down now. The fly in. The lunge from Smeb. A few more hits. The parry is great. The thrust is better. And he goes down. Huge kills for Kuro. They're on the Nexus turrets, and it looks like they could thwart the perfect record of SKT at Worlds. The first Nexus turret to go down, the ace of SKT in their own base, and the KOO Tigers will break the perfect record at Worlds for SKT. We're going to a Game 4.
KOO Tigers decided to all in on this game here. All the way back in Champ Select, we talked about how risky the comp was, but if it starts to get rolling, how powerful it can be.
And for the first time at Worlds, SKT is wounded. KOO Tigers get what they want here. The crowd was chanting KOO Tigers at multiple moments during that last game. And here, once again, there is the crowd behind them.
Absolutely amazing. Nobody thought it could be done. So many people saying a 3-0 coming into today, but now we get to see what a broken SKT looks like. Do they come back even stronger? Have you angered the beast on this one? Or are they trying to figure out what happened?
I mean, there's very, very clear things for SKT to work on. And
Absolutely.
again, we're looking at those first 5 minutes where they keep taking some of these fights they don't have to. That's obviously going to be the main thing for them to change, but also they learned a little bit here. KOO Tigers showed they didn't want the Lulu pick. We mentioned how it doesn't really benefit them because of the counter picks we have seen against the Lulu. They didn't take it, gave it over to SK Telecom, to Kassadin instead. Ended up getting 10 kills on the side of Kuro as soon as we got to these fights, and he kept picking up the kills.
They picked up the pace of the game. KOO Tigers, something they haven't been able to do for most of Worlds. They've been sitting on the back foot. It was very clear that wasn't going to work against SKT. And yes, SKT made missteps, but the pace of the game was increased. So the chance for errors was greatly increased. And with that, SKT made more errors. Huge credit to KOO Tigers for going all in with their back completely against the wall.
One of the biggest things coming into every World is you see the Korean teams will always do something different. They'll always try to change up the strategy so they're not setting a precedent. You don't know what they're going to do next time. KOO went off of their books that time. That was something we really have not seen from them at Worlds.
KOO Tigers, right there.
Yeah, they're coming back very, very strong, and now SKT has a lot to think about as they come into Game 4. Right now, we're going to throw it over to our analyst desk to break down KOO Tigers' win.
Thank you, gentlemen, and we have ourselves a series, finally.
And before we get into anything, I feel like we just have to rewatch this 5-for-1 craziness that happens at the beginning of the game. Now, bear with us. The Ashe spectator bug is still going to be in this, so please ignore it as we go.
Yeah, as we see here, it just starts off with this little bit of a skirmish. Kuro makes a little bit of a dangerous play, but Pulverize is already down. And then Hojin going to come in and start to clean up this fight. And FLICKR goes a little bit too deep. And Mother FLICKR, you can't act like you forgot about Prey. Comes over the wall, takes the kill in the end. And that's going to be the end of that team fight.
Yeah, for me, just two
Not
very,
yet. Yeah, it's not the end of that team
two
fight.
very big mistakes here. Wolf failing the combo, and then SKT still continuing with the play. You could bail there. You can sacrifice your support. Alistar did get changed, so it's really hard to land that combo consistently well. But the fact that here at the end, 2 more SKT members like, well, our team is dying, we're team players, let's just walk in and die too. That for me is the most confusing part of it.
That's the discussion that we had about the sunk cost fallacy and con men.
Yeah.
People continuing, you talked about SKT actually being good at trying to make something happen out of a losing situation, but that is a situation where it all went down the drain. Because this was Ku Tiger's Hail Mary. This was everything on this game. Everyone go full offensive champion, screw sight zones, everybody just try and get as many kills as you can.
SKT on your screens here. After their first loss at Worlds, and as you mentioned, Monty, they were 17-0 coming into the day, 19-0 before this loss. I mean, that's got to be quite a blow, taking your first loss in a long time.
And here's the question now. Do we see some of these other picks start to come out? We know that SK Telecom is a lot more prep. They played back-to-back game of Lulu, Alistar, trying to basically snowball around their bot lane, and with the Rumble all 3 games too. So we'll see some new stuff, I think.
I think it's very easy for Koma to tell the guys, say, these are the moments where it went wrong. And even though SKT got far behind, and yes, Ku played fantastic and made some nice picks, the fact that they managed to keep the game this close with that big of a goal disparity, for me, is still... It is just bonkers. It's just nuts. It should not be allowed to happen. You should not be able to keep a game this close with that large of a lead at the World Finals.
That being said, SKT's early game has gotten worse and worse and worse each consecutive game.
FLICKR needs to stop greeting. Like, he may be the best player in the world, but he could have flashed out of at least 2 deaths and then later flashed into a wall. Like, there's a frame when a Thresh goes in and flash flays you for a hook. There's a frame where you can flash out of there. Holding your flash there is just ultimate disrespect, and you should never die there.
Well, to your point, though, about Koma, the coach, being able to right the ship to a degree, though, there's an element of this is the first punch SKT has taken, so the players are the boxer here who have finally got hit after throwing 19 consecutive punches that have landed. Koma can only do so much to shake them out of the actual physical pain of being hit for the first time in a while.
Let me tell you about a little something we have in North America called the reverse sweep. We're very experienced with it.
I don't know anything about reverse sweeps in Koreans at all, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. No memories of reverse sweeps there, right, Crapo?
Only best of 3s where we won, right?
But yeah, I mean, SK Telecom, they started out their careers, their first Champions win was a reverse sweep against the KT Bullets. So, and you know what's funny is that you bring that up. It was actually in a sort of similar style to this. When they fell behind the KT Bullets macro game, losing the first 2 games, they came back with pick compositions and just tried to outplay and outskirmish their opponents. And that's what really turned the series back in SKT's favor. So FLICKR's been here before.
Yeah, I want to jump back into this series, though, as we only have so much time left. All the way back to Champions Select. We've gotten some of the craziness out of the way. We had said so much about how Ku needs to return to what is comfortable for them. If it's your last game, possible last game on the stage, what do you fall back onto? And I want to point specifically to Gorilla, the guy you pointed out, Kobe, on that Thresh.
I mean, that's what he said. He was like, side zone, forget about side zone. Mobility boots, going to continue to make plays, and he did just that. So many great flash plays. Maybe they should have been flashed out of, but...
he made the perfect play, right? He did everything he needed to do. Lantern and flash, carry people forward, flash flaying. It's at that point that the play can still get countered, but he did everything right there.
And he had the hooks landing basically around minions.
He was like curving the bullet. The bullet, yeah.
And then the other player that I want to hit, though, has to be Hojin, because, again, when we look at people on the team, we had said Smeb, Gorilla, those are going to be the 2 guys. But Hojin here, getting those early 5 kills, all eyes were on him. Could he make something of it? And I want to jump into our replay here. 27 minutes into the game, in the mid lane. He comes up huge with a kick.
Yeah, just that was the game-changing, like, not the game-changing, that was just the snowball of that fight here. But overall, I'm still questioning the 5 kills on Lee Sin. And then
well, he maybe shouldn't have taken the 5 kills.
But what he does here, yeah, that kick, that was fantastic. Like, that's fantastic. The 3-man here, especially since Lee Sin got changed, you get actually more value from kicking people, especially tanks into other players here. That just bought enough time for Kuro to come in, and then that tower stayed alive a very long time too, dealing damage. And honestly, it looked like SKT was turning it around at this point, so that was a a fight-changing kick at least.
Yeah, even in that fight, there were many moments where SKT had great plays, but KOO were able to snowball.
I mean, after that fight, too, we actually saw a couple examples of SKT coming out on top. We saw that push for the mid-inhib. If it weren't for Smem's outplay in the bot lane, 1v2, that would have been a huge
People were starting to get worried. They were up 10,000 gold. Like, oh, okay.
It got a little rocky, but Hojin, we criticized him a lot about falling behind in the jungle early. And one thing about the KOO Tigers, their first big streak in Korea came with him playing more aggressive junglers. Cinderhulk really threw this team for a loop for a while. And I think that the changes to the jungle and the disable on Gragas has really helped Hojin, because now he can go back to that Lee Sin. It's becoming a more viable option again. And he's certainly demonstrated what we've always known, which is that he's a great Lee Sin player.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I need a breather after that game. The KOO Tigers have kept the series alive with that win. We'll see if they can build on that win in Game 4, coming your way in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
KOO now trying to hang on to their World Championship hopes. It's working out perfectly, distributing the kills, nice. Bang trying to come in now. A huge I think I can situation from SKT to pick up. The spell shield is on, he does not get crowd control. That's the grand challenge on Bangi. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill. Bang wants to go a little too deep, gets hit by the turret. Oh, FLICKR over the wall! A shutdown, that's huge gold for FLICKR coming in from Hojin. This is gonna be Marin going down as well as he's too far from home. Over the wall, Bang's gonna go down now. We're going to a Game 4.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2015 World Championship Finals. We're going to jump into Game 4 in just a minute, but first we want to check out a couple viewing parties taking place, and we start in the Philippines, where they're doing the wave in between team fights. That's right. We were doing those here too in our audience, so it's nice to see some synergy between audiences. Then we'll head to Poland, and the crowd are fired up and following every gank and wombo combo of the showdown taking place in Berlin. But let's get back into the game. You know, I want to focus in on the KOO Tigers. Earlier in the day, we saw a video clip where all they said was, we would like to see a crowd cheer for us just once. Well, they've done it. They secured that first goal.
One of the most epic cheers that I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was absolutely
a sweet
amazing.
cheer.
You know, I taught the European audience how to cheer for the KOO Tigers in Brussels. So.
You're not really trying to take credit for this, are you, Monty? You know who it was? It was some fine gentlemen up here in this section who were doing a fabulous job of starting it, and then it erupted around the arena. It really was a lot of fun to be a part of. But if we do turn our attention back to it, 2-1, KOO still has an uphill battle to climb because it's game point for SKT. So they have to use this momentum moving forward. What are going to be their keys to victory? They can't necessarily rely on a 5-1 trade 5 minutes into the game every time around. As much as I'd love to say that's a possibility. What was that?
I'm sure Monty would attest to the fact that KO style is the win to...
let's just not go into that at all.
All right, that's fair. I will avoid that for you, Monty. As much trouble as you've given me in life, I will avoid trouble for you. Somebody I want to point to specifically on the team, we did hit on him, Hojin. 89% kill participation today. Highest in the finals so far of any player.
Yeah.
He went back in time.
Yeah, and 62% only in the semifinals and before for Hojin. But not only that, it's very important to know that out of all of the KOO Tigers games coming into this World Championship, he was only participating in 2 out of 13 First Bloods in the games that they had played. So very low early aggression, very low kill participation, but man, he has showed up way bigger than I thought he would today.
Yeah, I mean, usually we're talking about Hojin's, extracurricular activities and how he brings so much shot calling to the team. He's the charismatic guy. He keeps everybody upbeat. Nice to see him be able to perform in game and crush after getting so many early kills.
making their way to the stage right now, taking a little longer than they have between the previous games, so might be indicative of the fact that they have a little bit more to figure out this time around. There are definitely some questions raised, as you mentioned, with their early game, because it is very uncharacteristic of them to fall behind as they did.
I mean, or they're just choosing their weapon and they go like full strong Belwa style. They let the cut you first one time and then smash you anyways. Because I mean,
first one wasn't deep enough.
yeah. SKT just overall, I think they can easily bounce back because it's really simple to shore up those problems. It's literally like, don't blind invade. And you've seen what you can do when you're playing 10k down. Why not just go even with the KOO Tigers until the mid game? And at that point, you still have the superior shot calling. Yes, you're playing against a team that were renowned as the comeback kings, but SKT have shown they have superior mid to late game shot calling. So it's even means ahead for SKT. So that's a very simple strategy to go into, and just at that point, I think the KOO Tigers will just start overextending to match that aggression they had in that victory, and then at that point, it can all come crumbling down relatively quickly.
Now, if they want to do that, though, they're going to have to avoid giving up first bloods. They've given up 3 today in the series. That's more first bloods than they've given up the entire World Championship, aside from today. So again, as you mentioned, they need to. Well, I'll pose this question to you: if that is their goal, looking at champion select here, what would be the style of composition that they need to draft, and then the play style that needs to accompany it in order to make it through that mid game?
So loaded question. No, I don't think it matters what they play because they won convincingly with the similar composition game 1, and they just went for the blind aggression. And then, you know, if your combo fails, if your CC is not efficient and not effective, then get the hell out of there. Worst case, sacrifice your support. You're allowed to do that, and then you can walk away and just try it another time. But don't try to chase the loss. This is the first time that we actually saw SKT go into the sunk cost fallacy there, where they just try to chase the loss too much and try to make up for it immediately instead of just taking a step back. Yeah, you know, we misplayed that, let's go back, get everything even again, start pushing the lane, set up vision, and then make the play again.
All right, well, the teams are ready. We'll see if KOO can do it again. Can they take down the Titans SKT? Let's hand it off to Riv, Jat, and Officio for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are headed to a game 4. KOO was able to take down SKT, ruining that perfect run through World so far. It would have been the only one we've ever seen, but it's not going to happen this time. And the KOO Tigers are definitely feeling the love from the crowd. You saw Hojin possibly on your screen kind of pumping everybody up as that KOO Tigers chant started again during the analyst desk. They are really feeling the love. And as a team that works together when things are on the up and up, I'm sure they're going to be doing well this game.
Yeah, and what's been happening? What's been happening in these early games? Because it is consistently KOO coming up with some pretty big edges. Here, though, we have to refocus on the pick and ban phase because Fiora and Lulu have been potentially changing in priority throughout this series.
Well, there she is.
Okay, so SKT, now with their 3 super strong champions they normally ban, still left open, Elise, Mordekaiser, and the Gangplank, we'll have to leave one of them or all of them open for the KOO Tigers. Now, Hojin just showed up on Lee Sin big time. Is that enough to make SKT say we don't need to ban Elise because he can do it on Lee Sin anyway? Maybe that's what they're thinking here. Because we would expect Mordekaiser now to be the last one, especially because they banned the Gangplank.
Yeah.
KOO Tigers should have.
We also don't see the Kench yet.
Ooh, ban the Kench now, first pick Elise.
This is fascinating. There are more power picks open right now than we've seen previously. And even more R3 now. Mordekaiser, Elise, Lulu. We think Lulu is deprioritized due to not having much success so far in this series.
Tom Kench.
Kench and Elise.
Bring in the Kench.
That's basically what SKT is doing here.
Or do you take Elise? With Rek'Sai still on the board, I think you can trade the junglers mostly, even though Elise is still fairly clearly superior.
I go Tom Kench, man. Yeah. They do too, I like it.
Which means SKT will then go Elise and still have the option for Lulu.
Only thing I would have seen change from the KOO Tigers is instead of maybe banning the Rumble, obviously because they see the Fiora ban, they're like, okay, we want to keep target top laners. It was very difficult for KOO Tigers then to realize, okay, are we going to get in a trade where it's like Elise and Tom Kench for each other? They could maybe have banned away one of them. Because SKT were very locked in their bans. When you first ban Fiora on red side and have GP and Mordekaiser open still, you're pretty much forced to go for those 2 bans. KOO Tigers could have played around it. Instead, they are apparently happy taking the Tom Kench, who is, in my opinion, a step above every other support. Same for Elise, obviously, when it comes to junglers. But man, Tom Kench can make so many sick plays.
We've seen it so many times with Jinx. Bang has 0 plays through Summer or Worlds on Jinx, so that's pretty much falling into the hands of Prey if they actually want it. Alistar also picked up with that Elise. We'll see what they can put on the table. They've got a bit of crowd control to start off some fights if they can grab somebody from afar, but it's still the Ashe pickup. The arrows just too strong.
This is the KOO Tigers' favorite bottom lane. Because what you will do is you will push out your lane, you will recall, and then you have an arrow and you have the Tom Kench ulti to gank whatever lane you want. And suddenly 5 members appear behind FLICKR or Marin. That's a kill, that's a tower. Something KOO Tigers love to do, and they can do this with this comp.
and they also save their solo lanes until the very last pick. So the Gnar's not going anywhere but top lane. Smeb gets to try and counterpick that, but without Fiora on the board.
You can still take a Riven.
Yeah, I'd expect Riven into Gnar.
Into the Gnar if you want to. I mean, you can play an Olaf something into Gnar as well, but obviously he doesn't have to set up with his team, so Riven would work fine for him in this matchup. Overall, just the KOO Tigers are getting comfort picks across the board, and I felt like in game 2 as well, they got a very good composition for the KOO Tigers. They're doing the same thing here. SKT obviously can still be happy getting Elise as your first pick here. Bengi needs to show up in this game and out jungle Hojin, who's obviously been giving a lot of kills in the early game. Has made it easier for Hojin to show up today.
Hojin's eruption in game 3 was kind of the least expected thing we have at Worlds. He was so walked over in so many of the bracket stage games already.
Not gonna.
It
Or
could.
maybe.
I mean, would we see
Lulu top?
Smeb on Lulu top?
That's actually true. I was gonna say no, they have a support, but
Hasn't been the case for a long while. But
You have the tools to
the
snowball
team
a top
composition
lane
for
as
SKT also does fit pretty well with the Lulu, so it could be a denial pick.
Cassid and Lulu, are they looking to make the AP happen that way for the team?
Oh.
It is locked in, so Lulu is going towards that top lane for Smeb. Gorilla is going to be giving that Cassidon over to Kuro. We'll see what SKT has for their counter pick here.
So
it
now
is
you
going
also
to be for
just,
FLICKR.
You just blind pick Cassidon as well.
Yep, that.
I'm just gonna throw it out
Glad
there.
you pointed that out.
FLICKR is the guy who wants to play Riven mid. Just pointing it out. Obviously,
We want him to play Riven.
there would be a lot of physical damage if he goes for it. He does have an AP jungler at
That's a
least.
good point. That's a
But
good
now
point.
again, he has the opportunity to counter pick this Cassidon, unless we're gonna see some flexing going on and Cassidon suddenly goes to the top lane.
He still
Definitely
has the
not
rise.
expecting that
I was
one.
just going to say it.
Just to note, all games Smeb has played in 2015, he's played 8 Lulu games, 5 wins, 3 losses, so it's not something completely foreign to him. It's just not what we'd expect out of KOO so far at World. Lulu top lane was something that Stake played in the group stages, and then after that, it's pretty much been in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And now we get to see FLICKR's rise. When you push FLICKR's champion pool, he just goes back to rise, I suppose.
Why not? It's been open every game
Well, if
so
you
far.
look at what he's played in solo queue, he's like AD carry top lane. Oh, jungle ones. Oh, I'll play a support. He's everywhere. You can't scout this guy, so he just goes back to the rise, even if he does have to reach
Yeah.
into that pocket even deeper for a game 5.
And this is such a fine lane for FLICKR because the Cassidon never really has the ability to be too aggressive unless you have full control of the enemy jungle. Because whenever you jump in as the Cassidon, he can just pop his ulti on Rise and you can just spam snare and you can literally lock this guy in place and he cannot use his mobility, which is what Cassidon does so well. It's also going to be a free farm lane for FLICKR. He can bring teleport. This is the time now where SKT suddenly will have the map pressure. Kuro is bringing Ignite once again on the Cassidon. So they cannot start falling behind because they will not be able to stop what's going to happen in the side lanes. We know Gnar is going to be really, really strong as well as a split pusher.
And this is another one of these matchups, though, where KOO Tigers brings global ultimates in support and jungle, whereas SKT will then bring the extra teleport in the mid lane. It's the same juxtaposition we saw in game 1, just swapped for which teams had the globals.
We're going to see what happens. Loading up for game 4 with the Summoners Cup on the line. Tweet hashtag KOO win or hashtag SKT win to @LOL Esports. We'll be tallying your votes up throughout the game to see where you stand on this one. I'm sure coming into the game or even right after the game, maybe one of the first things Koma said was the perfect record doesn't matter. The win still does. Shake that off, get into game. KOO, however, riding a wave of momentum coming into this one. It's exactly what they wanted from the crowd and from themselves. And they stand in a very good position to take another game.
Definitely say that most players don't care about these 18-0s or 13-0, whatever it is you're aiming for. They just want to win the whole thing.
Yep.
It's more the casters who care about who you're undefeated.
All that will matter is which team hoists the Summoners Cup.
That's exactly
That is
right.
so beautifully on display on the stage right there. And SKT, just like they were in game 3, are 1 game away
It still hangs
from
in the
that
balance.
moment. And for FLICKR and Bengi, it would be their 2nd time doing such, and they would be the first people to ever have that privilege to do it twice.
And now we get to see, I think I didn't expect, Smeb on a supportive champion. Because the whole reason this meta fit KOO Tigers so well was that Smeb could take Riven and Fiora into the top lane. He would outduel the enemy top laner and do really, really well. We haven't seen him show up too much this time around. Last game, he needed 30 minutes of farming. Then we saw a big play. It was massive and allowed KOO Tigers to win the game, obviously. But now he's on supported champions that can't really snowball. That's one of the problems about Lulu. TP ganks are not very effective for her. Ganking her lane doesn't do a whole lot. You'd rather want to leave the Lulu alone and just let her sit and farm up.
It's true, and actually before the last game, it had been a really long time since Ku Tigers had defeated SKT. I mean, you mentioned the summer split that they were 0-4.
Yeah.
They were 3-0'd in the spring final. They were 2-0'd
Yeah.
later on in their second best of 3 in the spring split. But in doing that, how much will that get in the mind of SKT? They need to be able to bounce back.
Speaking of records, the last time SKT even dropped one game in a series was in August against Najin EM Fire, so it's not something they're really used to right now. You can see Ku's momentum wave flowing right into the crowd as they wave around the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
SKT has done this before, where they leash for either Bengi or Marin to get him quickly to level 2, and then he can go to his lane, and he kind of has a small advantage. You see him get the Grump now. It got delayed a little bit because Ku Tigers invaded, but that was very smart. And he's gonna, he's gonna kill it. I mean,
half a second away, actually, from not killing that thing. They know he's going to be recalling, so Smeb will be able to make it up there level 2.
Yeah.
Either of the bottom lanes actually gain experience off that.
and Smeb can run because he started on top side of the map. It's very important in these matchups here. If you start on the top side as the jungles and top lane duo, taking that camp, get level 2, even got blue bug on the side of Smeb, you can run up there and save your teleport. Because Marin had to do this play around the Grump, wanted to try and rush it down and then team it up. He's now down a summon as well, and that's going to be key when it comes to poking away. You can always go back to the turn.
And even though Smeb has been performing so well on carry top laners, it's not like he hasn't been effective on utility or tank type top laners in the past. 5-3 this year on Lulu. He was a good Maokai player. He was a great Gnar player. He can still play those styles. It's just more throwback for Ku Tigers and kind of a mix of the old and the new with this team composition.
A lot of Korean players, when you are on Incredible Miracle, you don't really perform too well. But when you leave, a lot of the players tend to do really, really well. Smeb is one of the guys. Didn't have much of a name before he joined the Ku Tigers, and then slowly but surely got better.
Was actually considered one of the worst top laners previously, so a very big step up for him. We heard the Korean casters saying it was almost impossible that SKT themselves slumped, but each player on Ku Tigers has faced that individually and then come back to be fantastic players here at Ballot Worlds, aiming for the summer spot.
And this game will also be so much about how SKT can recover from the early game. You can see Bengi missing his cocoon on the Scuttle Crab. Not the best start, losing some early pressure there because that revealed him to Gorilla and Prey as well. SKT really needs to kind of reset, make sure they're safe in the early game, and then make Ku beat them.
Have to keep an eye this game if they do kind of forego the sight stones again, use the hawk shot, get their vision through different means, or if they go back to kind of a regular play. The aggression they had last game took SKT off guard, but I'm sure SKT's ready for that another time.
Yeah, for sure. They've been talking about the first 5 minutes. We haven't seen SKT rush into the enemy jungle all of a sudden and take a stupid fight. We just saw a jungler miss on the wrist guard.
Much more patience.
That was about it. That's about the amount of action we have seen so far. So it's a lot slower pace now for SKT. There is a lane that's going to be annoying for them. I always liked Ashe into Sivir because of the fact that you can just constantly trade her with her. It's very hard for Sivir to trade back these quick trades. You're just going to boomerang you step to the side. But when that happens, Time Kench will eat the Ashe. And then suddenly the trade damage is really going. There we go. Thank you very much, by the way, Ku Tigers, for showing it. So you can have these very quick trades.
Exhibit
then
A.
you get that level 6 and you can start making plays across the map.
Well, the wave kind of sitting in their favor here if there any is. Jungle pressure down bottom. Hojin is there, but there is going to be no presence of Bengi as the wave kind of crashes in and starts to build.
Yeah, and there was a slight early edge in that lane for Ku because SKT did try and pull for Marin. But we're not seeing the fruits of that labor in any of the lanes. The top lane is still losing to Smeb, although it is small. And then Prey and Gorilla, even with the wave being in their turret, were up about 8 or 9 CS. So nice stuff all around. Hojin, though, he sees, ooh,
it's a pretty risky invade. Bengi just pulled off. He moved it on his own. Castling couldn't move down. The lane was pushed in. Gorilla and Prey down here is having control of the 2v2 as well. They could easily have collapsed on Bengi, but they didn't see him before it was too late. He got very early side stone. As a few deep wards down, that's going to be important at least, so he gets away with it.
Yep.
That could have been very, very risky.
Smeb using that blue buff as much as possible to make sure Marin stays down, activating his Gnar off the minion wave as well, so he can't get pressure, but Marin just dodged, didn't take too much damage. Another condition that SKT will have to fight under is that Gnar bar. We'll see how they get around that once the time comes. A very early sight stone for Bengi to get more vision in. Looks like Hojin was towards the mid lane, but FLICKR rolled back, so they're not going to get anything out of it.
Low on
Smeb
mana.
not in a great spot. He's been pushing with that blue buff. Without it now, he gets himself out the repel, does not hit.
That's exactly what Smeb needed to do right there. So often you see Lulu's greed and not successfully flash the cocoon away there, but he knew he couldn't speed himself up very well. You knew he was low on mana, and it's just, aside from getting caught in the first place because you're pushed up at 6.5 minutes without wards, the gank escape was perfectly done.
A little bit annoying for Bengi as well. He knew the minion wave was coming. It's like either I fire the cocoon now, or the minion wave will arrive and I can't do it, and he can hide behind them and so on. But pulling the trigger.
Well, that flash is down. Bengi wants to at least get coverage up here, or since Marin is pushed up pretty low health, they want to see if Hojin's going to make a move. Hojin, however, likes to counter gank himself, so he'll make him up here very, very slow. Not get himself in any trouble. Actually goes down bottom, knows Smeb is safe. He's going to get some vision of his own inside the jungle.
This is a little...
At least knowledge.
This is a little bit more of the bracket stage Hojin that was looking ineffective. He's wasted a lot of time so far in this game. Not only in the bottom lane beforehand, when the ward is spotted by Bengi, even though he was dark in place, he canceled his recall, cleared an extra ward, went back to base, and then a very late counter gank attempt in the top lane when Smeb really couldn't have even been died, since he just teleported back to his turret at absolute full health. So some inefficiencies coming up.
And as soon as you show yourself as a jungler in the early game, you give so much information to the other team. Because okay, he's top side, suddenly it's open for you to go into the enemy jungle on the bottom side. If you want to reduce some of your wards, you can keep control that way. So whenever a jungler wastes time by showing how they can shoot now, it ended up costing 4 in the long run. Because of their vision, you lose.
And one of the bigger costs of that is the fact that FLICKR still gets to farm up freely on Rise. We knew it was going to be an easy lane, but when he's able to dodge the jungle pressure so easily, he's gone tier into a mana crystal. He's going to be going Catalyst next. He is completely maxing out on damage early on here.
And you can see it's almost told as well. If you look at the items in the side of Smeb and Kuro, they both have Catalyst, which means they'll be doing stacking as well. The cocoon comes out. Hojin flashes in and gets the knockup, saving Smeb's life. Can they retaliate here? It looks like Bengi and Marin have gone too far away, but what a save for Smeb.
A lot of things happened right there. FLICKR tried to TP in behind as well, but Kuro managed to interrupt the teleport from FLICKR, and then obviously we had this no-flash Lulu running from the river. SKT thinking, oh, this is gonna be a kill, and Hojin shows up to save the day.
Everyone had to do the right thing to avoid dying there, which is a little bit dangerous.
Flashes were blown in the mid lane as well. Looks like FLICKR and Kuro went hard, so there's no flash for this. Hojin in a real bad situation with the last bit of mana. FLICKR takes him down 2v1.
This was one of the problems we mentioned a little bit in Champ Select, how Kassadin in the early game with the Catalyst, he can't really burst down the Rise. And then whenever you jump in for any fights, Rise can just turn it around.
I figured there wouldn't be any fights right now. You're going up against FLICKR, charging things up. Of course he knows how to play that, and it's a tell to have 2 Catalysts to say, we want to hang.
And it remains to be the greatest mystery of worlds, how FLICKR is the only one playing Rise in the mid lane. But I
so true, it really is.
We're learning more and more about why that's the case. It really feels like he's the only one that truly understands Rise. Because that was easy for FLICKR. He burned Ignite in a 1v2 and got an easy kill.
And Flash was already down from a 1v1 that they just had as the teleports went towards top, so.
Yeah, really bad
playing it
by
very
Hojin
well.
and Kuro there.
So Ku Tigers in the last few games, on average at 10 minutes, they were 1,084 gold ahead of SKT. This game, we have not seen the same SKT run in head first and just risk losing members, giving up kills they shouldn't have in the early game. They're playing a lot slower. Bengi has been getting some deep wards, and this time around it's SKT who has the lead at 10 minutes. We also know they have the better late game shot calling.
Yes.
As a team, we have seen that now. Suddenly it's looking a lot different.
Very controlled from SKT, not trying to get themselves into crazy engages behind tier 2 turrets at the start of the game. Already setting the pace that they want and that they can control.
Yeah, and here's what SKT is trying to do. They want FLICKR to scale up a little bit more into a Rod of Ages. They want Marin to stack magic resist so he's nearly unkillable by the Lulu and Kassadin. Those are 2 very low sustained damage mages, and Ashe doesn't do big damage until later in the game.
We're gonna fight a mid though. Oh, it's behind them.
Wolf comes up the river behind everyone. The arrow into Bang is actually spell shielded nicely. So all for all there, but the turret is saved in mid lane.
And I really like this play here from Ku Tigers. When you play against a Kassadin or a Rise, things that can't easily clear the way, with them then fighting close, or FLICKR would have to use his ulti and then the next wave the root gate play it out. You gotta be able to move in your AD carry and your support to that mid lane, pressure that tower, because so often you get so much free damage before the other team reacts and sends in their AD carry to defend. Cool Tigers had pushed out the bottom lane. We mentioned how with the Ashen and Tahm Kench, they can have these globals to move to the other lanes, send them straight mid lane, get a lot of damage before Bang reacted, and SKT has to fight then to stop the push.
And this is where SKT plays the best. So many flashes were blown from Prey and Gorilla on the last fight. They know they're safe to do this, and they start taking the advantages little by little. Hojin gets pushed out by the ultimate of FLICKR in the mid lane. He actually should be okay here with the blue buff. Rune Prison back on Akuro, and everything is safe. Again, Dragon number 1 goes to SKT.
Really easy Dragon 2. Smeb didn't have the teleport up in the top lane. FLICKR is beginning to manhandle this mid lane.
Missile Voyage towards mid.
This isn't to kill FLICKR, this is
pressure.
to kill the turret. They already know the turret is low and FLICKR can't clear the wave well.
Exactly the same play we just saw before from Cool Tigers. They know FLICKR on the rise cannot lead. He already used the ulti. Safe play from Cool Tigers. Very low risk and obviously gives a great reward because you get a mid tower down in 12 minutes. So I really like those two plays, and it's one of the things that Tahm Kench offers. See what happens here. Martin's going for Smeb.
And this is one of the first games where we haven't seen the side lanes drop yet. The middle goes down first. We'll see how that opens up the map right now. That wet noodle fight in the top lane. Looks like Hojin wants to participate. Nars back Smeb so he can't slow him anymore. But the pop-up from Hojin may keep him in range. Smeb does have flash. Will he utilize it? I think Marin's made too much ground already, and he gets out safe.
They were thinking about going hard up there. Curl already roamed halfway up the lane, which leaves this window. Wolf can dive on Alistar. He has his ult.
That's the hit. Gorilla's going to be pushed back, but that's a lot of gray health he has to work with to get out of this situation. Pops it at the last second, and beautiful. Wolf waits until the last moment when he can headbutt, knowing Gorilla's flash is down, and make it look easy.
Good decision from Wolf going for the Tahm Kench. Don't go for the AD carry. He can just eat him then. Keep him alive.
Sometimes it's ill-advised, but they know what they're doing.
Go for the support here. Take him down. Take the tower as well. Marin is still up in the top lane trying to defend. Here's the teleport from
He's gonna need help. Yeah, there comes FLICKR. Really nice timing on that teleport.
TP and ult as he makes his way out there. Getting a few stacks on the... Oh, wait a minute. He's going to be in range a little bit more. Spams out those Rune Prisons. That's the tower hit, and Marin trying to give him the time of day, but it's a hit from FLICKR. The teleport and flash, #worth.
And right here is why FLICKR makes Rise work. He knows exactly when he can flash forward and just unleash his entire combo, keep you basically locked in place.
The fact that he knew he could gap close the entire lane against the Lulu is incredible.
Yeah, you have very small windows of power on Rise, and FLICKR is able to show up in these situations where the enemy isn't tracking the Rise cooldowns as well as FLICKR is, and really his flash to kill ratio on Rise is nearing 100%.
All the time.
It's truly impressive.
Nicely played by Marin to escape any danger there from Kuro. Been roaming a little bit now. Loses pressure on his mid lane. We'll see if he can get back quickly. FLICKR's already there stacking it up, so SKT could be pressuring mid now.
Praying Gorilla should have been mid already. Now they end up having to use the ulti in here. Let's see what happens.
Oh, hello, the AD carry of Missile Voyage. Gorilla and Prey come popping out as Hojin on the other side, and that's going to call Marin down, so a little bit of a fight in the mid lane that nobody wants to take until everyone arrives.
When you play with a Kassadin, as soon as the laning phase seems to be over and we have these roams happening, skirmish all over the place, you need to get that Kassadin away from the mid lane. Because again, he will not be able to defend if SKT groups on him. So you have to move Ashe and Tahm Kench earlier to mid lane, so you don't have to use the ulti here from Gorilla either. And you have that now global pressure because Tahm Kench can go to either lane with his ulti, and he can take Prey with him or Hojin with him if needed. But you need that AD carry to sit with the supporter to be the defensive mid. Obviously, it's not insane wave clear from an Ashe, but at least long range. Bang now gets a lot of time in front of him because Cool Tigers just had to move Kassadin top, then move AD carry mid, very delayed. They were constantly a step behind, and that's what SKT has used.
Exactly. Kassadin Ashe, when you compare that to just to Sivir and Rise. Rise and Kassadin, Rise would actually have a little bit better wave clear than the Kassadin, but Sivir's much better than the Ashe. Yeah. They're playing the pressure game. This is the game that SKT had a huge compositional advantage in Game 3, but then we're getting picked off too many times. But the conservative nature of what SKT is doing with the windows of aggression is more the SKT that we saw in Games 1 and 2.
And you're gonna see SKT move Rise down to the bottom lane and then keep the Sivir in mid lane. So you now have 3 lanes basically pushing for you. Sivir can instant wave clear in here mid, always get it down to towers, so Prey stuck there defending their full vision of where Prey is on the map. Rise is not going to be challenged by anyone in a 1 versus 1. We've seen what happens when Kassadin jumps forward. Lulu is not going to do it. So there's going to be 3 lanes where SKT can push them down. That means they can be proactive outside of Crew Tigers trying to fire an arrow and surprise them. But then SKT should be in a position where they push up the wave, we can see it happening, and react to double teleport themselves.
If any mistakes are made at the same time, they'll get way more than just one turret in that situation. SKT takes a mile when you give them an inch. 3-0 already. This time they have the 2,000 gold lead, and we did see the early sight stones coming in from Ku this time. It wasn't just the run into the jungle, find a target, and make it happen. They don't have that pick anymore to work with.
Sivir with the spell shield is hard to catch out for the Ashe. So if you want to make that play,
Bang's been so good at spell shielding it.
Exactly, and you have Wolf as well with his ulti. So not really any target you're aiming for mid lane. At least the repel up in the air.
Yeah, a lot of denial there.
Mainly they're trying to hit FLICKR, who's going to be having some resiliency of his own with the Rod of Ages being completed. And the Seraph Embrace going to come online pretty soon as well. So the arrow targets have to be pretty tricky. Maybe they'd have to hit Bengi before he can repel up.
Could be one of them.
But it's harder for Ku to find the kills in this game, and their aggression has definitely been toned pretty far back in the last game.
And we looked again at this double teleport. Marin once again has gone for the Distortion very early on. Less cooldown on the teleport. He was one of the first guys to really start bringing home guard when TP top became a big thing, and he's so good at Malphite and so on, always creating flanks with it. Now he's changed that. Distortion is that less cooldown has more value for him in this game. So double TP.
Yeah.
Less cooldown on one of them, stronger side lanes as well.
Well, I also think it's just a smart adaptation to the way the game is being played. So much of the teleports are matching each other's teleports, so when you match, if Marin has Distortion Boots, his is up sooner, and they can then win that play.
But Smeb should have noticed that, and he can copy it and do exactly the same. We've seen 3 games in a row now from Marin, and if it's going to be a problem, which it will be, because again the cooldowns are so important, I feel like you can adapt on the fly.
Are they going to dive top? I was going to say Hojin spending a little too much time there for just a ward, but it looks like they do decide to go with it. But they're giving SKT way too much time. Also, a teleport is still up for FLICKR. They're fighting the other teleport in Marin, but they don't have a minion wave. SKT has already mobilized themselves towards top.
And I think another thing we haven't talked about, as we saw with Smeb and Marin, just like slapping each other very weakly. Super tank Marin. Kuro can't create any opportunities on his own against Ryze, and Ashe isn't exactly your dueling AD carry. Crew Tigers really needs to wait a long time before this team composition comes online, and they're actually at the mercy of a lot of the power spikes from SKT thus far.
FLICKR realizes he is sitting right on a ward, hatching it, and the team wants this right now. Doesn't look like Ku's going to get much, and they lose pressure in the top lane. Smeb went to TP, but he did not go, so he gets this turret.
Because SKT keep pushing down all 3 lanes to the towers of Crew Tigers, they can see as soon as people are missing. Like, oh, you just left mid lane. Let's make sure our top laner is aware. Let's make sure FLICKR can teleport up in case it's needed. And we saw all other members from SKT already run through their own jungle towards that top lane in case a dive would happen. I would like to see Prey instead recall, run from the base and then fire an arrow down the lane here. That's very hard to dodge unless you have flash up. And it's also a lot harder to predict. Okay, where is he going? Is he going top? Is he going bot lane? If he moves from mid lane after playing a wave, SKT sees it.
Such an advantage as well now with FLICKR having that teleport up. Kuro has to respect the bottom lane push, so he's forced to rift down as the rest of the team tries to hold off middle. Marin's going to go ahead and pick up red, and that will just create more of a possibility for SKT to kind of reel in these kills. Just farming it up. Marin against the blue buff Lulu, still up in CS there in the lane by a few. He's doing what he can to stay in this game.
Strong Gnar play, good build in the situation he's in too, because he knows it's going to be a very long time before Prey can sufficiently hurt him. Nice steal by Bengi right now.
That hurts.
Yeah, SKT is systematically kind of just taking away Ku's win conditions. They're keeping the waves pushed up, the teleports from Smeb are failed, the Tahm Kench, if he ever goes missing, SKT's able to fall backwards. And they too scale very well. FLICKR on Ryze will be a late game monster, so they're really making Ku commit into these pretty risky plays in which they haven't been willing to. Honestly, Prey is still sitting on Infinity Edge components, so it's going to take a long time
Marin
for Tigers to make this close.
Not really worried about those fights, worried about being a tank. Stair's Gage, first item.
I think it's great when you have a Sivir, when you have an Alistar, something that can set up the fight for you and help you stay in there, give you extra mobility, because you become such a monster once you're in the middle of the fight, and obviously the shield pops, you get the extra AD for yourself. That's going to make him really hard to deal with in the fights. And obviously, again, he's not afraid of the Lulu killing him. He has enough magic resist. I have such a weird feeling with Lulu top lane, because again, it can't really snowball, it can't really assert a whole lot of pressure either. It just wants to go into team fights, but you want to have a split push in this meta. So it's always been a bit of a weird pick, and that's why we've seen it a lot less here this World Championship. I definitely didn't expect it to spec.
Backs against the wall. Fiora not in his champion pool there because it was banned away. So I understand why they went for it in this situation, because they had so much success in Game 3 by going with something completely different, a full pick composition. And they are stalling this game out as well. SKT as well as Blue Tigers are kind of playing the slow game.
Yeah, simply just not been able to create the pick in this game, because Frey is always spotted where he goes. He's not been able to roam around on this Ashe here. Double teleport makes it so difficult because all three lanes have always been pushing down, slowly chipping away on the tower.
FLICKR hitting that Saracen brace as well. He's going to be even harder to kill now. 10 stacks towards Kuro's Rod of Ages. Smeb is almost there, so those items coming online now as they put a few more in their pocket. FLICKR almost at 10 stacks on his. This is going to get very, very volatile quite soon. Level 11s are on the board. That means they have their second ultimate. Dragon is going to be up in a minute 40. Be a perfect time to get more summoners or ults out of members of SKT here. 22 minutes in to 3,000 gold deep for SKT with 2 dragons already in their favor.
Yeah, and this could turn into a 3, 4, maybe even 5 dragon stall game for SKT. It would be really interesting to see when Ku Tigers tries to contest the dragon, because they really haven't been in strong position to do so. They do have 2 Rod of Ages though, stacking up pretty heavily. Yeah. When they get a death cap onto Smeb, if they get a death cap onto Smeb, and when Kuro completes his Zhonya's, is there opportunity to create a fight?
It is, and that's what they have to pull off. The problem is, SK Telecom, they have no reason to rush in and take a 5-on-5 fight. Again, when you have the map pressure, you just keep pushing the lanes, and you wait for that moment where Ku Tigers sends someone down to defend the bot lane tower, and then you make a play on the opposite side of the map. But that's where you rush the Dragon while Kassadin is sitting and clearing waves at his own tower down here on the bottom side. And then you always have that small advantage coming into the fight. If SKT suddenly just rushes Dragon for absolutely no reason, that's where Ku Tigers will have an opening. Land an arrow, get the engage, try and win that fight.
Seeing how SKT could play this one. Marin in the top lane, looking to build that bar. Would be a great time in 30 seconds to have that Gnawer out. FLICKR and Kuro already on the bottom side of the map, adding that pressure. With Dragon coming up, you can already see Gorilla kind of waiting in the middle of both top and mid. Or I should say bottom and mid.
Remember his home guard, and he's sitting in base for a long time now. He's waiting to TP somewhere. He's going in bot lane now.
Just going into the river brush, but it's going to be Kuro getting dropped immediately. How did he even think he could take that fight? Saracen Brace wasn't even used by FLICKR, and they're ready to keep going for the fight. Gorilla chomps up Smeb as his teleport comes in. Bray gets caught way off on the wing here. Ku was not ready to take any sort of fight. They thought it'd be a single 1v1 with their TP being the advantage of the bottom lane, but they have been turned on their head for this engage. Marin, no red buff, just the slows from the boomerang, but it looks like Ku is able to stave off any more deaths. 2 for nothing there for SKT.
Ku has no idea how to deal with FLICKR. That is the thing that is losing them this game. 4-0-1, 100% kill participation, and also 2 of those kills were 1v2s, and he didn't even have to burn flash while killing them. This is a big misplay by Ku to be walking in range of FLICKR when he's capable of doing that. FLICKR has complete mastery and knowledge of what he can do, and you can tell Ku has none of that knowledge.
I just love this matchup here. It was last picked, the rise into the Kassadin. Kassadin shines when he uses his mobility, get multiple ultis off, but Rise is able to lock him in place and burst him out. Keep in mind, you're also a champion who wants to hourglass second item. There's nothing against the Rise. He just got completely destroyed.
Tom Kench was trying to come in for a larger flank. That's why the Kassadin engaged.
Oh, yeah.
He was interrupted on the other side of the fight.
They had Homeguard TP coming, they had Tom Kench coming, everything was set up. But you need to get that arrow in first to stun that Rise, because we see what FLICKR can do. The amount of damage he's pulling off already.
Can't let him freewheel like that.
And again, the game they're building, the face of the mountain fully, it looks like on Gorilla. Merc treads around, so they have what they need in magic resistance instead of building that Aegis. The Locket's already completed for Bengi. They're not worried about any of that AP damage, so FLICKR can still wreak havoc on these members of Ku. It's not looking good, and we've said FLICKR, Playmaker really hasn't been here this world. He was just waiting for the final place.
I think he's been having a great final so far. See what happens here. Gorilla, he's caught.
The gray health is there, a flash over the wall possibly. Doesn't even get a chance to gray health on that one. A good crit from Bang and the execution from Bengi. And it looks like a little too far into the turret as they're getting flanked by Kuro here. SKT still knows their limits, and they get one kill there and have mid-pressure.
The walls are crashing down around
For sure.
right
Playtime is over.
Yeah, Marn is also unburstable for the most part with the Sterix Gauge as well as the tank items. The team is engaging in the right moments. The waves are crashing down on Two Tigers. They don't even have Ash Hour right now. SKT is in complete control and look to be on their way to their second world champion.
And this is where SKT does their best work when their opponent's being smothered. They don't know how to assess a fight. They don't know where to go once the fight starts. And SKT continues to pick you off one by one, grabbing a little bit after that. It looks like they were looking for a few more kills there as they enter the jungle. The Tigers coming up empty-handed, but they're still happy to be in the lead with all the map pressure right now.
And what a mental recovery by SKT. They died 29 times in Game 3 to the Two Tigers, and 26 minutes into this game, they are yet to suffer a casualty. Undefeated
that's
throughout
incredible.
all of Worlds. Play kind of badly in Game 2 early game comeback. Play even worse in Game 3, get beaten. The crowd is completely against them at the end of that game. Two Tiger chance coming in, and they are playing close to a flawless Game 4.
Very, very clear after the game. Sit down, took extra time before they even returned to the stage.
Yeah, they did.
And just talked over and said,
Noted by
okay guys,
Dash.
we have absolutely no reason to risk this early game. We know what we can do later on in the game. Play it safe. Doing it this game here. Double teleport coming in. And Two Tigers also surprising us again in the pick and ban phase. This time around, I definitely feel like it was for the worse, especially when it came to this Lulu pick in the top lane. The first 3 picks were great. Rek'Sai, Ashe, Tahm Kench looked really good for Two Tigers. Then it was a blind pick casted in, and it was
It's just
Lulu
going to
top
mention
lane.
that. Coming in maybe a little too strong-headed there. Obviously, still could have worked. See the blind pick castings come out very strong, but FLICKR knows exactly what that matchup is about. Pulling out the Rise one time after the other, continues to play it to great success.
Yeah, and comparing the team compositions between Game 3 and 4 for Two Tigers, Game 3, everyone was a playmaker. Lee Sin for Hojin. Ashe and Kassadin still the same, but they had split push pressure from Smeb on Fiora and a Thresh for Gorilla. Tahm Kench is an annoying support. He's mainly a defensive user.
He's beautiful.
And then he punishes positional errors, but he's not the same type of playmaker that Thresh is. So substantially less playmaking for Ku. And that's one of the great things. They kind of threw caution to the wind.
Oh boy.
But now SKT is playing their defensive controlled game. This is their risk.
Teleport almost up for Smeb on this one. He's clearing the bottom wave. It looks like the team may not even try to take anything. Hojin gets hit out. A very late arrow, though, still allowing SKT to fight. The Gnar misses off of a flash there by Gorilla, but Baron is now up, and the fact that the waves are already crashing towards Ku makes this so much more difficult for them.
Remember, it's a home guard enchant for Smeb. Less cooldown or more cooldown was Hojin.
Again, where they take different roads to exit. The exhaust is there, but I don't think they're going to have the chase on that, even with FLICKR's ultimate coming in. It looks like they stay back. Ku now trying to hold off mid. The flash was used by Prey, or I'm sorry, heal was used by Prey. The TP coming in to save the minion as well as engage in a fight. Smeb gets the wild growth on himself. What a static shiv crit. And it looks like that could be a final kill. Nicely done coming in. The Toxin from Bengi picking up a kill onto Prey as he had already used heal. He could not get himself away. And Gorilla also falls after flashing previously.
And SKT is going to take a lot after this one. The wave clear is gone for Two Tigers. They had to go back to base. They have Baron buff and 5 people alive for SKT.
How hard do they push this in? They don't have many waves pushing the side. It could be towards the top before Prey and Gorilla get up to get that second tier turret. They have a pretty good minion wave halfway there, but I don't know if they'll have time. Maybe they just have too much money to spend at this point. 11.5 thousand gold in the lead right now, and still a flawless game of 8-0 as we just hit 30 minutes.
Yeah, no reason for SKT to risk anything. Just go back, return out here, take another dragon, get 4 for yourself. And really, just the way they've been sitting in this 1-3-1 as Marn is trying to run away, Hojin comes in.
Bit of a hop. The whimsy from Smeb could get him there in time, but it's all about Kuro being there. That'll take him a lot more time. This gives SKT time to move out on the map. Marn staying alive for quite a bit. Yes, it's going to go to Kuro. And I guess SKT did not get too much out. Thought Marn might make it a little farther, but that was a good pickup.
First small sloppy mistake we've seen in this game from SKT.
Yeah.
Marn shutout. Just being a little bit too greedy for trade, I think, against Smeb.
He's getting Baron off of one member. Very good here for Ku. But still quite a bit of Baron to be used by the rest of the team's FLICKR to the bot lane, but he's got to be wary now.
Yeah.
He does not have his teleport up, you can see. Back and forth. mistake.
And I'm looking at this Ashe pick here for Prey. Normally he's a fantastic Ashe player who's able to set up a lot of picks for his team.
That's 4.
Obviously one of the reasons Ku Tigers value it so highly. But what SKT did in this game, that was very smart. First of all, Sivir, who can spell shield the arrow. Ashe, Alistar, who can obviously pop his ulti. We talked about the Elise, who can propel up into the air. There was no easy target for Prey to hit. We mentioned this earlier. There's no easy target for him to hit in the mid lane. And that's normally how you stop a 1-3-1 with Ashe. You say to the other team, if you split up in side lane to be hard engage mid and you die.
They're setting up a play.
This has to work. This has to work.
FLICKR onto Kuro. We've seen this before. He dodges out. The minions in the mid lane gave him a bit of vision here, and it looks like he's going to be able to stay for the full fight. Ojin gets eaten up, and they're trying to get out of this. A cocoon right across the mid lane could keep someone in range, and it's going to hit Gorilla. That's going to be the fly-in from the rest of the team. The Grey Health and Wild Growth is on. Everything once again for Ku being used in defense when they want to try and get in offensively. And this is more push power coming in from SKT. A minion wave already prepped towards the top side. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage here.
Ku literally threw everything they could at FLICKR there, and they didn't even hit him.
Nope.
With a spell at that fight. This has been strangling from SKT. They're completely starving out Ku Tigers and just putting their stamp on this world champion.
Definitely angering the beast with that loss. SKT coming out much stronger. Maybe this is the Pandora's box. We see a Raptor cloak on Wolf as well. They're going to be going for the turret. That's going to be an inhibitor. 45 seconds onto Curl. Gorilla just came up. Does Ku have what it takes to keep their dreams alive for the Summoners Cup? And it looks like SKT may give them some breathing room here as they start to back out. They want this one methodically. They are not making any mistakes. Oh, Wolf goes in. I don't know if the team was fully on board with that one, but he does save off any re-engage as well from Ku.
Same again for SKT. There's no reason to risk anything. We've seen some of the other games. The team got a little bit too greedy, overextended, ended up dying. Not in this one, outside that one misplay Mari made. It's been a perfect game almost.
And a surplus of items now coming out from the side of SKT. We talked about the spell shield. Bang, if he misses it, he also has the Quicksilver Sash. Now FLICKR's got his Rabadons on top of everything else. Deadman's played on the Sterix Rage and a Banshee's Veil in the top lane. So many things to help them mitigate the crowd control in Ku's fight.
It just seemed like Ku invested everything onto the fact that they could always engage with Tahm Kench and Ashe, so they didn't need to bring double teleport. They could start these fights, but then they didn't realize how many members from SKT could avoid getting stunned by that arrow, and suddenly the 1-3-1 was going to be a thing. Double TP, and there's been no answer. In fact, it's so hard to play against, especially get that massive lead early on, which they did.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, if SKT closes out with this 13,000 gold advantage, is almost classic SKT. It's exactly the way they want to win the game. Nothing incredibly flashy. FLICKR dominates the opposition. They still make smart plays after that. They rotate around the map properly, and they just systematically starve out the opponent. Ku Tigers, last stand, 2 inhibitors down. Here SKT comes.
On the hunt, goes in. That's going to be Hojin in a real sticky situation. He goes down, a full 3-man Gnar ultimate. That's going to be smacked down now. Eyes onto the AD carry, but the support hits. It's going to be Kuro out safely. Prey, however, has to run away from his base. SK Telecom looking to take down the final Nexus turrets. It does not look good for Kuro and his team. Ku Tigers are falling. SKT will be your first ever 2-time world champions! In an almost perfect run, the emotion on the team being felt. You could see it on FLICKR's face. An almost perfect run here for SKT. Thwarted one game, but come out the victors and get to hoist the Summoners Cup a second time.
FLICKR, Bengi, and Koma, the repeat champions here. And if FLICKR's legacy wasn't cemented enough, that last performance on Rise, he made it look easy.
FLICKR, playmaker. He showed up, especially in the last game. Had a good final overall. Other members from SKT we always have to highlight. Bengi in this game on Elise had a massive impact, but Bang really for me as well as an AD carry. In these fights here, he's never the guy you talk about when you look at SK Telecom. You look at the big names like FLICKR, Marin in the top lane. Bang is just consistently always there for his team and doing well.
It's gotta feel good for these guys.
An amazing record throughout summer to the end of Worlds. 53-7. SKT puts up an amazing show.
Now they get to hoist that Summoners Cup. Also, Crew Tigers, you saw them still in good spirits. They had such a tremendous year. But ultimately, this is the year of SKT. 2 LCK championships, spring and summer. Perhaps the most dominant split or total year we've ever seen from a Korean team. And it all culminates with that 13-1 slaughter of Crew Tigers in Game 4.
I think one of the biggest things you mentioned before, gentlemen, is the fact that the slump in Game 3 wasn't even seen in Game 4. They knew exactly how to repair any of the errors and bring themselves right back to the top of the game.
That's when you know it's a great team. When you can lose a game in a best out of 5 and then instantly
Turn it around.
Fix everything, you're ready for the next game.
I can't believe how much restraint SKT has. Just grab it.
As a team, they will do so. SK Telecom T1, your 2-time world champions. An amazing feat that they have performed here at Worlds.
Yeah, because coming into this Worlds, there was a lot of hype for some of the other teams. EDG, LGD, even KT, Fnatic, CLG, all these teams that people thought could make a big appearance, and everyone fell short, except SKT, who I think completely lived up to expectations as the favorite of this tournament, even exceeded them in many of the positions because Marin had huge games, Bengi had big games, Bang had huge games, and it wasn't until the very end that FLICKR actually had his big game.
The kiss of the LCK Cup and the Summoners Cup for FLICKR once again. And right now we're going to throw it over to our analysts for a discussion of that game.
Thank you, Riv. Once again, our 2015 world champions, SK Telecom, and so well deserved. It can only be reiterated. These guys have looked unstoppable throughout the year, unstoppable throughout this tournament, and they come away with it in such fashion there with that final game, absolutely taking over the Rift.
Well, they were a little bit stoppable. They did lose that last
You're right. They had the one blemish. They had the one loss.
It was an important international tournament, but I really respect them. They bounced back so hard after that. That one loss, they really came through, tried to fix the flaws that they found, and that led to this unbelievable 53-7 bloodbath through the summer season that has culminated right here.
And their tournament has just been so clean. It took almost all the way till the finals till we saw any of these unforced errors, and there were only a couple of them.
Yeah, up until Marin kind of died there in the double lane, it was almost looking like, except for one tower, a perfect game here. But still some respect from the crowd for the Crew Tigers.
Yeah. And from SKT as well, great sportsmen there, showing love for our runners-up. I mean, what an incredible run they had as well. That can't be forgotten.
I love it. You gotta love them. Look at their faces.
Talk about the attitude that brought them to the finals will carry them out of the finals.
They may have lost, but they still had such an incredible year.
But they won our hearts.
They won our hearts.
Oh, by far and away.
Yeah, the first year that they're actually a professional team, they go all the way to the finals of the World Championship.
Right, we talked about, great feats like Fnatic and Origin and having made it to the semis with their first year with these rosters. The same thing for Crew Tigers, and they make it all the way to the finals. They're the only team to take a game off of SKT in this tournament. But of course, taking only one game off of SKT, I mean, they remain these titans. And you refer back to the video we had at the beginning of the day talking about a team won the Season 3 World Championships, then goes into a slump in that Season 4 to some degree, and they come back stronger than ever.
Yeah, and they're just fearless in their gameplay too. Just no hesitation. I think the most I've seen SKT hesitate is when they actually don't want to drop the cup when they're lifting it up. That's like okay, we're really good at this game, League of Legends, but this cup right here, that's heavy. So, but
the
yeah,
real world is more difficult.
Yeah,
that cup is.
It's
very heavy.
I've never deserved to touch it. So.
They're calculated in the way that they lift the cup, just like they're calculated in the way that they play.
Eventually they'll get used to it. This may not be the last Summer's Cup that the SKT organization may take home, because there's nothing really showing why they should stop progression. That's the more important part for me is a team that stays flexible through multiple patches. I mean, they've had like 4 OGN titles, 2 Worlds right now, and they've adapted to every meta. They've played to their strengths. They've slumped and came back, which is something barely any team does in League of Legends overall. So that is, for me, most impressive.
Their roster is just so well-rounded that the meta shifts. No matter which lane it shifts to, no matter what combo it can shift to, SKT have someone there that can carry.
And we really just saw that even in a microcosm in these finals, because look at what happened with FLICKR in this last game. He plays a couple games of Lulu, all right, let's help everybody else out. But then he has one of the most impressive Rise games I have ever seen. He was seemingly everywhere on the map at once. Creating
when he teleported mid, is like, did we glitch or something?
What is he doing there?
SKT getting their swag on right now. Got to get, decked out in all of that World Finals gear as the newest champions. But I do want to return to what you guys are saying. This microcosm that we saw in the series itself, and I do want to point again towards Coma and the coaching staff, because we've talked about, one, these are the guys, yes, who are out there doing the work, individually and as a team, but behind them they have this backbone. They have SK Telecom as an organization which is so well established, and it shows in the way that they can rebound from their first loss in Worlds and then have their most dominating game of the series.
It helps when you have FLICKR. So.
That as well.
It's a large advantage.
Another fitting way for this series to end was with FLICKR playing Rise and still nobody having an answer for it.
The best part is that so many people, even in that game, underestimated what FLICKR could do on Rise. There are so many what the heck moments where people are going to try and kill FLICKR, and he just turns it around in 2 versus 1 scenario.
That is something,
multiple times.
yeah, when you watch SKT as an analyst, very often you see the ideal plays and you just want the teams to make them. Very often when I'm watching SKT, I'm trying to understand what they're doing with the average viewer. Like, even as an analyst, I'm like, that's actually, it makes sense, pretty smart. And they do that in the moment with only half the vision on the map, shot calling it, everybody on the same page. It's just, it shouldn't be possible. It's not allowed, you shouldn't be that good at League.
And Monty, you must find solace in the fact that no team was able to find an answer for Rise. So as I asked you that question, what is the counter? It is still unanswered.
Yes.
Of course. Now, when we look at the tournament holistically, there was one player that distinguished himself from the rest of the field, and that was SKT's unstoppable top laner, Marin. He had a 4.4 KDA over the tournament, the highest GPM of top laners, and the highest average CS lead at the end of all starting players. So really just, being that rock for the team in general, being the shot caller, but 2, creating these huge advantages for himself and leading the charge individually.
I gotta be honest, this guy does it all. In lane, in the early game, coming into this game here, he had the highest gold advantage of any player at Worlds at 10 minutes. And then he transitioned that into a massive macro game where he's constantly denying information, shoving waves, coordinating with his team when and where to pressure the map and earn these early leads for them.
And let's talk about Marin as a player over the course of his career, because when he came into SK Telecom, he was such a hyped solo queue player. This is going to be the FLICKR of the top lane. He likes to roam, he likes to come into the mid lane and help out the jungler with ganks. But then he came in, and he was a great Rumble player, and he was a great Renekton player, but he didn't have a lot of depth. He frequently overextended in the split push and got himself killed. But this year has really been the birth of Marin as a top-tier top laner, where he really deepened his champion pool. He was just in his cocoon before, and now he's a beautiful Marin butterfly. That's very good.
The growth for him has been phenomenal, and as much as we put weight on the fact that Bengi and FLICKR have achieved their 2nd World Championship, we have to look at those individuals who have just hit their first, and Marin being a huge example of that. Well, we'll continue this discussion in just a bit, but first, we're going to send it over to Shox for a word with our newly crowned champions.
Well, thank you very much. We will talk to them in a second, but first, join me in welcoming Trevor Henry, Brandon Beck, and Mark Merrill for the presentation of the championship medals. Of course, our champions will get their medals, starting off with FLICKR himself. Fantastic performance all tournament long. Followed up by Bengi, his 2nd World Championship, ruling the jungle. And then Marin, what a tournament he's had. Most valuable player, exceptional tournament. The AD carry bag, a 16 KDA. That's the highest out of all the starting players here. And his support, Wolf, and honestly, the backbone of SKT in their run to their second World Championship. Not to forget, Easyhoon stepping up to the plate, a star in his own right, and getting the applause he deserves. Koma, the coach, leading SKT to their second World Championship. And Carter, the head coach of SKT, behind the scenes, making it all happen. Well, we can talk to our champions now. Starting off with FLICKR. We'll just hand over the mic. FLICKR, I mean, congratulations. What a fantastic run. Can you try and explain to me, after all you've been through with this team, what it means to now be able to hoist the Summoners Cup for the second time in your career?
페이커 선수 우선 우승을 정말 축하드립니다. 정말 멋진 대회를 이제 기록했는데요. 지금 현재 있는 SKT1 팀과 이제 여러 가지 일들을 정말 많은 일을 함께 같이 겪었는데 이렇게 두 번째로 소환서컵을 들어올린 소감이 어떠신가요? 어떤 의미가 있나요, 페이커 선수한테?
제가 이전에 우승했을 때는 그렇게까지 큰 기쁨이 없었는데 지금은 정말로 기쁘고 또 그때는 과거였지만 지금은 현재라서 더 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So back when I won my first Summoners Cup, I wasn't as happy as right now, and past is past and this is present, so I feel much happier right now.
Well, FLICKR, I have to say that everyone has noticed it as well. You just seem more and more relaxed this year. You even did a somersault before the game began. Can you talk us through the experience next to the stage as well and the fun you've had here?
페이커 선수 이번 대회 때 더욱더 여유로운 모습을 많이 보이겠다고 이제 얘기를 들었는데 아까 이제 입장하실 때도 구르기를 선보일 정도로 되게 더욱더 퍼포먼스가 화려해지셨습니다. 이번 대회를 진행하면서 어떠한 경험들을 했는지 말씀해 주세요.
제가 한국에 있을 때는 여기에 있을 때보다 별로 컨디션이 안 좋았었는데 막상 롤드컵을 오고 나니까 한국에 있을 때보다 더 잘 되는 거예요. 그래서 기분도 좋고 또 여러 가지 모습을 보여줬던 것 같습니다.
So back when I was in Korea, I didn't feel as good. I mean, I didn't feel that well, and I don't think I performed as well. But after coming here at Worlds, I think I was playing much better, and I just felt a lot better. So I felt like I'd show much more myself to the crowd and fans.
That you did. With that, FLICKR, you still had to play out the full games. It came to 4 games, no undefeated run for you guys. Can you tell me how you guys went from game 3 to game 4? Was your confidence shaken at any point?
이제 4경기까지 가면서 결국 전승 우승이 이제 깨지고 좀 어려움을 갖고 계셨는데 3경기에서 이제 지셨을 때 좀 자신감이 흔들리거나 4경기에 들어갔을 때 어떤 마음가짐으로 임했는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 이번 롤드컵에서 처음으로 진 거기 때문에 모두가 상심이 컸지만 그렇지만 모두 힘내서 다시 4경기 때는 원래 플레이하던 대로 했던 것 같고 3경기 때 졌을 때 저는 전승 우승이 깨져가지고 우승을 해도 별로 기쁘지 않을 것 같았는데 막상 우승하니까 아무런 생각도 안 하고 그냥 이겼다는 거에 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So at first, this was our first loss in your tournament, so all our teammates, we felt really bad. But we said, let's cheer up once more, and we went back to our original play style. And at first, personally, when I lost the third game, I thought I wouldn't be as happy because our perfect record was broken. But after we won, I just didn't remember any of that third game, and it just felt really good.
And you guys closed it out. Finally, for FLICKR, before we talk to Bengi as well, is there anything you want to say to all the fans watching back in Korea and around the world and here who have supported you for the last couple of weeks?
이제 마지막으로 여기 현장에 와주신 팬들이나 전 세계에서 페이커 선수와 SKT1 팀을 응원해준 팬들한테 한마디 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Hi guys. I have so much to tell you, but my English is not good. So thank you and thank you for sharing and always love me.
Obviously, they love you here as well, Faker. Thank you very much. But we also need to talk to Bengi. Congratulations. I mean, what a fantastic tournament. Also, your second World Championship. Has it sunken in yet that you've been able to do this 2 times in the last couple of years?
그 뱅기 선수 우승을 축하드리고요. 아직 실감이 안 날 수 있지만 어쨌든 지금 2회째 우승을 차지하셨습니다. 우승 소감을 말씀해 주세요.
일단 2회째 우승이라는 게 너무 고맙고 좀 팀원들에게 좀 감사해요. 제가 아무래도 결승전 때 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였다고 생각하기 때문에 아무래도 이 경기도 제가 실수한 것 때문에 힘들었고 상경기 때도 저로 인해 좀 힘들었고 그래서 팀원에게 너무 미안하다는 생각이 좀 많네요.
First, I want to say thanks to my teammates. Personally, I think I haven't performed that well during this final series. I think our team struggled during the second and third game because of me. So I'm really sorry for my teammates and also thankful at the same time.
Well, Bengi, even with that very self-critical but a fantastic tournament for you and your team after all, how have you lived kind of the last couple of years? Because we know that you haven't had the easiest time last year around. It still must mean a lot, even if you're doubting yourself at this moment.
지금 정말 최고의 순간이지만 이제 작년에는 조금 팀 전체적으로 힘든 순간도 있었고 이제 지난 여기까지 우승하기까지 지난 시간의 여정을 좀 말씀해 주세요.
일단 처음에는 지는 게 어렵다고 생각할 정도로 첫 시즌은 잘 보냈어요. 롤드컵 우승도 하고 그 해를 완벽하게 보냈으니까. 근데 그 다음 해를 보냈을 때는 정말 절망적일 정도로 바닥을 쳤고 그 다음에 자신감도 없는 상태에서 솔직히 은퇴할까도 생각했는데 아무래도 코치님이 한 시즌만 더 해보자 계속 설득해 주셔서 한 시즌을 더 보냈는데 그런 저를 설득해 준 코치님한테 감사하게 여기고 싶어요.
So like at our first year, we were playing so well. That losing seemed even harder than winning. So we even won the World Championship. But last year we had a very abysmal year. Like we had a very hard time. I even thought of retiring, but my coach talked me into it. And he told me to let's play one more season. Let's play together one more time. And I just want to say thanks to Koma, my coach, for grabbing me once more and helping me come back to my own pace.
With that, Bengi, is there anything you want to say to all the fans that have been supporting SKT through bad times and very, very good times?
뱅기 선수도 어쨌든 SKT1이 힘든 시절부터 지금까지 응원해준 모든 SKT1 팬들에게 한마디 말씀해 주세요.
일단 저는 영어가 짧아서 영어로는 말 못할 것 같고 저희가 잘할 때나 못할 때나 항상 응원해준 팬분들에게 감사하게 여기고 싶고 또 유럽에서 응원해준 팬분들에게 감사하게 여기고 싶습니다.
I wish I could speak in English, but my English is not too good. I want to say thanks to all our fans who supported us during our bad times and good times. And I also want to say thanks to all the European fans who cheered us throughout the whole month. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bengi. Thank you very much, FLICKR. We'll be talking to some more members of SKT in just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your 2015 League of Legends World Champions, SK Telecom T1.
감사합니다. 조금 약간 힘들게 이겨서 너무 기분 좋은데.
I have to say, what a winner's mentality, a champion's mentality there for FLICKR, or from FLICKR rather. You know, for him to say that the last one didn't mean as much as this one. The past is the past, the present is the present, right? That is a champion's mentality, looking forward to this series and putting as much weight on it. So many people would be willing to say, well, I've won one before. I can rest on my laurels there. And he doesn't do that. He comes back in and wins it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, just being able to get the first person ever to combine with Bengi there just to get 2 cups. Nobody.
In coma. If we're talking about
yeah.
repeats, let's give credit.
If we're gonna go into semantics here. Yeah.
Well, and then on Bengi's side, the modesty that comes from him in victory there, saying that he didn't feel he played his best game, but it really was a team effort. And then too, to stretch Tacoma and say that I was looking at retiring, but again, this points to the organization, the strength of them as a team staying together.
Yeah, and SKT just as a lineup are very modest. When they have winning matchups, they don't really go the style on their opponents. They just play clean League of Legends with the necessary amount of respect, and then they just end the game. Sometimes it's not as exciting because they could go for all these weird picks and still win the game because they're so good at the game. But
and now, of course, it's time for a celebration.
Swag time!
Swag time! As the players of SK Telecom get to finally celebrate with the rest of the people here in the arena. I'm sure things are about to get wild and crazy.
Can I go down there?
I did one of those shirts.
Do you want to just remind the desk real quick and I'll just, peace out?
Yeah, you know what? I'll hold down the desk crop while you go join them down there for the party. Seriously, I gotta get my hands on one of those shirts. What's going on?
Easyhoon and Wolf getting in on it as well. Easyhoon, great performance from him as well. Some people might think it's hard to be on a team where the person with your spot on the starting lineup is FLICKR.
Well, that was a great interaction there.
He pulls it off so well.
Well, Easyhoon too. We talk about the last finals that SKT played against the KOO Tigers, and he was the man in charge. FLICKR sat on the bench for the entire finals during that 3-0 performance, and he's been absolutely crucial to this team because it allows them. It makes it so hard to prepare against them. They can play Easyhoon, and he's so good at these control mages that it really changes up your pick ban strategy.
And they're spearheading the trend where teams are starting to get really inclusive with their substitutions. At the start of League of Legends teams, subs were only people you put on the piece of paper just to have in emergencies. Sometimes they were Diamond 3, but SKT, they take that a step further, have their subs ready to fill in. They have players like Easyhoon who could easily be rated as top 5 mid laners in the world on their bench. So unluckily for him, he has FLICKR to go up against there. So that's really cool that they're so inclusive of him, even in the post-game celebration, for example. They're a team.
It's another thing that puts SKT even further ahead of the competition, that they're already fielding a 6-man roster with rotating that roster and actually getting a lot of value out of Easyhoon.
Yeah, and I think that's where you end up looking to other teams now and what they end up taking away from this experience at Worlds, from both their own experiences, but as well as from witnessing the achievements of SKT. Clearly, this organization is doing something right to have won 2 in the last 3. All right, well, now we're going to send it over to the stage where Shox is joined once again by SKT's coach and our 2015 Worlds MVP.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Joined here by Koma, the coach for SKT. You can keep the hat on if you want. Well, Koma, I want to start by congratulating you, 2-time world champion with SKT, and I want to start by talking about something Bengi said, how you were so instrumental in helping him get back up there together with the rest of the team. Can you tell me about your experience about these guys who were quite down last year, bringing them all the way back up and winning the Summoners Cup?
코치님 우선 SKT 팀과 2회 우승을 거두신 걸 축하드리고요. 방금 인터뷰에서 뱅기 선수가 본인이 힘들어할 때 코치님이 도움으로 다시 한번 팀과 다시 힘을 내서 경기를 할 수 있다고 얘기를 했었는데 코치님이 어째 이런 팀을 SKT1 팀을 힘들 때를 겪어서 다시 정상까지 올리기까지 어땠었는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 과정 같은 경우 처음부터 이야기하면 너무 길어서 힘들 것 같고요. 일단 이런 결과 나오기까지는 정말 많은 노력과 정말 많은 노력, 눈으로 보지 않고서는 정말 몰라요. 피드백 할 때나 이런 아무튼 정말 힘든 과정이 있었습니다. 이런 우승은 그냥 운으로 온 게 아니고요. 정말 선수들이 노력한 만큼 나았었던 것 같습니다. 선수들이 정말 굉장히 노력했습니다.
I wish I could tell the full story, but it's too long, so I'm gonna skip that. And like coming up to this point, it's just, I don't know, it's really hard to explain in a couple words. We put in so much effort, we had endless feedback sessions, and players practiced so hard. The players came up to this position as a champion, once again, not through luck, but their own practice and effort. And yeah, overall, I think it's all because of the players, how much they dedicate themselves into this game and this sport.
Well, dedicate themselves, they did. And Homa, it begs the question, 2 world championships in the very young history of League of Legends, 5 years, you naming those players how strong they are. We know what you can do with them. What does that make you think in terms of the possible world championships that SKT could take in the future?
이제 이 5회밖에 진행 안 된 이 짧은 월드 챔피언십 기간 동안에 SKT는 무려 2회나 우승을 거뒀습니다. 근데 이제 코치님 말씀하신 것처럼 이렇게 연습 열심히 하고 정말 강한 선수들이 팀에 있는데 이제 앞으로 미래에 SKT가 다시 한번 월드 챔피언십에 결승 우승하기까지 어떤 가능성 또 어떻게 될 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
예, 재작년에 윈터 전승 우승하고도 했었던 말인데 물론 내년에 떨어질 수도 있긴 하지만 팬분들이 응원을 해주신다면 이 무대에 언제든지 올라오겠습니다. 팬분들 항상 아낌없는 격려와 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 팬분들이 계신다면 이 자리에 꼭 다시 올라오겠습니다.
So after we won Winter 2014 LCK, the perfect record, during the winner interview, I said that even though we're at this top of the mountain, we might fall and we might have some hard times. But if we have the fans there to cheer for us during our bad time and they keep on rooting for us, we can climb back up. I'm going to say that again. So we're at the top of the mountain right now, but I just want to say that, ask for our fans to keep on cheering for us and keep on rooting for us. So we can, even though you might have some hard times in the future, with those fans, we can also once again bounce back up.
And they always will. Thank you very much, Homa. Congratulations, the coach, after reaching his 2nd World Championship. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. And that's a guy right there that I want to sit down with for a couple hours and really just get his full philosophy and thoughts on coaching, because the work he's done with this young crew of guys has been just phenomenal to watch.
Gonna need a translator though.
I will need it.
I have actually had the joy of talking to Koma in like an informal setting rather, just while getting some translation, and he's like hilarious. He's a super nice guy. Every time you meet him just outside of the venue, he's always smiling. So Koma is just actually so good of a person that it makes you annoyed. You know, why can't I be more like Koma?
You're a good human being, you're successful, what is this?
You're good at League of Legends.
You're everything Crepo isn't. What is going on?
Comes full circle.
I love you, buddy. But, you know, again, we have to reflect, and he talked about it there, the organization itself. You know, looking forward, the future of SK Telecom is such a young esport here, League of Legends, and they've already got 2 of the 5 World Championships. I mean, that's quite a trophy case, but they're also building up quite a bit of expectation for themselves now moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's one more thing that they could do. They could actually not drop any games. They only dropped a single one, so at least they left room for improvement. I think that was the idea.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so now when they go back to the team house later, they can be like, all right, so we clearly have things to work on.
Yeah, what are we working for next season?
Yeah,
less losses.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go run 5-man into the jungle and give up 5 kills in the first 5 minutes. But if we can avoid that, we'll probably be good. I feel like, you know, aside from that, when we look at the run that this team has made throughout Worlds, you know, they really should walk away, though, even with that blemish, ignoring the fact that it wasn't perfect, because that shouldn't be what they, you know, end up hanging their hats on. It should be that dominating fashion that they won.
I mean, they messed up a couple lane swaps, you know. But
right.
at this point, I'm not sure whether they messed them up or whether I'm too dumb to realize what they were actually doing at that point. I'm like, you didn't bounce the wave, SKT, you made a mistake, but maybe it's, you know, they've shown the late game shot calling is so good that I'm starting to question my own sanity when it comes to like watching them.
You're not making a good case for yourself for a new coach.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not looking to coach. I'm looking to stay here.
You want to stay right here, where it's okay to be wrong?
Yes.
So you're just not seeing the long game of the 3-minute setup of the wave bounces back and forth 2 times, and then that's where the play comes in.
Of course.
It's all calculated.
Yeah,
Well, it's the 25-minute setup till the Nexus explosion. The entire plan.
Well, one last time, we have another interview back down to Shox, who's standing by with SKT's men in the top lane.
Thank you very much once again, Dash. Woo. Standing by with Marin, as said, the MVP, and well, for FLICKR and Bengi, their second World Championship. It was his very first World Championship, and immediately a win. Congratulations. What are your first thoughts after hoisting that cup, being here for the first time and going all the way with your team?
마린 선수 우선 첫 월드 챔피언십 우승을 축하드리고요. 우승 직후에 이제 소환사컵을 처음 들어올렸을 때 무슨 생각을 하셨나요?
네, 일단 저희가 페이커 선수랑 뱅기 선수들은 이제 2회째 우승이긴 한데 나머지 선수들은 이제 첫 우승이라 정말 더 기뻤고 그래서 소환사컵을 들었을 때 이제 우승했다고 실감이 들었어요.
So even though it's FLICKR and Bengi's second World Championship, for the rest of us, it's our first. So we were all so happy and we were we really enjoyed that moment. And by the time when you hoisted that World Championship Cup, Summers Cup, at that point it struck me that, oh, we're the world champions.
That must have given you, maybe not yet, but some time to reflect on your own performance. Your teammate Bengi was saying how he wasn't that satisfied with his own play. You have been impeccable throughout the tournament. Our analysts crowned you most valuable player. How do you reflect on how you've done?
그 뱅기 선수는 이전 인터뷰에서 이번 결승전 때 그리고 이번 대회 동안 본인의 활약에 대해서 좀 만족하지 못한다고 얘기를 했었는데 마린 선수는 이번 대회 정말 엄청난 활약을 계속 보여줬었고 이번 대회 끝나고 이제 분석가 데스크에서 이번 대회 MVP로 꼽혔습니다. 본인의 활약을 이번 대회 동안에 어떻게 평가하시나요?
네, 일단 제가 이번 시즌 롤드컵에서 잘한 부분도 있고 못한 부분도 있는데 못한 부분이 좀 있음에도 이번 시즌에 MVP로 뽑아주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 내년에도 롤드컵에 나와서 이번 시즌에 아쉬운 점들을 더 보완해서 내년에는 좀 퍼펙트한 마린으로 돌아올 수 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
So even though I had some good plays and bad plays throughout this tournament, I want to thank everybody for naming me the MVP, the most valuable player of this tournament. And hopefully I want to come back next year once more. And I want to fix my flaws and come back as a more perfect version of Marin.
Well, that will be very scary. We'll be waiting for you, Marin. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans here and all the SKT fans around the world?
마지막으로 여기 있는 SKT1 팬들과 전 세계에서 응원한 SKT1 팬들에게 한마디 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Thank you, everybody. I love you. 영어는 짧아서 이 정도만 하고요. 일단 SKT1이 세계적으로 제일 유명한 팀이 될 수 있었던 거는 그래도 팬분들의 응원이 정말 커서인 것 같고 그래서 정말 감사하다고 전하고 싶어요. 전 세계 팬분들에게.
Except for the English part.
Yeah.
I think without all of our fan support, SKT wouldn't have become like the world top esports pro team. So I want to say thanks to all of our fans.
And thanks to you, Marin, for an exceptional tournament. 감사합니다. Back over to you guys.
One last time, thank you, Shox. And congratulations to Marin again on achieving that Most Valuable Player award for this tournament in his first year. He really did lead this team, you know, and I think a lot of credit needs to be extended to him for doing it on a team of star players.
Well deserved. I mean, he stepped up in a meta that required it for his position, and absolutely he was the top performing top laner.
I mean, if you're going to share some shot calling burden,
all right, now
you gotta tell.
I have to give some context here. FLICKR's holding a stock of broccoli, and that's because a fan extended the offer to him and said, "Your hair looks like broccoli." So FLICKR said, "All right, well, if I win, I will eat some broccoli."
He did promise to eat broccoli.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay healthy.
The victory broccoli.
That's better than the Summoners Cup right there. That's got iron in it.
The true
I love how they're explaining his story to you. He's like miming. He's like, this is my hair broccoli. I will now eat my
He's
hair.
like, that's some serious iron there.
That's raw. He's going to do it.
That's the kind of minerals you need there, sir. That's what champions eat, is your broccoli.
That's the difference between a good, and an exceptional rice player is the amount of broccoli you eat raw.
Yeah, it's not a Popeye thing. It's not spinach. It's broccoli, ladies and gentlemen.
Eat your vegetables, kids.
Look at us distributing solid health messages around the world. All right, well, there they are. Again, it can only be reiterated so many times that these guys so much well-deserved for their journey through the year, the season, and the World Championships here. Now, it's been a long road for all of our teams, and we've gotten to witness a lot of epic moments on the road to the Summoners Cup. What stands out to you guys specifically? Kobe, I'm gonna start with you.
Being from North America, I'm gonna have to go back to week 1 when there were happy times for us, and I have to point out Cloud9. They brought to brunt the power of the Morgana, Veigar, Tristana, these siege comps from North America where we really found success. And then it all culminated in this amazing pentakill from Balls after he got so much criticism leading up to this. For him to accomplish that play on the first week and for them to go 3-0 was just sort of a magical moment.
Yeah, it was magical. And then they got super reverse swept, and that was the end of NA 0-10, the dream.
You live by the reverse sweep.
All right, Crepo. Well, in classic EU fashion then, where are you pointing your finger for your favorite moment?
I wonder. I'm in Europe. Worlds is in Europe. You know what else was in Europe? 2 European teams in the semi-final. No NA teams there at all. That was for me fantastic. I got to cast one of the games in Brussels, home country for me. That was just, yeah, the rise from Origin, from a challenge. It was like from unranked to challenger, came to full success there for Xpeke, and then Fnatic still bouncing back all the way to semi-final. Sadly, it was a full Korean final, but for me, this was like the highlight.
Well, thanks for mentioning my favorite thing too, right there, the all-Korean final.
What a surprise.
Your new favorite.
No. I'm going to go a little bit more micro on this one. I really liked Gorilla's first Tom Kench game versus CLG because I had never seen Tom Kench played at this level before, and the way that they got the early kills, the plays that they made on the map later, the flanks that Gorilla managed to get,
were so choppers combo.
Yes, the flame choppers combo. I was just so psyched. It's always a pleasure to see new champions come out, and then it takes some time for the pro players to figure them out. But when you start seeing them used at this level, it is such a pleasure for an analyst.
Yeah, that's what you call a bit of a schadenfreude.
I don't know about this play right
No, this was saved by the beautiful Azir Maul.
They won that team fight.
Yeah, because of the Azir.
Well, you know, this wasn't necessarily planned, but after hearing your guys' favorite moments, I'd like to hear what some of your favorite moments are at home. So go ahead and tweet into @LOLesports with the hash one last time with #Worlds and let us know what your favorite moments are. You know, again, to reflect on your favorite moments. Of course, I'm with you, Kobe. Being from NA, I've gotta extend my hat to Cloud9 for at least being the pride of NA in week 1. To your point, Crepo, I think absolutely a phenomenal showing from EU. When you look at the takeaways from this tournament, Korea and EU being the 2 regions that really stepped up, and I would look to those 2 teams improving.
It's always a fantastic Worlds when 2 European teams can make it to the semifinals, in my opinion.
I really have to congratulate all of the teams on the diverse strategies that they brought to this tournament, because there was such a big patch change. There were so many things that they could have gone with. You know, just try and copy SKT, try and copy the best team. Everybody just funnel on one strategy, but that did not happen. Everybody was trying new champions. Everybody was trying new strategies, and we eventually filtered out, you know, what was the best.
Well, it didn't happen, but it makes you wish the people had just picked up Rise. For the love of God.
Well, that will be one of the biggest mysteries of this
exactly. Copy one thing from SKT, please. Well, while the Summoners Cup has been claimed for another year, there's still more professional League of Legends to play out in 2015. Mark your calendars, because from December 10th through the 13th, top players from around the world will converge on Los Angeles, California for the 2015 All-Star event. You'll be able to vote for your region's dream team in the coming weeks, so keep an eye out on lolesports.com. Now, it's been quite the journey, but now it's time to turn out the lights on the 2015 season as we look towards All-Stars and 2016. Congratulations to our champions, SK Telecom, and on behalf of all of us here working to bring the excitement of this year's World Championship to you, thank you for joining us over the last 5 weeks, and until next time, we'll see you on the Rift.
Good cast on a day.
I never thought we would be able to compete at Worlds.
Quadra kill! It gets a beautiful shockwave. The trend continues. These guys are looking great. These guys are legit, man. If the defending world champion could start his first week 0-3, how could he have so little time left now?
일단 저는 EDG랑 가장 만나고 싶었었기 때문에 이번에 조 편성이 굉장히 잘 됐다고 생각하고
In a battle that many people thought was a preview of the finals, SK Telecom T1 make it look easy.
Coming from a small country where, nobody knew me, to be here right now is really amazing.
Com certeza, o dia de hoje eu acho que é um dos dias mais importantes da minha vida. Um dia que a gente pode fazer história representando o Brasil.
Best showing of an international wildcard team ever at the World Championship.
Flash Wolves might just be Coup here. Coup Tigers too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? Cloud9 versus Fnatic. It's a long-standing rivalry here. Double kill for Balls, a triple kill for Balls. Holy cow! Pentakill for Balls.
Week 2, Fnatic came to play.
It has been an absolute massacre of Cloud9 in this game.
Alistar's camping on the lantern. Oh, ball! Peekaboo!
My story ends here, but even with me gone, I still want everyone to support TSM and all of my teammates.
It's gonna be enough! There are no respawns, and Fnatic take the first seed!
Elvis gets stunned up. On flashes forward, the last auto attack calculated right there.
Their bottom lane are legitimate threats at every single part of the game.
There is no base left. There is only victory for AHQ.
Coup Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Me on one side and Deft on the other. Cannot possibly see it becoming anything less than a great game.
너무 빨리 만나게 된 것 같아서 좀 그랬어요.
It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Deft, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple. Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals. The only team to do that 3 times.
抽到 SKT 也是，如果你要打冠军，总会要遇到的。
Westel follows the flash. One more hit. Westel wins the 1v1. Everybody is being killed. SK Telecom destroy AHQ's Nexus and are one step closer to the Summoners Cup.
Well, not gonna underestimate them at all. It's gonna be interesting.
He gets a quadra kill. He's on that out, and it's gonna be all fun to save the game. Boom! The kills come in, and this could be the semifinals for Origin.
그때도 쉽게 이긴 게 아니라 정말 어렵게 이겼기 때문에.
Midsummer season, it was KT Rolster, but Coup with a chance at revenge. And there it is. Coup Tigers go to the semifinals.
SKT definitely looks like the best team right now. It's the best team, like being the underdog, because you have no pressure.
Zoaz has to burn it preemptively, and he guesses right. Biggie goes the wrong way. There's no one around right now. He's still running away through the wards. Pops Summoner teleport, and oh my god! Zoaz makes the great escape! Is a god!
그 경기에서 많이 잘해서 우리 좀 도서관처럼 만들어 버렸으면 좋겠네요.
Rooney gonna pick a fight once more with Smith. The Grand Challenge throws down. Smith flashes away from the third proc of the broken wings. Rooney will find a stun, but fails the flash. And Smith will be smiling with that one.
Are you kidding me? Fnatic pulls out a miraculous fight.
And it was a European eulogy as both EU squads drop at the semi-final stage.
We are gathered here today to mourn the death and celebrate the life of the European teams at the World Championship.
I think we had the potential, but not enough experience. We have a lot of stuff to work on, and maybe next year. I'm really proud of them.
FLICKR wreaking havoc inside the base. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Coup will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
정말 동경 어린 눈으로만 보던 곳인데
They're well on track to become the most dominant world's performing team.
And the scary thing about it is how easy they have made it look. They have a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty.
And they take down Prey, they take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions. That's the grand challenge on Bangy. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill.
For the first time, SKT is wounded.
We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies.
SKT isn't bringing their A game. Have they even opened up Pandora's box? Baker and Kuro went hard, so there's no flash for this. Hojin in a real bad situation. He goes down a full 3-man Gnar ultimate. That's going to be smacked down now. SKT will be your first ever 2-time world champions!